that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
me.
Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up. Drop up, down, they need us. Type on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的简历，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Liquid. Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
突皮革的夹心的流力泡在你嘴唇上吐一个泡泡，你不相信力不过我起跳在悄悄的转一点飘飘，你们相信边角料在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，猎家没有人分销掉。Drip drop drip drip drop， 为我的天呐刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 或者在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么可他妈写了，一句问号都不想要啊，可能有像那个长夜家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Basta, pack it up.
Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't gotta go. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah. And they don't gotta go. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hear the whistle, then bring the boom, check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, huh? Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that signature. Big time, all time, big time signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
up with the jet ski, I'm a Jet Li, I'm a ride with my gang, they do how you feel me. With a label always up, yeah, we keep it sexy. If I told you with the game, better do not test me, yeah. Gang, 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 gang.
Drowning underwater, so never see me. Flexing in the robbery, you might be so dreamy. 看着歌词里面都在秀你演出背，I'm saying 估计上在奔的 one can be。看着你们身上都挂满了两三层的 eyes， 都在 rolling bust down 或者 AP on the ride。只有思想贫穷才会对财富极端渴望，叫我完全成长低考，还是就习惯这样 ？Oh no，I got the answer, already got the answer. Game with the mob， 其实血里来的 ranger， 一直说 yeah beyond the top。Beyond the way now， 就让 dirty bass control。Faker on the game out。1, 2, 3, 4, 5K。Shit, we gon' call up all the money。I'ma go with a stream, showtime, ayy. So my music thinking like the Marley. I'ma pull up with the jet ski, I'm a Jet Li, I'ma ride with my gang, they do how you feel me. With a label always up, yeah, we keep it sexy. If I told you with the game, better do not test me, yeah. Gang, 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 gang. Tough like the rock, cause that's my gang, gang. Lyric like the bullet, I'ma shoot you bang bang。人手暴虐的毒箭，但从来不会伪装。奋斗超越这极限，迟早会富贵辉煌。他们嫉妒自负，像是被庇护。技术力度提高系数，我们被记录。808 dirty bass， 坐上 fast car， 不会 battery driving crazy like a rock star。Pull up with the jet ski, I'm a Jet Li, I'm a ride with my gang, they do how you feel me. With a label always up, yeah, we keep it sexy. If I told you with the game, better do not test me, yeah. Gang, 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 gang.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminished, yeah. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminished, yeah.
Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, we y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. That kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmates. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched.
Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish dead. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish dead.
It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. On my knees, I can lead with the weight I'm putting down. People need mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I missed. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed to the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing.
I'm fighting to delay the madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen?
This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find that pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the message is laid on my chest. And for days, what has kept this checks on the net is a technical foul. And for now, I'm a rep.
Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. I think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. Run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. Clap, 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 clap. Turn around and bring it back. Clap, 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 clap. Spin around and bring it back. 1, 2, 3, 4. This ain't no seesaw. Don't take this for a ride. All my women kings. Frankly, we do what we like. Wait for the drop. We don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. Clap, 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 clap. Turn around and bring it back. Clap, 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 clap. Spin around and bring it back. Put some gasolina. Shut down big arenas. I got kick like Zena. Shut down big arenas. Wait for the drop. We don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah.
broken night.
if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, like it's nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. I lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. What I live now can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements, indeed not to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage, I'm too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is deep, way beyond breaking. Head and neck and knees, sweat all related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not gonna take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, like it's nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, like it's nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. Looking right through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making, I'm beyond free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. What they gonna take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home, not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry. Duck down, waiting for the moon to arrive. Not now. Had a whip AC broke, I'm a bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it, they won't get it. If you don't adapt and see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, like it's nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, like it's nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, feel electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules kinetic. This work, go get it, it's sensational. Generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. I won't stop now, I said it. Aim for the clouds, yeah, get it, powerful. I'm unstoppable. You better get them colors, get them right. Yeah, you better get in line. Dramatic, so dramatic. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 It feels electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
Makes it to the international stage. The resets are pouring in. The arrow from Monsoon. The upset.
Welcome everybody back to MSI 2024 here in beautiful Chengdu. Beautiful figure 8 highway. Beautiful wide Blippo making his way in. Hoping to assert a little bit more FlyQuest dominance up against, well, probably the scariest team in the world, I think, from at least a clout perspective, and certainly top 3 from a performance perspective.
They're only world champions, it's fine.
Yeah, look. Okay, Emily. Obviously, fantastic looks from our teams. That's a unique approach here from Miss Rand. Yes, thank you, Rob. Okay, balancing the perspectives out here. Ultimately, though, I think we got to talk a little bit about yesterday. Yesterday, similar to day one, we did have a lot of lane swaps, Emily. But before we talk about the lane swaps, I think just 2 pretty exciting series. I think a lot more back and forth than people were expecting. Yes, 2-0s in both series, but some of those games were a bit contentious.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what Loud brought to the table. I think they did a really good job of operating within the lane swaps, coming up with some individual performers like Robo being able to go up against 369. I think they really put on a great showing for the CBLOL on the international stage.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by how well they did, and then obviously GAM coming in with a really tough situation into Fnatic. I did like a few of their runs of play. You know, it was obviously always going to be a really, really tough time. They have not played that long together at all. But, you know, they kept it very entertaining, I guess, and their combined kills per minute for that series was 1.32. The top esports Loud was 1.28. So yesterday we just had a very bloody day.
Yeah, I did feel bad for Emo coming in, going up against Humanoid in his very first series in the international stage. This guy does not take prisoners, and he definitely didn't take prisoners yesterday.
No, overall, I think a really solid performance across the board for both teams, though, and for this entire tournament. It feels like lane swaps have been one of the bigger talking points, but in our second series of the day, obviously, this is the one that felt, I think, closer than a lot of people expected. Similar to the Astral series on day one, I feel like I'm starting to become a Loud fan just based on how aggressive and how proficient they were in so many of these exchanges.
Yeah, I was really, really pleasantly surprised because, again, coming out, people did talk about how, like, yes, this Loud team has the best understanding of side wave management. Yes, they have the best macro understanding of the game. However, you know, they are decreased a bit in losing Sayas from last year, having Redbert on the roster this split. They really, really showed up, I thought, against TES. I, in particular, actually really liked their draft in the second game, and I thought if they had just taken a few more windows to punish, obviously, I thought TES had a really good response to the lane swap, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But, you know, they obviously came in and performed way better than I thought they would.
I think, Emily, we've hit that little bit. I think it's time to talk
It
about
is.
lane swaps.
Let's go.
The lane swap meta constantly
All right.
evolving. Emily, I know. What did you like about this particular take on
All right,
Top's response?
so yeah, let's talk about TES for a bit, because here we see Tien. He's going to start at red buff, then go to Krugs, and he's actually going to make his way all the way down and end up doing an invade, which is going to give him 3 quadrants of the map in responding to this loud lane swap, right? And what that eventually is going to do, as we see Mako, Jackie Love, and eventually 369 pushing down on this tier 1 turret in bot side, not as fortified as the top side, so obviously they're going to push this faster, is that Tien has complete control, again, over 3 quadrants of the map, and the only move the Poppy has is to try to get a gank off onto Cream, which does not end up working. Later on, I actually thought their timer on Grubs, when they did end up swapping up back to topside to go into the 2v2, was really good. They got hooked and it didn't work out as well, and Loud kind of got a little bit off of that, but like I thought the timing and the understanding was really good.
I agree. I think they were sick. I think the fact that you drag Redbird into that top side is absolutely fantastic, because he now gets pulled out of that top lane, so can't push onto the 2v2. And it just sets up so well for Tien to have this massive advantage. And now they're just scrambling to see what they can bring back to the table.
And of course, we're going to get to talk more about Tien in our Group B winners match later today. Reminder for both of our matchups that we're playing for the bracket stage. You win, you're in. You lose, you drop down. You get one more shot to make it. But our first matchup of the day, we look back to Group A, and that means talking about FlyQuest. And while mostly it's fun and games after day one, there's one outstanding issue between jungler and mid laner that we just had to take a look at. Let's see the interview.
Thank you so much. I am joined by the victorious Inspired and Jensen. Inspired, first question, how do you feel about your guys' first showing at MSI?
Man, it was a bit hard. We lost one game. I mean, I felt like I did really well today. Same for Bwipo. I felt like he was pressuring his lane a lot. Bot lane was having decent showing, but like I don't know why the games were like so close, but I guess you can like kind of guess.
Dude, are you serious? I mean, yeah, their jungler was smurfing.
Bro, what are you saying?
Over and
Every single trade you took was bad.
That's just not what happened. Of course I can't trade when enemy jungler is
How can I
always there.
step into
It's unplayable.
Enemy mid laner can parry my move,
So
so
this,
collapse on me. Like,
Guys, you're playing T1 probably. So how do you feel about that series?
Bro, like we
I'm
almost
gonna
lost some
smurf
people.
like always.
There's no way we win against Faker.
I mean, I think Inspired needs to watch some Onavots because it's going to be a tough series. Their jungler is
what are you saying? Like
absolute today, so he's going to...
No, like what?
Okay, obviously all the trash talking is a meme, but there was a lot of controversy after your post-finals interview, Inspired. Like, how do you look back on that interview? Is there anything that you would have said differently, or do you think people are just misreading how you work with your team?
I mean, I think maybe I used the wrong words, going a bit too hard on Jensen, but like we know each other well, and I knew that he's not gonna take it personally. And when we are like reviewing games on our own during the practice or like after every game in the office, like we are using this kind of like words to each other, and no one gets offended because everyone knows that at the end of the day we just wanna win and wanna get better as a team. And after the final, I just like from my perspective, I just felt like he could have done more. I didn't even review the game when I said it. I just like straight up went from the final and thought maybe he could have done more. But then after reviewing, I saw like he missed some opportunities. I think I missed a lot of opportunities. I was like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't say that hard, but like for sure I knew Jensen would not get offended by that.
Do you feel like the community kind of blows a lot of this stuff out of proportion because they don't really know you guys very well? They don't know how you interact?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't really see the interview. I just heard what people were talking about it. So, I mean, it sounded like it was a bit harsh, but I mean, like you said, we're like pretty straightforward with criticism. So to me, it was kind of just like, okay, yeah, I mean, it was a bit emotional. We lost the game. And I mean, it's fair. Like, I think I didn't play super well that series. But yeah, I mean, it didn't surprise me really. I think it's kind of just how we do things here.
It's fair enough. Is it like, so just to be clear, just one more time, for all the doubters, for all the people who are stepping in ready to fist fight Inspired to protect Jensen or vice versa, there's no real beef behind the scenes at FlyQuest. There's just some honest feedback.
Yeah. I don't think so.
I mean, we are like fighting a little bit, like when he's actually not pushing advantages.
Hey, we're not going back.
Now we're going to cut here. Thank you so much, boys. I appreciate the open feedback. Back to you guys at the desk.
I love how they had us in the first half, and then he kind of half tried to bring it back, and I was like, wait, no, you're good. But like, let's be real, they couldn't have had such a good performance against PSG Talent if there was issues behind the scenes. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table here against T1.
They're fine.
They're fine. They're vibing. We hope. Look, ultimately, they called it out in a joking way in the first half of that interview. But for us, not so much of a joke. Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, Faker versus Jensen. This one, I think a tall task, no doubt, for Jensen, but going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Ultimately, I think when we talk about this team, it's just something I'm so jazzed for, so ready to see.
Can't wait to clap Faker, he tweeted. Now, almost 8 years later, we're still waiting. Jensen and Faker have met countless times before, and now, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, they will meet with a spot in the MSI main stage on the line.
Jensen finds another, both Ginger and Maple almost beneath the execute. Another for Jensen, he gets a triple. Can he make it 4? He will.
Despite the Danish mid laner being a force to be reckoned with in the international scene, Faker has remained an immovable object in his path. And with a world title to defend, Faker's not going to let anybody stand in his way of rebuilding the T1 dynasty.
Can he take the best of 5 against Faker in the 1v1? Oh, he goes. That's all that matters. Can he get it? True gets it. Goal. Can he take the best of 5? Oh, Faker coming back.
Surrounded by a new roster in FlyQuest, Jensen takes the challenge once again. Question is today the day Jensen finally claps Faker?
It's a tall task for Jensen. I think people do in NA. Surely today is the day, he said. I do think people in NA underrate Jensen, and especially in comparison to his accomplishments. However, it's Faker. And the fact that Faker is still not only like here with T1 at internationals after winning the Season 3 World Championship, he's been around for so long. He's still playing at such a high level. It's really remarkable. In a, like, League of Legends is a game where we see so many people churn in and out, right? And get really, really fatigued. New players come in. People are like, they have better hands, you know, get these old guys out of here. Faker's longevity and how consistently he's been performing for this T1 team since 2013 is just insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely incredible. I think the stats speak for themselves, just seeing the screen. It's the clutch factor for me that Faker brings to the squad now is just absolutely insane. So often when T1 were falling behind against teams like Gen G or even in the World Finals last year, it was Faker that stepped up and started to make those plays happen. But I think when you're looking at FlyQuest, it's a different member that I'm looking for that clutch factor, and a huge amount of that is going to be in the top lane. I think Bwipo has been an outstanding performer for FlyQuest. His Urgot the other day was absolutely insane, and I cannot wait to see him take to the main stage and face off against a guy like Zayas. I feel like counterpick becomes such a cool factor for this series now.
I mean, I completely agree. As exciting as the mid lane matchup is, it feels like these guys have switched into more supportive roles very often for the team, even if sometimes we see more lane-focused games, but someone who's not afraid to put on the carry pants is Bwipo. They lane swap. He doesn't need to play Sion. He doesn't need to play Zac. It's the Urgot coming out, and frankly, I love to see it.
I also think it's his understanding in team fights of how to separate out the fight to make it into little skirmishes in which he can thrive. You can see in so many of these positions, it's not a 5v5, it's him trying to find access to the backline, and especially when Masu and Jensen were targeted so well by PSG Talent, it had to be Bwipo to step up and take on the mantle of Kari, and he did it so exceptionally well.
And I think that's what makes this team, like, obviously he is kind of the X factor on this team, and if they do lane swap, or if T1 lane swaps, he still has a lot of these pocket picks, like the Urgot. He's back with 369. I saw they traded jerseys after 369 was impressed by his Urgot. And I think that means a lot for players like Masu, right? Who had, I thought, surprisingly, even having watched him in NACL, having watched him in North America have these really good teamfight wins in particular, he had such a stellar performance on day one that I was really impressed, because obviously you never know how rookies are going to show up. And his team fighting was great on this FlyQuest team.
Especially when you're on something like the Lucian. That was the game that really he stood out for me on.
Yeah.
The fact you have to play aggressive, you have to be the one putting yourself in harm's way and pulling all these abilities out, and the confidence you need for that was there for Masu, and I want to see it again here against Gumayusi, because this guy on the rookie on the international stage is incredible to have a performance like this.
Yeah, Masu's been fantastic. Of course, if you want to learn more about him, there's a great Drive episode, but in the meantime, Masu himself shared some thoughts on this specific matchup versus T1. Let's take a look.
I'm really excited to play against T1 because Gumayushi was like the first streamer that I ever watched to learn how to play. And I think I learned a lot from him, and he was one of the biggest reasons I went pro. So I'm really excited to play against him. And in general, I think it's like a good learning experience, especially because they're a very good team. Their bot lane is really good. And thank you to everyone for watching.
And I'm just going to say that while I love the words from Masu, I'm excited for him to have a learning experience. I don't know if FlyQuest fans are excited that this matchup is being described as a learning experience.
Guma's going to learn.
Guma's going to learn. Oh, he's going to teach Guma. I got it.
This bot lane is terrifying. Honestly, like I love this T1 bot lane because they are more than willing to just be like, Keria will lock in whatever. They want to push into that 2v2. They're so strong in there, and it's such a tall task for Masu and Busio.
Look, based on the tone of the desk, I feel like I know which way we're going, but I need to see it. It needs to be a... That was very fast, Emily.
That was very quick.
I had it behind my back.
I don't even know if I have mine ready.
I don't think I have mine ready either.
I wasn't put on. Okay, hang on. There we go.
Okay,
Wait,
look, you all knew we would get to this moment.
You are going to get a game?
I believe in Blippo.
That's so mean.
He got a jersey from 369. He's EU NNA. He's got everything I want from a narrative perspective. I can't leave him out to dry.
Big boy whips. What do you want? You know.
That said, 2-0 is the safe bet. And I think that's going to do it from us here at the desk. Let's get this day kicked off, send it over to the stage, and then send it over to the casters.
Throughout my career, I've been playing against T1 many times. I've still yet to win. In the past, it felt a lot more about progression, but now I feel like any time we could beat T1.
오늘 경기를 봤을 때 꽤 잘한다고 생각했고 어느 팀을 만나도 자신감을 가지고 하는 것 같습니다.
I remember early on in my career, I was getting tired of seeing Faker win worlds after worlds, but you know, as I grow older, I started to appreciate him a lot more. It's kind of like what you aspire to be as a player.
저희가 여기에 온 이유는 다들 아실 겁니다. 저의 목표는 하나입니다. 언제나처럼.
Here we are again. Chengdu is my chance.
꿈 깨시길 바랍니다. Now you will fall.
对战 Fnatic 以前的话，时间其实有点久远，但是在我的印象里面，其实可能就是，前面可能就是有输有赢嘛，但是到最后的话，就是我还是基本都赢下来。然后这次也是在成都，然后觉得现场也观众也比较热情，然后希望能把自己状态调整好，然后赢到后面。
I'm very hyped playing against Top Esports. It will be a challenge, but not impossible. I have a lot of respect for their jungler, Tian. I'm looking forward to see what he can do. Good luck and don't underestimate us, Top Esports.
对于 Fnatic 来说的话，就是虽然很欣赏你们，但是这是在我们的主场，我们还是会影响你们。
Ladies and gentlemen, today is an absolute banger. We have been waiting for this for only 2 days, the start of MSI. Normally you build up the soliloquy of like, well, we've finally gotten to this stage. And myself, Asterix, and Kobe next to me, you just said to me before, you're like, today feels like it could be like a playoffs, like a bracket stage, like a semi-final, right? That's how intense it feels like walking into day 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got the world champions on stage right now versus FlyQuest. It's like, Masu got his first international series, and then they're like, great, you got one under your belt, buddy. You warmed up now. Go against the world champions.
And bro, you know what? It's good to have you here because we haven't had enough NA bias on the desk. All T1 like that. Emily didn't even give it a chance to breathe.
I mean, like a lot of the FlyQuest players have been saying, it is really an honor just to be able to play T1, to play the world champions. You know, you heard Masu talking about watching Guma stream and kind of inspiring him to become a pro in the first place. And Busio as well, his lane partner, talked about, you know, when he was transferring from a mid laner to become a support player, Keria was his inspiration. So you are playing against your heroes here, FlyQuest versus T1.
In your first international coming through for this bottom lane duo, let's see how they go. T1 on blue, Fly on red. Got banned away. Bwipo gets instant respect as we move into this 14.8 draft. The Kalista as well against Fly, when we know some of their greatest successes, I think, have been on stronger 2v2s through the LCS.
It's interesting, yeah, because Kalista also, both games from Guma yesterday, really effectively used by them. They're going to be able to go for the Senna side of it this time around. And you know, Keria's Tahm Kench is insane.
Yep.
Actually, one of his highest win rate champions, even though he has massive win rates on most of them. So T1 bottom lane here. Obviously, it's very flexible, and you can put a lot of things with the Senna. Let's see what FlyQuest want to try and answer with here, though. We've had a lot of Varus come through, and honestly, I don't see a reason to change it. Masu's really comfortable on this champion. Yep. He also played a bunch of North America, you know, played it through till finals. So get them on something comfortable, and having the Nautilus actually banned out here is not really going to be going to hurt them too much, I think.
You don't think? It's Busio's most played, 6 games so far.
Yeah, but after watching the ones on the international stage, it was looking a little rough, so maybe it'll be good to change it up, you know? Orianna, though, is a really big takeaway. Obviously, talked about it last time, but it was Jensen's 100th Orianna game with a 75% win rate. Wow. Faker as well went with 2 Orianna games yesterday, so he's going to be on the Azir this time around. And there's that Tahm Kench that we were talking about, one of Keria's best.
As you said, comfort comes through, and Senna Tahms from the east look very different. We saw it only yesterday with JackeyLove and Mako playing the laning phase so well. They're going against the Varus Renata from FlyQuest running the 2v2.
And the other cool thing that we saw with the Senna Tahm Kench is that when you're doing the farming Tahm Kench, you can, and very commonly, take the teleport, which is super effective in these lane swaps. If you're not sure, it allows you that extra global to be able to correct a lot of situations. So we'll see about that one as well. Lane swaps, of course, are going to be very prominent at this entire tournament.
That was a small grid. No one saw it at home, but is that like a, I like lane swaps, Kobe?
I mean, I think it's kind of fun when they're not fully figured out, if they're just sprinkled in, but I think it's going to be like the go-to here. So
okay.
I would prefer more interesting actual lane combat, but it is really fun to track each and every minion wave and each and every recall timer. Namely, in this series, it's going to be looking at the top laners, especially on those lane swaps, to see how much experience they're able to scrounge up, because that has been one of the biggest advantages. But right now, we're onto the ban phases here for second phase. Both of them targeting out junglers. AD junglers are running rampant right now. Xin Zhao, obviously, is the other primary one that is still up.
What else do you want to say? Sejuani also a note with Azir comp for T1 as well. Jarvan, smart ban as well, considering immobile carries on T1. The FlyQuest doing their homework. I like that you mentioned the Xin Zhao. Might be a jungle on 4 here angle for FlyQuest, or you leave counter pick for Bwipo. We know they play for top side.
Yeah, definitely save the counter pick for Bwipo here versus Zeus, even if they are going to opt into the Swapperoni. So let's see here, T1. What are they actually even worried about protecting right now? Going back and forth, taking the full timer. I kind of would pay more respect to Bwipo, yeah, and they go for another top lane ban, but the Udyr here. Okay, we haven't had too much focus on like the Sion thus far, so not too many teams actually that worried about that angle of the lane swap. Graves is kind of an interesting hover, even though I don't think it's going to get locked in. Just because on this patch, Lane Graves was buffed because they buffed his crit scaling. So
really?
Maybe,
okay.
Oh yes, it does get locked in! Oh my, yes, I'm so excited. Okay, so we actually have Insanity, a player in North America that plays a bunch of mid lane Graves. And so a lot of our solo laners have dabbled in and played a bunch of the solo lane Graves as well. Obviously, you know, it has been used before and in the past was very meta. But on this patch, got buffed. I really want to see the Stormrazor rush build for him, and roaming around, very effective here. It's got really good wave control. powerful. The ultimate as well, pretty safe AoE damage. So definitely opening up some extra angles here for FlyQuest, and we get the Zac as well. So Graves jungle.
Okay.
I was hoping, or I mean, they could swap.
They could technically swap. They could.
But I'm assuming it's now going to be the Graves jungle. So we probably won't get a crit build or anything like that, and we'll probably get a regular lethality build if it Inspired's going to.
But still, what a spanner thrown into the works. I mean, Inspired we look at as a carry jungler. In NA, I know a lot of people talk about him being selfish at times, but I call him flexible. I think for Inspired, historically, I've seen this guy pop off, bring series over the line on things like Viego, things that can carry as well, like Graves if it starts getting rolling. FlyQuest throwing a spanner in the work overall for draft number 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's extremely flexible, like you're saying. All 3 of his games so far at MSI were pure tanks, you know, rushing Knight's Vow on Sejuani and Maokai. But like you're saying, he's also very famous for those carries. One of the big reasons he, you know, got LEC MVP is Viego play, getting the famous pentakill. Oh man, very excited to get into this one though. Of course, T1 are for sure huge favorites coming into it. But you know, as Masu said, for FlyQuest, a learning experience, and they're very much looking forward to this. So let's see what they can get done.
I mean, again, don't doubt FlyQuest. I'm just going to come through. I'm going to be on your bandwagon, Kobe, because at the very least,
welcome.
We know for T1, yeah, Astral tested them a little bit, but let's be real. They're having a bit of a field day. They could do what they wanted. They know in that best of 3 that they weren't only favorites, but they had the micro, they had the macro, they had everything over that team. The biggest thing here about FlyQuest is that their top side can be really, really dangerous. Now, it's not Bwipo on the Urgot once again, but we do have Inspired on a carry. We have setup from Bwipo as well, and he's going into the Ornn matchup, which Zac can really shred in the 1v1 with his max health damage.
And I would definitely keep my eyeballs on the invade to look for these lane stop wards.
Good point.
Because you know, having an Ornn lane is very beneficial if you're able to grab lane swap, and you have the Senna Tahm Kench, the extra flexibility that we talked about. Yep. So definitely going to be looking at the level 1 for the invade to track these wards and see how they can react. That's one of the fun things too, since lane swaps aren't, you know, haven't. Well, never mind. They have completely. It's not fun.
Right.
I'm trying to like convince myself. Oh yeah.
That answers the earlier question, I guess.
But
how do you feel about it?
But it does highlight problem solving in real time.
True.
And teams really being reactive to every bit of information as you get it, and to each wave state as you see that information. So that is one of the things, especially if you're going up against, you know, T1 world champions. Let's see. No, looks like no invades quite yet though, and we even get the defensive ward on top side. Okay, nice.
Let's just see. Zayas took a quick reset after dropping the ward. We'll just have to see if that rotates. Just a quick reminder for everyone at home, qualification on the line here as well. For FlyQuest, T1, the winner of this series, straight away, locked in, don't have to worry anymore, right into the second bracket, right into what we'd call the main stage. For T1 a shoe-in, I mean, we're right where we expected. The script's been written, hasn't it? All premier regions, all major regions have made it to this point. As T1 just zoning out, looking to see what FlyQuest are doing again, as we talked about the invade. 3 members walking down bot. Jensen is matching here as well. As for Busio and Masu, just going to spot this out and try and get a beneficial trade on Guma and Keria here in this level 1 Senna and Tahm. And they're doing exactly that, as it looks like it will be standard lanes here, which of everyone at home, they're probably smiling.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about here with Busio and Masio looking up to Guma and Keria so much.
Yep.
Pretty nice experience to be able to get to lane against some of their heroes that really inspired them to become pros in the first place. And they got some decent health trades there as they come down the river. Of course, Senna Tahm Kench does have pretty good sustain.
Yep.
So we'll see about the push on bottom side as well. Jensen moving up on Faker, trying to make use of the early Orianna range.
I mean, for this pick, we talked about it in draft. It's going to be the priority, we know, for Faker as well. Same deal here. Trades in topside, by the way, have already gotten a bit frisky, but Bwipo going to hit level 2 first. And also note that he gets a lot of his health back with some of these extended trades, as you can see with the Bloblets on the ground. Zayas zoned away. Really nice start from the FlyQuest top laner.
Yeah, Bwipo getting some pushing done for himself. Of course, both junglers also starting in the top quadrants of their jungles, because it is a tank v tank matchup on top side. But Inspired, as you can see, making a little bit of a venture towards the top side. That is a building wave, and that was a pretty impactful health trade that you were mentioning. Uh-oh, Zayas.
Slowly does it. Zayas going to bellows breath. Here comes Slingshot as well. Inspired in. End of the line. for Zeus, exactly that. Goes into cell division. Bwipo's going to be fine. He also gets a shove in. Beautiful first blood.
All right, it cost them the flash and the passive for Zach. And it does mean that Owner's going to finish up his full clear, so let's see what the answer is on bottom side. But FlyQuest getting first blood versus T1 here, already big. The bottom lane's got to know, though, that Owner's going to be done with his full clear now, so they have to be worried.
Oh, Jensen getting good trades as well. So far, the laning phase starting out in game 1 for FlyQuest is great, but as you said, Owner, they had to know from the Fly 2v2 as Massive pops the ghost, runs into Owner, and drops a ward, just spotting him on the exit.
Yeah, because they were able to delay it a little bit there. The recall timer, T1 know that Inspired coming back from base should be about 10 seconds out of base and will be on the way. And so a little bit hard to kind of nail down Busio and Masu with Masu popping his ghost there.
Right.
And so they don't want to wait around and have Inspired come over with the Graves to counter them. So nice little recall.
Good trade from Zeus in the meanwhile on the top side. I'm waiting for that pillar to come down as well. Searing charge damage. Bellow's breath, is it there? No. There's no combination, but Zeus at least getting some revenge when Bwipo uses TP to get back to lane.
Exactly. Used his TP, used his passive, used his flash. Bwipo doesn't have very many resources at all. Now there's going to be a big wave building on top side. Yeah, it's such a hard situation. He doesn't want to drop it, but he kind of has to. If they see him, they will for sure go for him. But Owner's going for the recall. Okay, they're going to find him.
Anything. Owner sees him slingshot away, but Zeus gets full access, and echoing your point there, Kobe, more time with the turret. Zeus going to get a turret play from this, and look at the denial of this massive minion wave.
Exactly. You can already see the experience difference right now is ballooning. That purple bar under the champion icon there for Ornn. Zeus now dings over to level 5. Inspired comes up. Inspired wants to help him get in.
But Owner's behind him. I mean, there's going to be a searing charge. He flashes away, gets up to the wave. Good kiting away. As Bwipo now rejoins the fray as well. Minion wave not going to go to the wayside. This is nice at least for a recovery, but losing the flash from Inspired feels like top is starting to get that counter bleed out.
Yeah, they really did not want to give up that giant multi-stacked wave right there. And so Inspired does go offer his flash as well as a way to get them back in and at least soak some of it up so it's not a complete disaster.
Owner getting something as well. Remember, with that push in, looks like he sapped some experiences. Inspired is going to be sharing his vision. Thanks to T1 dropping that ward. I believe that would have been Faker. And speaking of which, Kerry and Guma are going to get this push into the bottom side while Busio can't hold it off for now. Look at Masu. He made a return to base. This shove's going to come through, and about a minion wave and a half is going to be denied from Fly as well.
Yep, comes back with his recurve bow. Got his refillable potion. Honestly, too, after the Graves, 3 camp gank topside for Inspired, you do have to worry about losing out. Hold on, let me turn this.
You're right. You're fiddly.
I had Draco's in my ear. You have to worry about getting counter jungled after that if you do one of those, quick ganks. But able to clean up his bottom side as well after the bottom lane did a little bit of vision control for him and spotted Owner.
Grub's just up, by the way, at the 6-minute mark here. Spotted out by Bwipo, or rather control watered down. I want to note that with these backs, Inspired and Owner, both with recurve bow, serrated Dirk as well, a lot of damage here. But as Owner starts this up, you can see Inspired back towards his red side of the jungle, thinking about getting over so he can get that experience for the singular grub and also stop the stacking here early from T1.
And it's very easy to walk by grubs and steal one with Smite, but Inspired actually goes over a ward, so Faker knows he's not going to, drop anything here with the pass from Inspired, plus Owner is going to be able to finish up those Void Grubs, no problem for him. And again, pinging up here on top side on a giant stacked up wave in the face of Bwipo. No level 6 for Bwipo either.
And here comes Call the Forge God, no cell division either. He's going to get double knocked up. Bellow's breath clapped down. Shoot, T1's top, back in action.
Huge stuff here for T1. Yeah, observers know, zooming in on all of the minions dying, the experience, the gold. We're used to seeing top laners so far behind because of lane swaps. This is not because of the lane swap. They invested so much into the early gank on the recall and having it pushed back. Bwipo is just so behind now.
Getting shattered in what is now a 3-plate lead over none in the top side, even after the first blood went down. As you said, stemming the bleeding in top, but I think More importantly, the fact that Bwipo's behind, whatever the champion is, he feels like the lifeblood of this team. I know you've been watching this team throughout the start of the year. Him and Inspired, to me, have been the biggest standouts, as we've already seen in this tournament. A very different look to start off game one.
Yeah, luckily for them, Bwipo, at least this time around, is on, just frontline tank, and Zach's job is just to bounce around.
Very true.
So he will be able to operate on a lower economy, though you don't want to, and you're in the tank v tank matchup.
Yep.
Plus, it also did take some farming time away from Inspired, the investment that they used to have him go up there. So it definitely is going to throw that plan through a little bit of a loop. They've got the backup, though. Masu has been pretty good thus far on the Varus, so we'll see what they're able to get done. And of course, as you could have told from the Lethal Tempo, is going the on-hit Varus build, since it's going to have to get through some very, very tanky frontliners, the Ornn and the Tahm Kench.
I think as well, we've already seen, Tahm's survivability in fights without that constant DPS. Reminded me of yesterday in the top esports game. And it's very hard to see how they can actually pursue an elongated fight. Now, I want to quickly mention, next grub's coming up in a minute 50. Dragon was already started by FlyQuest. Do I even have time? I mean, Bwipo and Zeus just hitting heads once again. But those neutral objectives, it seems like, could be the setup for T1. Continue going towards bot side. Say that because there's a lot of pings coming down, a lot of map movement here to see if they can punish Busio Masu in the long run. Chains of Corruption will come through as well. There's good damage on the carrier, but Oner and Guma are here just in case it goes any further. We go back top side. The boys battling it out. Let's bounce. I love that take matchups.
Here comes Graves. They're not done.
You're right. Inspired going to make it even more fun, but Call the Forge got on the wave, so Bellows press its flash. Bwipo's flash goes into cell division, but the center ulti slows down the play. The minion wave's gone. Inspired can't do anything. And Zeus, we call it a 1v2 as he won't get out. Zeus takes it, and we're all aboard.
Choo-choo! T1 hype trains in full effect here in Chengdu. Oh man, Zeus is just going to stop.
And it's not stopping on the top side. A flash away from Kerry to get away from the hostile takeover. Good poke damage on Masu, and Oner's here as well. He's got a reset waiting for him in Masu if he gets on top, but he threatens, they force him back. And T1's early game is taken off.
I can already see people tweeting out the MJ memes of, they ganked Zeus early and he took that personally.
Yeah.
And then absolutely just destroys the game now on the Ornn. He got so many turret plates that denied so many waves of experience to Bwipo, and then he wins the 2v1 under tower with the cell division also being popped again. Hysterics. It is looking pretty painful on both sides now as Guma and Keria have pushed back in. They've gotten a turret play for themselves as well.
And the damage coming out, that's why I said Eastern Tahm Kench center lanes are so oppressive to watch. Masu getting low, misses the poke. Guma with a great sidestep, and he keeps walking up. He keeps getting free souls. Already at 49, 50 souls at 10 minutes in the game. Another one to admire as Guma just does it better.
Yeah, it looks like Oner's going to be able to finish up on all 6 Void Grubs as well. The buffed up damage from those on the patch going to feel pretty nice for T1. Teleport comes in.
It's Faker coming in. Off the side lane. Kerry, oh, it's a double. It's a ruse. They try to predict. Jensen flashes away. Flash from Faker, though. Sends him right back in. And Shockwave's only a one-man as Faker sidesteps it. So beautifully done. So nicely synced up. And T1's macro again, looking red hot.
The double TP from the Tahm Kench comes in as well. And Faker versus Jensen all-time is 8-0 in Faker's favor. And he is able to clap Jensen one more time here on stage with the extra Void Grub buff as well. Gets a turret plate after it. Wow.
And I should correct myself. I said, oh, T1's macro great again. I feel like their early game has been talked about internationally by analysts. It's not their strong point. It's not a clean team like Gen G. We know this team can always win team fights. They're always so great in the late game and late game decision-making around things like Baron. But T1 here in the early game, shorn up what that top side was early for FlyQuest. Have shifted gears, and in bot as well, winning the 2v2. Now mid in a detriment with a 10 CS lead and a kill on top. Nash is completed for Faker too. Such a great looking early game when we see Azir, Ornn, Senna, Tahm. It sets up for things to come with so much scaling in such little time.
Yeah, and because as we mentioned, and Inspired using some of his early time up there, you see Oner with his advantage in jungle too, the Viego.
Yep.
Oner's Viego yesterday, or the quadra kill the day when he was able to pull it off was extremely impressive, so I am quite scared for FlyQuest here. Oner going to look to visit mid lane again as well. He does have flash, could go for the stun.
Just waiting to see Faker's ulti. Nice HUD, isn't it? You got a countdown, 5 seconds for that shuffle to come through. FlyQuest spotted on the bottom side as Dragon number 2 spawns. Oner committing to going. Goomer and Keria here as well. Numbers advantage for the time being. There's a flash and Oner is out immediately. Busio wanted in so hard for that one, but he doesn't find it and now is summonerless.
Yeah, goes for the flash play, doesn't quite grab it. They're really grasping for opportunities though, because they can feel this game, you know, running away from them quite quickly here. So they feel the pressure to make some plays.
There we go onto Jensen. I mean, this is why the matchup slaps so hard. Faker goes all in. Oner's there to support. And it's never just Faker, is it? Someone always by his side, whether it's Keria, whether it's Oner, and Inspired now getting the full face of the medal as well. Licky Tongue in action, and Inspired flashing away to survive away from Gumayusi, but he's over the wall. He's got the range. Busio up next. He's silent. He goes into hostile mode, but it ain't gonna take, is it? Oner with a reset now. The flying through. Oner gets another, and another's coming up. Give him a double, and we're set up for Oner's Viego. We're set up for an early game of the gods. T1 are just that good, aren't they?
Yeah, T1 warmed up already, and they're coming into this series hot. They're going to grab a Dragon plus mid-secondary turret before 14 minutes. That's quite a quick pace. Okay, now I'm just going to look at the clock. Thankfully, we only have to make it like 3 more minutes, and then I can still meme.
Oh, you can!
So as long as we get past that 16:47,
nice.
I think that's our #1 goal, right?
Attaboy.
But yeah, as we said, Oner didn't even have to use his flash here, so he's got it for later on for the skirmish on the bottom side.
Yep.
And this is where it got really impressive. You know, Keria came in, they were trying to fish around and find Inspired down here, chase him down. They already took out Jensen mid lane, so they know that there was no support going to come through for them. There goes Oner, uses his flash to get that engaged. The eat from Tahm Kench denying that Renata ultimate, so that Viego is able to get right back out, and then Oner gets his resets. Got chunked a little bit low, but kept getting the souls, easily able to pull it off.
And let's revisit again. In this 2v2, you talked about how important it is that Keria has something like Tahm. His success rate on it before. Keria is showing up massive once more, and I think there's a lot of conversation in the air as well as to what Keria's going to look like in this tournament. We've got a lot more normal engaged support. It's not wacky like Ashe isn't being let through. We're not getting like those Caitlyn Lux lanes as well.
Like Nico support and Rumble support like he played in already the first 2 games.
I guess we're getting a better answer, are we?
Yeah, Keria has looked really good, as have the rest of T1. Look, from this point on out, it's extremely easy for them to end out the game, especially with the aforementioned 6 Void Glove buff. Now they've got the Herald as well they can drive in, but really early pace that they're on right now. And FlyQuest kind of already probably trying to think about things to change for game #2 here. This is a series, and this is also not an elimination series. This series is to get out, so winner will promote.
And you got 2 chances as well, right? That's a good thing about FlyQuest regardless. Like, I don't want to sell them short. I still believe game 2 provides as many opportunities as this one did, but anything you want to touch on for the draft chain? Anything that you're like, man, I want to see this
No, I mean, it's definitely going to be gameplay. Definitely going to be gameplay here that changes the look and what they're going to have to go to first.
Okay. Worth asking regardless.
I'm glad that we got a little taste of Graves. I was getting so excited for like, oh man, the patch changes. Maybe with the attack speed and crit differences, it would be different, but it's the same old Lethality Jungle One, and T1 looking to go straight through the front door here, Hysterics.
Yeah, let's hope it's not in 15 seconds time, Kobe, because otherwise you're going to have real problems with the community. Call the Forge got under turret. Massive and Busio are going to get healed away, but this dive ain't over. Zayas is level 12 as they charge on him. Whippo looks for the counter angle. The last punch in such an early game. He bounces, he drops, he jumps in, but Keria does it better. The frog runs in, the shockwave is good from Jensen, but there's not enough damage. Masu can't get the reset from the bailout, and Keria can't be stopped. It's another one. The guy looks like he is playing Nautilus with an R button. It's insane, it is nuts, and you can laugh at Mad Lions, but let's be real, Kobe, FlyQuest ain't far off.
You can say that again. T1 are blasting them here.
Holy. This is domination from what was an early opener. Looks so beautiful from FlyQuest to absolutely nothing. FlyQuest have gotten nothing in this game. 13-1. Nexus dropped in 17.5 minutes.
All right, they're locked in.
That is T1 locked in. Hell yeah, it is.
Oh, they're locked in.
Well, you still beat Mad.
We were wondering, you know, what this day was going to look like, how much of a banger it was going to be. The analyst desk was talking about our high numbers for, you know, combined kills per minute so far in the tournament, and they went the route this time around of reducing the minutes and keeping the kills high. So I think it's still going to be a strong stat.
But man, a strong statement, a strong game one. I mean, how do you respond to that? You already talked about draft needs to be looked at, right? But as you said, gameplay was the core of it. You can look at draft, you can change it how you want, but in the early game, the responses in topside were really good from T1.
Yeah, T1 did so much off of... I would definitely want to go back and look at the replay for the wave after they did their gank on topside, because after that, T1, Zeus just kept building up these giant waves, like almost triple stacked, quadra stacked, and Owners up there, and they just punished them so hard, making it very, very difficult for you know, for them to get even experience off of them. So
not the only lane as well, right? Not the only lane. I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually going to throw to the analyst desk because they're going to break down a 17.5-minute game. Good luck.
Look, I'm not going to lie. You know, not a whole lot, sadly, to break down here. My FlyQuest faith looking questionable, but if a man dressed as a youth pastor can't inspire faith, I don't know who can. That was rough. And I gotta say, we have to talk about the top side of the map because it feels like even if this game ended as a montage for all of T1, the montage started in that top lane.
Yeah, this is where the base dropped, to be honest. That's it came into it. But it was the fact that you end up with the initial play going well for Whipple, where they get the initial kill. But it was the after part where Zeus gets this great early trade, and then Whipple tries to fake the reset so he can grab this massive wave without losing too much. But Zeus essentially calls the bluff, calls Owner up, and from that point forward, they have to get Inspired involved as well, because he needs to be here to support Whipple, but then he's behind as well, so it all just falls apart from this stage.
Yeah, it really snowballed off that trade that Whippo took in the top lane to set Zeus up to be able to stack this wave, right? Because this, again, like you said, Inspired had already been pathing bot at that point, so he couldn't help initially. He has to interrupt what he's doing on the map to then go help Whippo. Not even reset the wave as much as it is to like make sure he gets in to get the XP at all.
I mean, it's so crushing because that was your one strong point. You pulled off the gank. It felt like, oh, a little momentum for FlyQuest. Inspired's ahead. He has to give that up, and now there's nothing left. That said, it didn't stop one last-ditch effort coming in from FlyQuest to turn this whole thing back around in our replay. Cisco, every second counts. Let's take a look at it because while there might have been some hope for FlyQuest up until this moment, we were reminded very quickly why Zeus is considered one of the best in the world.
And why you never really want to dive on Orin as well, because Whippo tries to get the setup here. He manages to get the Q and then the flash underneath as well to start it off, but it just doesn't matter. The fact that you're able to get out in front of everyone, you already get the ult coming through from Gumayusi just at the right time to keep Zeus topped up as well. It means that Inspired can't really follow up on the dive, and Zeus is able to take him out. It was kind of the salt in the wound at this stage for what T1 had already achieved.
I feel like the only consolation prize for North Americans is that Captain Flowers got the train conductor skin and Kobe got to make a T1 train reference. That's like all North American fans got out of this game, but they need hope. I need to get to my 2-1 prediction. So what actually has to change here for FlyQuest coming into this next game? This was... Emily, I don't like that you prepped this time.
No, I don't think people like me very much right now. But even though, so the obviously opting for the Varus Renata, that theoretically can work. But I don't think you should be giving T1 Senna at all. It is, Guma is now going into the series. He had a 95% win rate on that. He was 20-1 career. T1 is one of the best teams in the entire world. They are the Senna, like they're so good at using Senna. I don't think you give that to them. And I think you pick a scaling carry and lane swap and try to make sure that your comp scales really well.
Yeah, because it kind of felt like this game, we got to see FlyQuest essentially shoot themselves in the foot for what is their strength. They didn't want to take something like a Renekton last pick for Whippo and say, like, we can dominate in the 1v1, because realistically we're scared of some sort of lane swap shenanigans coming through. So they end up going for the Zac, which doesn't really give you that strong R5 that FlyQuest in playoffs and in the LCS were using so well for Bwipo. So I think you kind of just got to bite the bullet here and say, look, if we are already scared and we can't really use that counter pick for Bwipo well, let's just guarantee that we're able to get to a late game team fight where we've already opted into lane swaps and just accept that that's going to be the way forward.
So it sounds like there is some room for adaptation. Hopefully FlyQuest can rally. Obviously a pretty crushing defeat. Hopefully you're not going to feel too bad about it as we shift ahead. Just a few seconds left. Any one thing that you want to see? Lane swaps you kind of called out already, Emily. Is there one champion you want them to pick up? Is it just lane swaps? Is it just the dark magic?
It's not so much the champion. It's actually like something you said off-cast, Dracos, which is we haven't really seen FlyQuest do a full lane swap. Like we got the 3 levels with the Lucian Nami, but I actually want to see if they're capable of doing a full lane swap, because if they're not, well then the cat's out of the bag and it kind of becomes the go-to strategy against them. So I think this is going to be a big test for them to see if they can do it. But with the blue slide picked for FlyQuest here, at least they have the option of the first pick, and they can guarantee themselves something strong if they want to go forward with the lane swaps.
Yeah, I think obviously you want pressure somewhere, so I don't mind saving like something, again, maybe spicy for Bwipo topside, but I do think, again, you probably want to swap, and then you just want to have scaling options to be able to keep yourself in it. Obviously, T1 are still a fantastic team fighting team as well, so that's very tough, but I do think that is FlyQuest's best bet if they are going to end up taking a game. I said T1 2-0, so...
Look, options might be limited, but hopefully the morale is high. Maybe FlyQuest can find a look, bring us to a game 3. Otherwise, it might just be that swift 2-0 for T1. Find out after the break when we return. Game 2 coming up.
The light is fading.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All the things that we wish they never came true. All the promises made were broken by you.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in very quick fashion. I'm Asterix. This is Kobe.
You did that was quick?
That was very...
What was quicker, us getting back or the game?
Actually, questionable.
I think the game.
Yeah?
I think the game.
It was rough. I mean, look, let's be fair. T1 silenced top, then they silenced bot, and then mid got silenced by part of bot. But the biggest problem was that FlyQuest started that game in such successful fashion. But, bro, T1 were just there. They just punished top immediately. Owners on it.
Yeah. I mean, they were punished pretty much everywhere on the entire map that time.
Yep.
Honestly, I want to see what the second game of the series is going to look like. That if
You'll
that
be
was
fine.
the first game, it can't get more brutal, can it?
No. Maybe not.
Let's get into game number 2. See about some adjustments in draft.
Yep.
See about some adjustments in gameplay here. The analyst test was suggesting to FlyQuest that they should try and lane swap.
Okay.
I concur. You know, just try and force the lane swap.
Yeah.
You already got denied a whole bunch of waves even in a regular setup. So at worst, it would be similar.
I mean, look, there's going to be change in draft regardless, though, whether it's going to be a lane swap in Fly's choosing or not. Renata's gone, Senna's gone, the Senna Tarm last game from T1. That 2v2 was brutal. Also notice the Zeus ban where he was just spamming TF in LCK playoffs. I mean, this is his pick. He's really gone to range top laners, so at least one taken away that could maybe dominate the laning phase of a Whippo. But let's answer Kobe's question. Lane swap or not? Lucian gone too. Powerful bottom lanes.
I think this is a better look, at least starting on blue side here for FlyQuest. I'm kind of worried. I hope that they don't first pick the Nautilus though. The Nautilus that was previously banned.
That's been the go-to.
Okay. You know what? I changed my mind. It's actually a good pick.
Why? Because you just have to be positive.
Because they did it. That's why.
I love it. I don't want Nautilus. First pick Nautilus. Actually, this kind of works in the draft here. Good one, Kobe. All right. What's next?
All right. Well, let's see if they have to play into another Guma Kalista. His first 2 games at MSI were quite impressive with it. The thing that's really scary too, you know, obviously Guma likes the lethality Kalista, but it just further enables Keria to pick all of his Keria style support champs. So I'm very worried. Usually they go with Kalista plus champion for Faker. Previously they were focusing Orianna, but obviously Orianna's banned this time around, so they go to Taliyah instead, because then if you go Azir into it, Taliyah is already kind of counter good matchup into it.
Yep.
And then T1 will usually grab Keria's champion after this to ensure that they get you know, his preference for that as far as answering what the bottom lane of FlyQuest will be. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any change there. No real big surprises. They go back to the Nautilus Varus here. They have, you know, had time to warm up with it.
Very true.
So see if they can change the stories. And there's that Azir.
As you said, Jensen had nowhere else to go. The Orianna ban away from T1. You know, again, pre-medicated. Pre-medicated? What's the word? Was it medicated?
Hey, you're pre-medicated coming to the show today.
Bro, been in China for 2 days.
Premeditated.
There we go, yeah.
I got you.
Thank you, you got to save me.
I will save you, but first I'll make fun of you.
That's okay, I'm fine with it. I'm used to that, there's no problem.
All right, the Sejuani hover here.
You reckon, yeah? Locked in.
Technically flexible?
It is actually. T1 they're such an annoying team to draft against because they have so many flexes for support or top. You never know where anything is going. As you said,
it's at like 80% to jungle, but yeah.
But they did it in playoffs. They did this in playoffs. That's what the most annoying thing is. Keria plays Sejuani support.
We'll see. We shall see. It's going to depend on the top lane pick as well. So let's see what FlyQuest want to try and ban away. Wow, T1 gives some respect here to Inspired's Viego, expecting him to go a damage route. I guess they're thinking that Whippo being on blue side is going to have to go a tank. I would say that's not necessarily true, but T1 will have guaranteed counter for Zeus regardless. So
can you blind Urgot into something like this? We know it's been a favorite of his, but I mean, range deals with him a lot, and Zeus plays range tops.
Yeah, I feel like you're asking for like a Vayne then.
But you are actually.
if you do that and don't want that heat. So Rumble banned off as well, expecting that, you know, they're like, yeah, you know, it could be a Keria support Sejuani, but we got to account for the other flexible possibilities there.
the Rumble taken out as well. All right, so Xin Zhao, the other one of the really strong duelist AD, sort of threatening AD jungles, because again, I think T1 are kind of expecting Bwipo to be blue side blinding a tank. And there we go. All right, it is going to be the jungle Sejuani, and it is going to be the extremely scary, very advisable to lane swap against Kalista Ashe, the double hill of blades. And this is not just any Kalista Ashe. Everybody around the world, plays this lane now, and it's impressive in everybody's hands. It's very, very brutal, especially level 1, but the most so in Gumayusi and Keриa's hands.
Keриa's Ashe is insane. Like, on the other side, Wukong, just a side note, inspired locks in jungle here. As you said, Bwipo is going blinding into top side.
I would say grab a tank and lane swap.
Ornn then. Zac is still up.
I mean, Zac and Sion are probably the two best for lane swapping. Basically, I feel like the tier list for lane swap top laners is whatever top laner has a super OP passive.
True, like Gragas.
Gragas is pretty good.
Sustained.
I would say the most OP is Sion's passive. Then Zax's is like second to that. And then you get down to like Udyr and Gragas and stuff. But this one could account for both situations, Gragas basically doesn't have a lot of like terrible, hard counter matchups. Always has options for playing safe regardless of what it's going to be.
But they pick K'Sante R5.
All right, yeah, Zeus is I mean, there's a lot of top laners.
I was going to say, he's not talking about K'Sante lover. It's like every top laner probably here at MSI.
But all right, let's get into it. T1, they'll be looking for some standard lanes, I assume, so that they can make full use of Kalista Ashe, double hail of blades, a brutality.
How scary is that comp at level 6? How much does it switch on? Weaver's Wall, Glacial Prison, Keриa's arrows flying across the map.
I mean, I'm kind of terrified already at level 1, but level 6 too. Yep.
I think you're coming through some trauma from game 1. 17.5 minutes if you missed out, by the way.
Well, the other thing too, why I think it would be good for FlyQuest like lane swap is like Wukong really wants to get level 6 for jungle, whereas Sejuani can be very active very early on. Level 3, you just need 3 camps. And so Owner definitely gonna have a lot of options available to him, and assuming they actually get their standard lanes, will have a very strong and pushing bottom lane to play off of.
Guma and Keria, Kalista and Ashe. The 2v2 from hell. It's like they're literally Gordon Ramsay and FlyQuest on the other side. They're the restaurant owners. The call room's not clean. There's cockroaches. They're going to be in trouble if they don't clean this act up fast, because in 17.5 minutes in game number 1, it was a massacre. It was over before Baron spawned. It was over before FlyQuest could blink an eye. And we knew coming into this T1 were favorites, but I feel for you, man, because you having to sit there and watch that after we set up that there could be some contest.
I think it's funny because I know I can just visualize chat. All chat is spamming is 1647 and 1731. It's like a war. Who's winning, the 1731s or the 1647s?
I don't know if it was Yank or someone on Twitter. They said, new Mad Game just dropped, Also, Raz was dead on the floor, so someone sent help. Game number 2. One step away from qualifying to the main stage for play-ins. I mean, a lot of people are like, man, having to verse T1 in play-ins, how hard is that? Right now, we're seeing exactly that. Jensen getting poked out at level 1 by Faker. Half a HP bar lead. He does have time to back, though, so it's not going to be the end of the world.
True. The world has not ended yet.
That's good.
Last game, the world ended at 1731. Top side, they did have a little bit of a fishing opportunity here. They did end up showing Busio is up here. Bwipo is also showing that he's here, though. I think T1 probably will be very well aware that FlyQuest are searching for the lane swap, so they should be able to react here. One of the biggest mistakes you can make if you're doing a lane swap from blue side here, like FlyQuest are doing, is if you don't go for the invade on enemy jungle.
True.
And so,
hang on,
because we actually saw it yesterday, if you force the lane swap and then you don't push enemy jungle,
he just missed a body slam on
He
Red.
needs to be wider.
He does. As Keria roams into Jensen, there's the flash gone. He just came back to lane. He just walked here. But now as he gets poked out again, I mean, Jensen might get forced back. Might have to TP early as we get in the jungle trade. And this is the best part about lane swaps. Level 2 hit by Inspired. Faker does the damage, but Zeus is left out. He takes him up against the wall. He ignites. He still dies. But they're at 3v3 with no health bars, and Keria is an Ash with Hail ablaze. He starts firing away. Inspired tries to tank it up, but Permafrost is so easy. Owner's going to get the kill. Busio's up next. He dredge lines out, but Keria gets the flash, has his own, matches him. And if you want to take T1 toe-to-toe on in this early game, they'll be happy to do the dance as Jensen just gets hit by the glide drive-by.
But
in the early game hurt.
But
of what?
CS. Jensen got 8 CS during that level 1 fight.
Copy that.
The Azir had some CS there off of it. Bwipo going to have to play into level 3 Guma with a stacking wave down here. Quite the level 1 there.
So let's realign a bit, because I feel like I sold FlyQuest a little bit short, and you can't let me do that when I'm on broadcast with you, Toby, because at least it was a trade. As you said, CS mid. Also, Bwipo getting the kill. Small gold lead for what it's worth in this lane spot.
Yeah. We'll see about the ramifications of this one.
You're smiling still, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's because, you know, watching that fight as it was happening, I was like, oh, they're making the call to keep the Azir mid. They feel like the Azir wouldn't have made the big difference in that little skirmish. So in the end, we'll have to evaluate afterwards. But they do send Busio down here with Bwipo to make sure that he can actually stay under the tower versus Guma and Keria. And so they will be able to at least stick around for that minion wave of experience. But bottom side is the one that does not have the extra 50% damage reduction to champions for the first 5 minutes. And so Guma already was able to knock off a turret plate for himself. And then you end up in a situation where you've got Masu as a top lane Varus, which is not bad. Top lane Varus was actually just meta in itself.
Mirwin did it over in the LEC.
Yeah, and was completely spammed in solo queue for quite a long time. So it's not like a bad thing, but it definitely is going to be painful for Bwipo and Busio down on the bottom side, because they're also probably going to get dove by Owner. Owner's heading over, so I want to look at bottom lane. Thank you.
Here we go. Permafrost, remember, is what you got to look for. Busio gets hit hard and doesn't even get a chance to react. Double turret shot for Owner, well juggled as Guma picks up the first kill. Now onto Bwipo, level 3, he body slams in. He attempts, but Keria kites it out. He parries, but doesn't survive. It's a small trade, but remember, Guma's got time with the wave. There's no TP, and he just picked up a double kill.
Yep. T1, successful dive, really smart from them. They already had chunked him pretty low under the tower. They built up the wave again. They call Owner over. They don't let FlyQuest have any sort of breathing room here. And then look at how they started. Owner got the knock-up onto Busio, and then they piled in damage really, really quickly there, forcing him down. They want to go with the second one. Bwipo knows that Keria's probably going to be the one to try and take it, and so he does a really, really heads-up move there.
Yeah.
Goes for the body slam, does get the chunk damage, so even with the barrier there for Keria, the extra turret shot does finish him off and at least get them the counter kill, but still massive, massive advantages here for T1 out of the attempted lane swap and their answer in fighting the jungle invade level 1.
You can see XP comes on the side of your screen there. Masu is level 6, so at least that ulti's online, but as you said, bottom side set up for success. Even Faker's here in a good position despite the CS advantage because he got the earlier kill. I think we also need to mention that the lane swap has been reversed again. It was bottom side of T1 that went top with Keria starting it off. But Masu looks like he wants to actually match it now here on the Varus with 6 himself.
And I like this from T1 because the power of the grubs is increased on this patch, substantially so.
Yep.
And with the speed that they've been ending out games, you can definitely tell that they want to make use of the Void Grub buff and pushing down all these turrets. Sure. They don't want to wait around for a long game stacking dragons. Like that's not really on the timeline.
They got dinner reservations,
Yeah,
Can't be here all night.
The timeline, we're on the grub timeline here, not the dragon stacking timeline. And so they go for the top side objective instead. And they will be able to pick that one, although at least a little bit of Ocean Dragon regeneration might help out FlyQuest. They're going to get 4-person dove here.
Uh-oh. I don't know how close to level 6. It looks like he's half the way there, so ignore it.
Inspired's walking.
Fake has the wall, but not needing it. Remember, Masu with the lockdown is what we're looking for, how they survive. The level 3 Nautilus going to try. Under turret, gets a little bit janky. His owner takes it up. Ends up being a trade here, but Guma picks up the kill. With the plate on top of it as well, Inspired hovers off to the side. But he can't get anything done. The damage is already done.
Jensen also pushed another wave from mid lane there to get up to tower. It looks like, and Masu, I thought, did a really good job there, saving his flash and then getting out to safety, so they got the 1-for-1 trade, and Masu got to stick around, and he's still up there, but Zeus is going for the one!
He is, though, level 6 of both of them, but still wants to take it. I mean, Zeus got solo killed a hell of a lot in playoffs and pro. He's getting on the edge again.
Yeah, if that had hit, because like you're saying, they were 1 minion each from level 6, they were about to get it, so he was thinking, I ghost at him, I hit my Q3, I kill a minion, I get him in the ultimate, but if you don't hit that Q3, you know, it's like step 1 of the plan.
Nice trade from Faker, actually. Gets the phase rush, chases after Jensen. Turret shot taken as well. Half HP if he gets forced out again. Remember that TP still has a quarter of the cooldown left.
Guma is going to be so insanely scary.
That was Sai at the start as well.
This game, Guma with 3 kills, his opportunities done already. Especially with the lethality build, you're going to see these, you know, these Qs from Kalista just like massive chunking people. Let's see what he can do with it, because he returns back top lane. I like this. Then they can keep pressure up here, continue to push down, because bottom side, even with Zeus kind of using everything there, he's got his teleport and assume it's just going to go right back.
And remember, part of that gold lead on Gumayushi as well comes from the double turret plate top, bot as well. They're looking to set up for more Kobe, even TP being burned. Where is that?
It's back bottom.
Back bot,
Just
okay.
back bottom.
Service, you're baiting me. Chains of Corruption comes through. Guma, meanwhile, doesn't need to cleanse because he doesn't have it. Doesn't care. The poke's in. Carrier tanks up turret again while T1 have to get out of dodge because Jensen with the ulti sends him back, but 1 minion maybe saved the day. Owner running for his life with Guma over the wall. The Weaver's Wall brings Faker back into melee range. Seismic jump flash away from it. Jensen is caught between a rock, and a rock. Faker on the back end still pokes him down. Just when you think Fly can get revenge, T1 still reigns supreme.
Another rock, and another rock, and another kill, and another kill, and another kill for T1. You can tell they really want to keep forcing around Guma. You know, this Fed Kalista that we keep talking about, this lethality build.
Good night. Carrier's timing was sick, man, and they are making fun of North America. T1 in play-ins, like, get them out of here, put them in this main stage.
Good night. Oh man, the timing on the arrival there. The teleport comes in. If you want to do that at home, it's actually not that hard to time these teleports. You know, you just aim your skill between the teleport location and your fountain. That's where the person will arrive, and then, never mind. There we go.
Is revenge coming?
This is real revenge. Here we go. Let's see. There's flashes on both Guma and Carrier, so I think at most you get a flash.
And there's a barrier. He walks back in front of Guma. He saves his life.
Not even going to get a flash.
But with the Fate sealed, well done from the 2v2. And you're right, no summoner for the trade, just the ulti.
Yep, Kalista ult, no problem. Massive revenge there. Okay, let's take another look. They started out, Masu hit the ultimate onto Gumi to delay the big damage, but it doesn't matter. They got the full combo on him, and this was a kind of a cool sweep. There was 1 more minion left, and so that extra range minion taking the first turret shot meant that Owner didn't die, because if Owner had to take that turret shot also, then maybe they would have been able to finish off that first kill there. Then they get the return, and the super fed Kalista comes through. Faker did such a good job coming in to you know, cover for Owner there so that Sejuani could get out alive. They pop the heal. They are just brutal with it, man.
I feel like every international, like Guma kind of keeps his team together. But you get to an international and Guma gets even better. The duo gets even better, whether they adapt to the meta or just have insane laning phases like we've had. Whether it's a laning phase traditionally or not, I mean, we've only got positives to talk about here for T1 with a 4K gold lead in the early game. Now with 6 scrubs yet again here, like, it doesn't matter, 6-0 Kalista, you got to take her down. You got to find something to slow this game down, I feel, because FlyQuest again are getting run over.
You know what this game is? This game is double or nothing. Can you beat 1647?
Oh, again? Wow. T1 set
like, all right, fine. You were able to barely squeeze by game number 1. How about second chance here?
Okay.
As they're going to be calm for 1 second. Faker, though. Okay. Is going to get a tiny sliver of chunk damage while the rest of the squad just takes care of mid lane prio into dragon pickup for themselves. But I would say, yeah, biggest thing, T1 are able to keep forcing around Guma. Like, FlyQuest need to make sure that the fight is not around this Kalista, because you're just not going to win it around him. He's way too far ahead. There's too much power. And because of the popular lethality Qmax build, it's a burst damage build that is so good so early on, plus you have the most gold in the game, so either you have to get people alone.
Like Faker maybe. Go in as it's Keria ulti that swings and misses, but Faker still pushes them off of the turret. Inspired flushes under and finds it. Everyone survives. Okay. FlyQuest got a shutdown. That's something, but Busio went to an adventure. He decided to go through the wardrobe.
How did he get in there?
And he meets with the White Witch. I mean, Guma just picks up another kill because of it.
I want to take a look at how he got in there. We were all looking at topside though, where FlyQuest did make a move away from Guma, away from the Fed Kalista, and they took down.
Ulti. Masu just gonna heal away. But just like that is, remember plating still, I can't believe plating's still up. That's crazy. Look at Keria's poke damage. This is just unfair.
All right, 4 minutes to go.
All right, shrug it up.
Let's see here. Pings, they're spamming pings onto Keria. I think it's pretty hard to go for, or onto Guma. It's pretty hard right now. He's got double summoner spells up.
Yep.
But you know, first step is it going to be blowing those summoner spells, and then maybe with a Nautilus, with a full combo here, if you Nautilus hold them in place and you have multiple members from FlyQuest come expend flashes, it is a giant shutdown.
Hit Faker again, inspired with the ulti up and available. No, not soon actually. Seismic Shove comes back and there's good damage on Faker, but he survives again and makes it troublesome for FlyQuest to continue any further.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest just keep on trying to pressure that side lane there.
Yep.
It's kind of your only opening, because Guma now also has gotten a spell shield with his Edge of Night. So not only does he have double summoner spells, but he also has the shield to rely on. Bubo trying to keep the minions away from the tower.
Just ignored. Good buffer from Zayas. Turret's going to drop down here thanks to Grubs. And a buff foot auto gets him that turret as well. 2-0 in turrets, by the way. Squidpo can't chase with the body slam, hits minions instead.
Yeah. And nobody else is coming either, so no extra damage, so nobody's going to go down there. Guma Yushi gold board.
2,000 kills. Wow. Of course, gold, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be like me. We're both looking at the chase. Inspired's coming in. Zayas trying to buy some time here, but it might be buying time to bring the whole members down. He's still tanking up. Cyclone as well. He runs for his life, goes in the all-out, survives for now, leading him on a goose chase.
Big Boosie.
Busio with the ulti available, but he's already out of range, and people move down for that. The map given over once again for a free Herald.
He's got Ignite and he has ultimate, so he's thinking about some burst damage. But Zayas is able to escape there. Nicely done from him. Cassante work. Okay. But that's kind of the only real strategy they have left open for them, FlyQuest here. They're trying to make picks on both side laners at different times with extra members. You just try and overflow one side of the map. They're going to take a look here, but Faker's got friends on the way this time.
He does, and the arrow flashed away from, but again, Keria just sending him out. A reason why we respect this Ashe pick for him. Jensen can't do anything. He just stands there, tries to outrange, but Inner turret's about to go down thanks to Grubs yet again as T1 stack as a 4-man in topside, making it unapproachable from Fly to get anywhere near.
All right, another tower down. 15 minutes on the clock. We'll keep having our speed run check-ins.
You're like someone who's in Woolworths as the Mastercard Lane Economy snapshot pops in our face. You're like someone who's at Woolworths, or let's be more relevant. What's shopping center? Trader Joe's. How's that? Right? And you just want to get through it as quickly as possible. So you're sitting there as Masu gets ulted and you're like, get me out, Mum. I don't want to be here. Busio flashes away as well, trying to get out. And meanwhile, T1 are just looking through all the poultry. What do we buy today? Who cares? Get everything. You got a credit card with about $20,000 on it right now. FlyQuest can't manage that. They're stuck with you.
Okay, well, they avoid death, though. And Masu here, flash blown now, definitely going to have to play a lot safer, but given the circumstances, you know, and the difficult job that was kind of handed to Masu and holding that mid lane here for a while, I think he's played pretty reasonably. Faker teleporting on down to the bottom side. This is one of the things, too, when you examine T1 and a lot of their stomps, that they do so well, is consistently keep up full pressure on side lanes. You saw it in the first day of MSI, where they had giant CS leads, even when kill score was pretty close to the top, and objectives and everything, that was swing and a miss there. But they're constantly pushing out side lanes first, then going to either pick up their kills or their objectives here. And so they ensure that they not only keep this lead, but increase it.
So hard to see again how FlyQuest can stop that side lane down. I mean, extended throughout. Inner's gone top side. Inner's next up on the menu bot. Means that with this push as well, Dragon goes down. T1 had that stacking element this game as well. They've also still got the Herald. We're 17 minutes in, which is an improvement, but the game is not at the inhibitor. But still, the Herald to push in as Dragon goes down regardless.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if you have the choice between mid-secondary turret and an outer secondary turret, you definitely want the outer secondary turret.
Oh, yeah.
As it is worth substantially more gold. Total gold for the inner secondary, 550, I believe, and 800 for the side lane one. So, but they don't necessarily need to use the Herald to actually get that one. Owner's actually going to charge right in, and you can see on the minimap when Keria and Gumayusi are invading the jungle, you have to respect it as FlyQuest.
Really do. That Herald comes through, and part of the invade means that now T1 pushing up with the Herald alongside it.
There you go.
Tries to use that vision advantage, but
no driver means no extra void mites.
True. Inspired coming in for a flank though. Here's the arrow. Not going to catch him. He goes into the clone. The real ulti though hits the prison down, and Guma just bursts.
Wow.
If you have children, don't let them watch.
Yeah, that was brutal because they had Keria Ash Arrow. It got the clone, but because of that, you know, Owner is able to hit the Sejuani ult on the fresh W usage from Inspired, and he got comboed.
Weaver's Wall comes through as well. Bwipo trying to delay, but he flashes out. No response, no chance. Inner turret down. FlyQuest are burning summoners like flies here. They just keep falling and falling and falling.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's exactly what Faker said in the intro, right? Jensen was like, Chengdu's our chance. And Faker said, no.
Chance.
You're going to fall now.
As you said, this is really nice.
Yeah, so that's the W I was talking about, but Owner is waiting for the W. It's like, it's kind of insane. Keria's Ash Arrow forces it, and then Owner just nails him in the face right into the perfectly timed seismic shove from Faker out of the stun. And completely 100% 2-0. Wukong down, plus secondary outer turret down.
That's a big...
Yeah, but look at that little blip on the left. You see that one?
There is a blip.
You see that little blue dot?
I like that blip.
What happened there?
What did happen
What
there?
was that? I'm trying to remember.
Was that the invade? Maybe the CS lead on Jensen.
Oh, the CS! You're right! That was 8 CS right there!
Yeah, hell yeah.
But then all the kill, whatever.
And then we went other way, but that's what we remember.
That's what Analyst Test is going to go over.
Let's talk about the 10 seconds. Okay. I mean, again, no discredit to FlyQuest. I think there's been some good moments in the series. Game 1, the game top. Game 2, at least matching pound for pound. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm just trying to say that, I mean, they've tried, but man, T1 are a different beast, and this is what we know. They get to internationals. It's not just the bot lane that levels up.
It's literal world champions right now.
Yeah.
Literal world champions closing in.
Arrow. Faker.
Oh, did they not have a shove?
Maybe not. Faker does take it a little bit. Depth charge is there. This is the play. Flash away. Inspired matches. Sends Faker on a bounce house, and he does have enough damage. He takes away the mid lane god. Now, what else can you get? Inspired with another Cyclone to get movement speed. Guma zones him away. Running forward is Zayas to separate Bwipo. T1 with numbers disadvantage, but they're still playing the fight. Zayas gets slowed down. Is it a whoopsie or not? An explosive cast used. Zayas surviving for so long, and he's out! Jensen's ulti doesn't connect, and Guma's just over the wall, ready and willing. Bwipo with a body slam. It doesn't hit, no. Zayas jumps back in. He all outs, and Bwipo's isolated this time from FlyQuest. T1 are making fun of them. They are squashing them beneath their boots with the TP out. Zayas is just having the shy arc, isn't he? He goes in, he trades off, but it's all for a good cause when you know the rest of T1 are going to style on them.
Let's keep those combined kills per minute up, okay? Yeah. I like it. Keep that action up. They're going for it. They're sending it. Masu.
Arrow's going to be absorbed at least. At least there's something there with the Edge of Night, but T1 still have to push in, and they've got the damage for this inner turret to make yet another gold acclamation.
There's a lot of pings on this ward. Well, and they kill the ward. Okay.
Never mind.
There was a teleport from Jensen and Bwipo as well. Maybe like a double teleport play when Bwipo got back up is probably what the pings and comms might have been about.
We got to Baron, by the way.
Okay.
We got to Baron.
So that means FlyQuest could steal a Baron.
That's right. And then what?
Then you wait inside your base for a while until another thing happens, and then you steal another.
Okay.
Another one.
And then maybe if it gets to Elder, then Elder flip the game.
Yeah, I like what you're cooking up here, buddy.
Hell yeah.
They do still have the double teleport Whippo, Jensen, play that we're kind of going over right now. They do need to get more deep wards out on the map to actually be able to use that play. Ideally, you want to get vision on T1 players first so that you know you are teleporting into a numbers advantage. You can actually kill the person you're going for. And then you need to have a ward around to be able to pull the play off. Keria is making that very difficult for them, going through and clearing out most of them.
Umbral, an absolute nuisance as you pointed towards. Only one ward left in the Pixel Brush, I think. The Faker's going to walk over now, so at least not all vision's cleared away. But T1, the rest of the river, as the arrow flies through. Inspired, not going to get hit. Clones just in case. He's had good reaction time at the very least this game. But Dragon has spawned. This is going to lead to Soul Point. And T1 going to take this easy-handed. As pings are going up towards the Baron, it's like Fly, like, well, we've got to make the miracle play on this top side in the meanwhile. Onto Faker, maybe?
Yeah, if they had actually got it knocked back towards the ward, maybe then Jensen teleports in, because Faker doesn't have Flash, so that was probably the call for that play there, is if he actually got the knockback direction, then they would go for the teleport, but doesn't quite get it there. Faker just pushed out, slides away to safety, surfs away to safety.
Been surfing all game. He's been the target approach from FlyQuest, but even with the kills coming through, we've got to remember what T1 are trading on the other side of the map. As I said, Soul Point, so 4 minutes 30 till an Infernal Soul on Talia and Lethality.
Yeah, don't look at Guma's inventory. It's...
Oh, I looked. I should have looked. Man, that's 3 and a bit items. Versus Lethality Varus, who is not at 3 himself. The fact that Masu's even semi-close, I think is nice. But 4.5k gold lead, as you can see. Now onto Busio. Putting more style in. Zayas comes in for the roam. Busio gets ranged up. Takes a blast cone to survive with the flash away. But
probably forced now for sure. They've got really, really good turn. Even with the Ash Arrow being used there, Sejuani ultimate is ready. All right, here's where miracles can happen.
It has to.
Do you believe in magic?
Well, you need to. North America need to. Inspired goes in at 8k early. It's a good setup on the carry, but a Fate's Call gets him out of dodge. The seismic shove, though, takes away the jungler. And in the blink of an eye, the miracle is done. And FlyQuest now coming in a little bit late. Flippo with the explosive cast is nice, but it's not enough. And it's
Faker's teleporting.
Whippo, sorry, Busio. You're next up, hey, Faker.
Get him!
Wait, he's running into it. Maybe Faker doing a little bit of running, but the Zhonya's says otherwise. They run back in. He flashes back to the safety of Gumayusi. Ona just taking no damage as Guma's just running front line. Keria ran in for a bit of burst himself and almost dies. But
yeah, Keria had that calculated.
So calculated.
He's like, it's fine. Whoa, Jensen.
Trying onto Guma, flash away, arrow doesn't connect. Keria with his last whim doesn't find it, but at least some kind of response play. Flippo's not done.
Oh, he wants to dance with death.
Meanwhile.
Not quite. Yeah, Zayas here just knocking on the door.
DP just in front of his face. Wait, he doesn't have Cyclone. They know the timers of jungle ult. As Zayas just protects bot lane turret from getting pushed by Jensen.
Yeah. Yeah, Inspired to try to use it in the Baron pit, trying to get their miracle going and tower down on the top side. So the inhibitor is fully exposed for next time around.
Did you think it'd be this one-sided? Like,
I did think it was going to be one-sided, but I mean, game number one, even if you thought it was going to be a 2, I think game number one was surprisingly quick.
Oh, yeah. I think even this one, like leisurely T1 have been getting off picks. They're still 13k gold ahead. Like, this is a statement you expect from LCK, from world champions, when they're running in a play-in stage versus second seed of the LCS.
Yeah, when are those world champ skins coming out?
Well,
pretty soon, right? Maybe?
Maybe during the tournament. As T1 make it through, because remember, with this win that is slowly encroaching FlyQuest base, they qualify for the main stage. They're done. They don't have to go through play-ins anymore. FlyQuest will get another chance against the winner of Estral and PSG. Maybe a rematch in the cards for FlyQuest as well. As T1 look to approach and send us to that absolute monster of a finisher here in less than 50 minutes so far in this series. Bot lane turret now gone.
Inspired here up on the...
Faker again. Cyclone comes through. It's the last chance. Jensen gets a shove back on the Nemesis here in the mid lane. Faker's still going to die, but Guma cleans it up for a trade. Inspires to get on out of there as well. I'm talking like this is close. Even as Ona whiffs the ulti, it doesn't matter. Watch Guma's damage. as he cleaves through the guy from Bioshock. Big Daddy down. FlyQuest left the 3. A body slam flash. An attempt here from Quimpo, but even that will do nothing. Under the turret, Carrier sits freely. Owners playing with food. I mean, they're styling on them yet again. And T1 with Baron Kobe, I think they're just going to do it.
I agree. T1, what a stomp here at MSI. Zayus goes for another one here on Inspired. Inspired bonks him on the head, though.
Maybe it's not over. Kerry has demolished. Wait, Guma just silences him. Dredge line avoided. Busio, you're up next. No turret to speak of. That is disgusting. Carrier arrows down onto Jensen. Guma sits at 1 HP. Carrier flashes. They are making fun of North America. Faker runs in, goes gold. The minions are helping out as well. Next is exposed while Guma hits it. Faker wins out. These guys go to the main stage, and this series is a domination of what T1, and a demonstration, I should say, what this team's capable of.
Yeah, I for sure, for one, am for sure shocked that T1 are going to the main stage. Aren't you? Really well done by them, obviously. T1 here coming out, not messing around, absolute stomp by them. And they have not given away anything in the play-in stage either, so they will be heading to the main stage very hot.
In world record fashion, that was the fastest international BO3 timer ever.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of international BO3s.
That is also
but that one was really fast. That was really fast.
I mean, this team is so good. Like, some people had doubts after the Astral series, but I think a lot of people also saw that T1 had a bit of fun with it too. Like this second game.
How can you not love this team? So fun. The way that they play, the style that they play with. Even FlyQuest members during that game, you could tell.
I mean, it's a rough one. FlyQuest still have another chance. Remember, they are waiting for the winner of Astral and PSG in the lower bracket, but that is also a qualification match. So another BO3 to try and get themselves in the main stage. And we've seen good things out of FlyQuest so far. That was just like macro diff, micro diff. What's the middle between them?
World champ diff.
World champ diff. Top lane diff. I mean, Zayas had more of a field day in game 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be headed for a quick break, but you can stick around for the Verizon post-game interview with Masu. And remember, Top Esports and Fnatic, this banger is coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
back to MSI 2024 after an incredibly dominant series from T1. Bit of a slaughter, I feel like.
Yeah, there's not really much else to say. I mean, they kind of just manhandled them, especially in the lane swap. It kind of only got worse, which we were kind of saying, look, can we see this work out? Can this happen for FlyQuest? But it was an absolute mess. The second we started to see the dives coming through, T1 just looked better on the map as a whole.
Yeah, and I think as we think about this T1 team going further in the tournament, right, we haven't like really delved into expectations for this team yet, but they are one of the tournament favorites. I think they've been able to get through this initial play-in stage with obviously not showing a lot to their opponents, I would say. I liked the way that they drafted in a lot of these series was very good for them specifically. And I think this team, they are defending world champions. They ended up sticking with this roster after a lot of rumors that they might not. The expectations for this team are very high. I've always really loved this T1 team specifically because of the way that they play. And as you see, like when they win, a lot of their wins are just so incredibly dominant because of the way they play the early game, right? Like we brought up how they'd want to swap, FlyQuest that is, would want to swap away from Guma Keria just because they are such a strong 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is that when you're going up against a team like T1, if you're not able to just match into a lot of the individual performers, you're already going to be pushed out the door. So I think coming into, well, what's going to be our stage 2, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that. But I think from the get-go, T1, you expect them to come in as dominant as they were, the 4-0. But if they weren't looking as strong as they did across these 4 games, I think that's when you'd actually start to look nervous. But even from the get-go, they had a great response here to FlyQuest trying to invade onto this top side, where they end up pulling multiple members across. And because Kerry had already got the level 1 play onto Jensen in the mid lane, they just had the numbers advantage here. So a lot of even the adaptation that we see midway through a lot of these plays is great from T1. So you can already see they're just miles ahead of where FlyQuest are.
Yeah, I mean, anything FlyQuest really tried to do in these games, T1 were more than ready and more than willing and able to respond to it. They're such a dangerous team, and I think the big thing, even with lane swaps coming through, right, and I know there was a little bit of worry around whether they'd make it here because of their, they had to come up through the lower bracket because of the loss, unexpected loss in LCK playoffs. I think this team right now, they're looking very good in this meta. They are incredibly flexible, and even with lane swaps, they should be able to do very, very well.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on if we start to see the lane swaps continue, but it really just does feel like the start of the success here for T1 at this tournament.
Well, I think the story for both of our second seed representatives for the LPL and the LCK is just kind of reminding people how strong they are, that they are contenders for the top of the table, that it is not just Gen G and BLG, that the second seeds are still going to be that force to be reckoned with. FlyQuest learned that firsthand, and I think the other team that might have to learn that firsthand is Fnatic. Nervous about the series overall, but we weren't sure that the 3 of us had the historical cachet needed to cover this series, so we called in a little bit of expert help, someone who has a little bit of history with this matchup. Let's take a look.
Yo guys, I'm literally about to head out to the airport, heading to Chengdu to join you all, but thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this pregame, because obviously I have so much historical connection to this matchup, and I'm so excited. I prepared a whole thing for you to make sure that we get into the matchup on the right foot. So here we go. Okay, let me just catch my breath. Okay, here we go. It starts with success.
Don't play that.
That's fine. We can forget about that.
That was a joke. That never happened. You're all hallucinating together. Isn't that crazy?
That's scary. It's fine.
Success?
No, Emily!
Don't use that.
Why would you bring that on us? We gave FlyQuest hope.
Did you?
I dressed up like a pastor for them, and you're going to cut Fnatic down like that?
FlyQuest hope.
Well, yeah, that's fair
I actually
enough.
think Fnatic have a really good chance in this series.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I think it is important to remember one of the historic moments in that series was a monologue. But it was close. You know, for a while there, Fnatic were feeling really confident.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we look back at some of the history of that particular matchup.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about this analytically as we look at a few of the things. The big thing in this series to me was actually in that third game, Karsa is just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to play Lee Sin. And the two champions he plays are then Lee Sin, Nidalee, and Lee Sin. And so I think he went against kind of what the jungle meta had evolved into and was just like, you know what? I'm going to play around my lanes. I'm going to play in the style that kind of got us here. And I thought that was a really smart adaptation despite not necessarily being what other teams were doing at the time. And ultimately, I think that is actually what ended up winning them the series. And I think that could be a way in for Fnatic now going up against TES in 2024 with Razork.
Yeah, because especially for Tien, it feels like this is a guy who can either have incredibly high highs or very low lows, and he has been the inconsistent point for top esports across a lot of the regular split and then coming into this. I think some people are riding high on him, but even when we saw it yesterday, there was that inconsistency leading in with the Viego and that. So I think especially when Razork has been such a standout performance for Fnatic, and we're starting to see that only the trio grow with the addition of Jun and Humanoid being able to work with him, I think having Razork onto these strong picks that Emily already highlighted, a lot of the ones that can get in your face, get it and push back Tien and control the early stages is going to set up wonderfully for Fnatic, and then you can have Humanoid go toe-to-toe against Cream. Try and have Jun access the map so he can work with Razork to take it to top esports, because if you just let top esports play their game 1v1 in these lanes, that's where they're going to shine.
Yeah, and I think, again, like I would stress that I think TES are really good at finding certain openings in terms of off of resets, when to go for objectives. Their lane assignments can be very, very smart. I do think it is mid-jungle, right? So it is Razork and Humanoid together, mainly because I actually think as well as Cream played yesterday, obviously Tien, first of all, just didn't have the greatest series, but then second of all, their mid-jungle synergy, while it has improved, is definitely not as strong as Humanoid and Razork's is as a two-man unit, right? So I do think when you're looking in terms of Fnatic going into TES, that is their biggest window into trying to take the series.
And this is why I'd like to see them try and get rid of something like the Arya away from Cream, even though we traditionally see the Arya as like this 2v2 with, you know, Lee Sin or Viego to pair with it. I actually really like the way top esports use it in a side lane so they can set up for a very strong mid game, especially if they have something like Varus pushing in the mid lane for JackeyLove. If you can remove that and actually take it away, I think you can play through a strong mid jungle yourself with the Ahri, go for something like a Lee Sin or Viego for Razork and try and take that fight to Cream. Because if you get rid of Azir, some of these, the Taliyah, I think Cream's champion pool can be challenged. Yeah. We saw it from BLG in playoffs. I think this is a great moment for Razork to try and target that again.
So based on the discussion I'm hearing, which I'm liking what I'm hearing, folks, because it sounds like there's a lot more optimism on this desk for Fnatic than we had in FlyQuest for the first series. How close is this really? Is it a bit of an underdog story for Fnatic? Could it go either way? You
can have a chance. It's how big is that chance, right?
But that's my question.
That's
How big is the chance, Rob?
I'm not fully sold. I think there is a chance, but the problem is you've also going up against one of the strongest 2v2 lanes in JackeyLove and Mako, and Noah and Jun have not been an incredibly dominant 2v2. And as well, when you look at top side, 369's a pretty good top player.
Yeah.
And Oscarinin likes Cassante.
Might have been a bit of a struggle. Emily, before you chime in here, I just want to take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions and then get your take as well, just so we can see what the fans are feeling, how they think about this matchup. I hope so.
It's going to be Fnatic.
No.
Oh wow! I'm actually surprised, just because usually we have so many like Western fans voting in on
the
this,
platform.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I was
we normally get a
just
little bit at least from the MasterCard fan predictions. I don't think we're not even getting that.
You know, TES are pretty popular. Obviously, JackeyLove and Mako both popular, like specifically JackeyLove in the West, right? So, but I do think obviously, yeah, top side 369 into Oscar, and then bot side are going to be potential pain points for Fnatic in the series. And then overall, I do think TES again they can be a very smart team, even with the very visible mistakes that they made.
But that leaves us with one thing left. We know what the fans think. I generally know what you both think, but I need a number. I need a commitment.
I don't like commitment.
Blood in this game. What are you putting down? What are you wagering?
I think there's going to be a lot of blood in the game.
I agree with that. I like that too.
I want to preemptively apologize to Europe with this
one.
Oh
yeah, you're EU now.
Rob, you have to pick a side. You can't waffle every international event.
kind of picking it.
All right, Emily, surely you're the voice of no.
I waffled on my prediction a lot, but I said TES 2-1. So I do think, because again, like when we're talking about these two teams, BLG is the type of team that wins
Don't.
in a more dominating fashion, right? TES can be a little, okay, there we go.
You can call it baseless. You can call
I don't
it
think it is
foolish,
baseless.
but you cannot say that I lack faith. Fnatic might
You
be
are a
able to
preacher
pull it
today.
through. I am. We're going to keep coming back to that. I will eventually get a new shirt. I'm going to be haunted for this wardrobe choice for my rest of my life. Hopefully,
Not if they win.
Fnatic.
Not if they win.
Not if they win. That is very true. I think the odds might be stacked against them, but let's see what the casters have to say as we get into our second series of the day, Fnatic versus Top Esports.
Thank you very much, Preacher Eminem. It's great to be here. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Kobe. Love the haircut.
You were holding on to that one. You were ready to let that one
And I was on the fence. I'm like, man, should I throw it at him on day one of being here?
Oh,
see
man.
if I come back.
Not if they win, though. You're right.
I'm okay if they win.
If they win.
Bro, it's weird for me because, you know, if Fnatic win, I'm like, yay, LEC caster. If Top Esports win, I'm like, yay, old LPL caster, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just excited for this because as it was talked about for the past couple of days, both Fnatic and Top Esports, these are bloody teams.
Yeah.
And when they get going, when they snowball a game, they can really run it out of control.
They certainly can. And I'm especially excited for the bottom lanes. We were kind of talking about it, but these bottom lanes going against each other is going to be extremely bloody.
Yeah.
And Mako yesterday in his interview was talking about, you know, we have met both of them in Korean solo queue. We're very well acquainted with them.
Yep.
So excited to see them actually meet up on this big international stage here now. I think, and I'm really glad the Analyst S was highlighting the jungle matchup.
Yep.
Because one of my favorite plays from the Fnatic series was when Razork, when his top laner is playing melee into the Twisted Fate matchup,
Yep.
and Kiaya is pushing up on Twisted Fate. You always want to like slow push, and so you can crash the wave and get tower plates and then harass enemy melee champion under tower. When Kiaya is pushing up on his first built-up wave coming into the river, Razork waits for like 10 seconds on the brush, doesn't go for the Scuttle Crab.
Yep.
The jungle restraint doesn't go for the Scuttle Crab. He waits for it, and when Kiaya comes down and deep places his ward, goes behind and ganks him. And it's plays like that that are so smart that the jungle can use to completely change how a matchup is supposed to go, and completely, you know, flip it for Oscar up
and
there.
it's because of plays like that and intelligence from Razork that, you know, Fnatic can take over an early game further to that point. It's the same with Tien. Tien can make or break the game for Top Esports, and this is what hurts a lot. If anyone saw the Grand Finals, Tien was non-existent. He had some really bad games, and you can see how Top Esports not only lose control, but lose direction when this jungler can't actually play the game. And, like, that's the thing about Tien. That's what we've known for the years. He can be as good as a world champion in 2019 for FPX, like insane Lee Sin mechanics, or you can get someone on a Viego that doesn't actually play proactively and sits back, and you're like, well, this is just what we're going to deal for a game. And that's what's hard about watching Tien.
I'd say for Tien's sake, the vast majority of the numbers are on the positive side.
Yes.
So most of the time, you get some good Tien. There is the small chances that you are going to get the.
I like the positivity.
The run it, yeah. They're there. They're definitely, those games are definitely there for him, and those are the ones that you want to look for. Like you want to pick out one underperforming part and try and punish that. You know, try and create your upset. Because Top definitely are the favorites here, but Fnatic, very possible to win, as Dracos has voted for.
I mean, he voted for Fnatic, and I think a lot of the audience might be able to side with it because even though we saw the fan votes were quite close, even though we saw it in Top Esports' favor, I think you take a step back and go, how was their game yesterday? How was their series yesterday against Loud? You take a step back and you go, it was very messy. That's what Top Esports are. They slam face against the wall and just hope it kind of sticks. Doesn't make sense, but bear with me. It's just aggressive. How hard can you punch? Top Esports always answer yes. And that's the craziest thing. When you have such good skirmishes, such good team fighters as well, like 369, back alongside JackeyLove, which is the duo that was there last time here, as we move into our Champions Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. We have to see how much aggression is going to come through. As double JackeyLove ban, I like the starting adaptation from Fnatic.
Yeah, and I feel like Vi
Vi should just be permabanned for most of the games at MSI. Vi, even though the melee like AD junglers are running rampant, you have a lot of options for them. Vi is like the queen of all of them. So it's just too good when you're looking at locking down a single target, or you're looking at trying to punish someone like JackeyLove or Cream, which Cream, by the way, in the Azir was amazing. So the fact that they're the ones banning the Azir away from Humanoid is definitely going to be impactful here. And they just slam the Jackie Lucian. Let's get it started. Bloody, bloody, bloody. Oh, and we finally get a Aphelios answer here. Noah goes for the Aphelios. Instant lock-ins, actually so quick. They were immediately expecting it. They slam the Xin Zhao as well after Vi is banned. He is the most popular, most prominent of the duelists.
And we talked about this yesterday. The desk was just mentioning, I mean, on the Xin Zhao, very good proactive play. You talked about the intelligence there before, Kobe, on this pick. Now, for top esports, let's roll through because solidifying that bottom lane makes a lot of sense here. LPLs love Lucian Nami. Lucian Milio seldom seen when such a strong 2v2 is up. They want to explode through bot, but let's see if we get a TN early rotation here now that he knows what he's going to do.
I mean, what I was immediately thinking when I saw the Lucian slam and then I saw the Aphelios slam, I was like, oh, you definitely have options for lane swap here.
Yep.
Especially like if they don't ban a Lulu or something, and that would totally give it away if you give, there it is. So I would say this is lane swap from Fnatic showing already, and it's just going to be on top to scout it out and deny it. Or honestly, if they want to play into it, just keep and then try and accept the extra little bit of turret plate gold instead of trying to force it. But anytime you see the Lulu lock there, that's what I am looking at. Top obviously already have the K'Sante too, which is fine either way. Very flexible champion, so it's kind of like they got that 4-3-6-9 before the top laners start getting banned away here with Jax as well. Interesting. Jungle Jax ban because Xin Zhao auto-attacked base. It's like the one kind of counter for Xin Zhao. I guess also the Kazakhs, but Jax is way more prominent unless you're like Canyon playing
Very true.
Whipping out the Kazakhs into it.
TN Lee Sin, another one as well to talk about. As it's taken away, just a side note, Taliyah, the best map movers at the moment in this lane swap meta as well. Think about Humanoid. This guy, great Azir, great Taliyah. Pairing up with Xin Zhao taken away. Let's see what else follows through. As for TES, they're going to think about what's coming up. Zach has been the supreme top laner at MSI so far for dealing with lane swaps, but you said it before in the last series.
Okay.
Sion is just so much better, I feel.
When you saw the Aphelios Lulu, we were already like, all right, there's a giant blinking sign that's like, we are lane swapping. And now it's just an air horn siren just went off as well. Let's see about, this is going to be fun then. We haven't seen any teams thus far do a very good job of doing the level 1 invade to get the deep wards down and actually track it and try and put a stop to it. I wonder if we actually will have one of those games.
And it is the first Sion as well, by the way. Coming through, I'm just looking to double check. I was like, surely not. We've had K'Sante, we've had the Zac, we've had the Ornn in lane swaps, even the TF. It starts with Oscar Rinnan.
And for the international league viewers that haven't, been keeping up with all the lane swap stuff, the reason why Sion is always at the top of our list for a lot of these lane swap situations is, of course, the passive, where you get to get back up in zombie form. And so oftentimes top laners will try and sneak into the tower to get the experience off the wave. Then you die, your death timer starts while your zombie's clearing out minion waves, getting you extra gold and picking it up, and then you head on back. So we might get a lot of deaths on them, but that will be the point.
R5 LeBlanc.
Hey, the LeBlanc buffs. The LeBlanc buffs here coming in at MSI finally into the Ahri. I love it. Mid lane, one of the fun parts as well. There aren't a lot of fun parts in lane swaps, but one of the fun parts is when the top laners and supports are running around ganking mid early on, and pre-6 LeBlanc into Ahri is pretty scary for the Ahri. Maybe they can get some pre-6 ganks towards mid lane, set up Humanoid LeBlanc. Humanoid was massive, by the way, on his Hwei roaming. If you're good on Hwei roaming around, control mage roaming around from mid lane, killing top and killing bottom, then a LeBlanc, if the LeBlanc gets an early lead and starts roaming around.
I can see a world.
Honestly, my Draco's percentage was pretty low before, but starting to go a little
He's getting stonks, man. It's not just the haircut that builds him up, it's also the faith of Fnatic when you have a strong mid-jungle duo, because For international fans, remember historically, Razork and Humanoid have been deal breakers to win or lose the game for Fnatic. We've also talked about the new integrations in with Jun Noah, the Korean bottom lane that is styling. Jun especially was my support of the split for LEC this spring.
Oh, yeah.
And then I look on the other side and I'm like, hang on a minute. Going into JackeyLove Mako in such a pivotal 2v2 lane, JackeyLove is playing one of his best splits again after years of waiting.
All right, let's
Mako is back as well after such a long time. And you're right, Kobe, we will see as we go into game one to find out who else is qualifying today.
So far, we're just standard fan opening, fanning out.
Listen to those gyos, bro.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, no surprise here in Chengdu. Fan favorite hometown. Let's see. TES. Are they going to go for any sort of deep information gathering? So far, it's pretty shallow. And Fnatic, I think they can just move their bottom lane up. There's nothing they really have to get around right now. They're going to go for a delayed invade. They've got Sweeper ready on Jun. So Lulu can lead.
That ward spot them out. That's the biggest question.
Sion.
Now, Will, as you said, San, the powerhouse of the 5v5. Getting a bit of gold here early is Mako and JackeyLove as Poke comes through, but the Orbital Deception does nothing. Tien is deep in his red buff. Just waiting to see if Fnatic continue to pull the trigger here. 369 has moved out as well. You gotta love it. Ebb and flow from Mako, and again, another bit of light follows through. Decimating smash, 369 runs into it, charges in. Humanoid jumps over the wall, but Oscarinen takes the damage. 369 at half HP. Okay, it's an even trade between top laners so far as Ignite goes down. Audacious charge from Razork though as JackeyLove jumps back in, and they've gone too deep. That's a flash away. Fnatic don't have the damage it seems. They need to land as Humanoid finally comes in. Cream a bit overzealous, but on this top laner, a couple more autos. No one's dying. Top Esports force them out of the jungle. Now we have to look at how much time was wasted here as Razork has a slower start.
And can they even get back to lane here? Because now you've got the level 2 Viego. Tien got red buff. Tien, look at bottom lane. He's chasing through, see if they can force them off. They barely get around.
And I have to correct myself, Razork did at least get himself onto the Raptor camp. He got level 2, so tempo maybe not as severe as I talked about as Tien goes for the invade.
Yeah, they got the Raptors, but then Tien immediately onto the red and going for the jungle invade after they push back. Lulu comes over. Jun is going to try and defend. So Tien losing a bit of time here with Jun coming over, and I think the Lucian Nami here building up their wave. Looks like they're going to go for the recall here. Let me see the wave exactly. Yeah, should be just slow pushing it here. Okay. Build it up as big as you can.
Also, side note, Cream got forced back in mid. Humanoid, great trading yet again. TP had to be burned from Cream, and as he moves down lower in HP, you can see there's a CS lead that's actually built up from Humanoid, as well as an EXP lead to start this game.
Yeah, Humanoid coming out the pretty big winner off of the level 1 stuff here.
Yeah.
Let's see if they do get any early ganks towards there. Of course, because Jun was able to defend for Xin Zhao, it's going to be Razork picking up his blue, and Razork will get his level 3 off blue, so then he should be able to cover bottom lane. Mako and Jackie here with their stacked up wave. See how much they can deny.
JackeyLove on this Lucian already
There's
set up
Razork.
for success. Razork, you mentioned, coming down the level 3 here. Not going to be spotted until he gets outside of this tri-brush. Now Pixel says hello. No
flash
jungler nearby as well.
Okay.
As you said, the flash is available for Mako and JackeyLove though, and so for Razork, he has the time is to get a summoner. They jump on in, they kite back. Razork jumps in on a Lucian Nami though, still with a knockup. It's not enough. Razork has to flash himself. 2v3, easy as that. And that's how you do it in the East.
Okay, no flash for Jun or Razork now. And Mako's swimming around, see if he can get a cheeky exit kill here. As he knew that Razork was going to try and go immediately to Scuttle Crab and heal off that one and grab that one, but isn't able to grab this sneaky little kill, while Tien is going to punish for showing bottom side there for Razork, and Razork not having flash, not going to have his red quadrant of the jungle either, but Jun is going to help him secure the extra life off of that Scuttle Crab and help him go counter as well.
This is something we saw in the LEC, especially when Jun was on engage picks. This early roaming syncing up with Razork I think was quite nice. Him and Humanoid alongside Razork felt really good at some of these earlier game movements. Now, so far Top Esports have a bit of an early game gold lead here, but nothing to really shy away from considering that Humanoid has a lead himself. The bottom lane is as we expected, and Noah was able to catch back up here, at least in the 2v2 as they're pushing away.
So while I don't like lane swaps, I do like when teams are opting to fight the level 1s and defend, because this has been exciting. Like, those level 1s, those are getting my heart pumping. Now, now we do end up with a situation where the jungle quadrants have at least been split. Even with that being the case, though, Razork recalls after taking away red quadrant from Top Esports here, and so he's just going to get out of there. Does have to be a little bit more cognizant of Tien's positioning and his own positioning. Xin Zhao, whenever you don't have flash, of course, is very difficult to get out of a pinch.
Yep.
Unless you have, you know, an enemy to be able to W and then dash to.
Especially when Viego can close the gap as well in that Crescent guard. Tien just spotted out, speaking of, as he crosses through mid.
Flash advantage in this matchup for jungle is critical.
Jumping in, Cream low on mana. The chain does connect as well, and the health bar advantage now there for Fnatic as Tien just coming in case there's any further dive. Jun also making the roam towards mid. You can see Mako doing the same.
Yeah, and there's no teleport for Cream or Humanoid, of course, because they already used them to get back to lane. So they want to try and push it quickly and punish as much as they can as they get a transition over to Void Grubs in the 1v1.
369 in the lane phase doing what he does best. The ulti is stopped. The gap is closed. 369. Today, Watsy rolling for Oscarinin. About to find out the flip back, the flash away, still with the range. 369 holds it, Razork. Eugenius, he misses. Oscarinin down. Razork is the hero of Fnatic.
Wait, Lazy Recall? He's going to CTN, right?
I think he is. Meanwhile, on the 2v2 on the bottom side, let's pause because Noah's in trouble himself. JackeyLove and Mako do it best as Noah flashes and heals to get on out. Jun the same with his Ignite down. But JackeyLove and Mako have forced Noah into a bad spot.
Oh, hysterics. It's a team game.
Oh, yeah.
1v1 is something, but here we go. Tower dive.
It's happening. Noah gets healed up, though. JackeyLove and Mako.
The purple gun.
That is so them. A double kill over to Jun. And, man, this team, they can be so explosive, but sometimes it goes so wrong.
Bloody stuff. I love it. What a game. Already delivering. And Fnatic with the extra kills. Tien will be able to slip in and get the Void Grubs, at least here for Top Esports in the aftermath. Wasn't able to chase down Oscarinin after, you know, Humanoid got that big roam up. And the big takeaway off of well, never mind. Won't talk about the topside kill. Want to talk about this one first. Really good job here by Noah with his blue and purple gun combination. Absolutely sick from him.
Yeah.
Gets the roots under tower. They ensure the kills. Unfortunately for him, after the good root that he was able to pull off, he did not get the last hits on the kill, like you were saying. Both of them did go to Jun into the Lulu's hands, but still grabbing two. Nice.
So remember, I mean, for JackeyLove and Mako, they fall in the 2v2. They still have a gold lead, but the fact that your Aphelios and Lulu making it easier in the laning phase may be a small win here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you always go for these 2v2 tower dives, is denying more and more minions as Tien.
He's level 6, remember. He tries to get away, a claw out, and just like that, the play stops. Good trade from Humanoid in the meanwhile.
Yeah, so as you're mentioning, the CS lead is still going to be here for Mako and JackeyLove, and with Tien hovering around with his level lead, you really got to respect it. More and more of these minions constantly dying to tower. Noah trying to scrape them together here, though. Is doing a decent job scraping some of these minions, even under a lot of harassment from Mako and JackeyLove. But still, they do retain their advantage down there, and Tien's going to get back to his own side.
Now with culling available, we have to see what happens in the next pursuit of this wave, because Mako and JackeyLove, everything's up and available. Mako doesn't have the 6 himself. And Noah close to getting his own. Here we go once more. We round 2ing. I think we are. The all-out Oscarinin has his ulti this time. He gets out of range and survives the second time. Ulti dodged away, so no heal up for Noah on the bottom side. And tempo heaven for Top Esports is what they're trying to pursue as Humanoid walks down.
Humanoid's the difference maker.
Tien gets past, he flashes away, is matched by Humanoid, double chain comes out, 2 chain sets up a Razork, the Crescent Guard separates, JackeyLove just goes for the kill. He gets a trade, but now he's isolated. Wind becomes lightning, and man, the mid-jungle of Fnatic are just doing it better right now.
LeBlanc is so back, hysterics. Oh, yeah. LeBlanc is so back. Merrick Brazda. Can he fish around again here? They're actually going to keep him down. I like this. He's going to be able to push the wave out first. Then on reset, you just send Noah and Jun towards mid lane. Since they don't have flashes, they don't have heals. They've been getting, pressured so heavily here. And this LeBlanc might be the name of the game. Let's take another look, though. Culling used under tower here by Jackie. Keep up the harassment. As you know, Tien came around. They were just trying to keep up all that pressure. But the LeBlanc difference here, you know, it transfers from mid lane, and he's able to follow through with the mimicked chain here to instantly get that burst damage. Jackie, of course, always on the lookout for counter kills, so Jackie does get back in and get a counter kill for himself, but still, not going over to Humanoid there. See what he can do, because LeBlanc gets so scary here.
Yeah. 2 kills already. Jun not going to be targeted. Nice. There's a flash charm away. Clean execution in the bubble on top. JackeyLove gets the shutdown goal because Jun had 3 kills.
Yeah, Cream, not to be outdone, my friend.
No.
Cream is like, all right, don't worry, I got you. Flash in here. The charm flash from the Ahri. They instantly kill him. They're like, you think that rotating your AD carry and support mid lane will be safe? Hysterics? No, 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 no. It's danger zone. Meanwhile, top.
Yeah, it's got help this time, doesn't it? There's no ulti from Oscarinin, so he flashes away from Tien, getting the more again. Humanoid jumps in, Charm doesn't connect as Mako is here to help out, but it ends there. Spirit Rush is also down from the last play, so it's nothing but to get priority through bot, maybe set up for this Dragon in a bit.
All right, let's see. After the reset here, pushing out again at mid lane, and they've got Razork looking for the invade. Hovering up towards top side on the respawn here for Void Grubs.
Oh dear.
Should be able to grab them. Mako's coming back from his vision duties on bottom side, though, and they do have Skeletal Crab, so they could get here to contest. Remember, you only need to steal away 1 as top. If Tien goes over there with Smite and just yoinks even 1, they can get the Void Mine spawn.
I mean, this is what I talk about, though. The series wants to fight. Fnatic and Top Esports want to brawl, and Oscarinin, having his unstoppable onslaught, wants to do that. Double TP comes through, 369 says, all right, let's go now with the gauntlet and the all-out available. He wants to separate while the Crescent Guard does the same. Tien looking for his first reset, he finds it! Thanks to JackeyLove. Top Esports down in front to back as that ulti would be bigger with more items. But Tien takes away, Heartbreaker's out, Jackie's getting the gold, and over Grubs or not, Top Esports will take a skirmish any day of the week.
Oh, that was nasty from top. Nicely done. They get their Void Grub. They got the extra kills here. Let's see. JackeyLove is starting to get very, very scary. This Lucian. Lucian is starting to collect. All right, let's take another look at it. Sion goes straight for the Viego there, and they actually chain CC Tien pretty well, but not quite enough. You can't burst them down. They eventually get the kill for the side of Top Esports, and then they're able to get that soul. Fnatic got a little bit more hope there, too, when they saw the big Infernum ultimate from Noah, but again, not big enough. And Top Esports, they grabbed the objective they came for. They got the 1 Void Grub. Now you only need 4, by the way, to spawn a Void Mite. And so they will have that extra pushing power.
Yep.
JackeyLove. Jackie. This is prime time for Lucian Nami as well.
And having mid lane control as well, with plates still up and available. JackeyLove abusing the system. He's got 3 plates through mid, I think with the help of Cream, but mainly the fact he's almost at 2 items. You talked about it before. 2.5k gold lead, 35 CS up. Even though the dive went wrong, the pressure never really stopped on Noah and Jun. They're being slowed down. Humanoid trying to help with that slowing. But this is why, you know, LPL, LCK, Lucian Namis are so feared, because when they start speeding up, it's really hard to slow them down unless your counterpunch is that big.
Yeah, once you hit that single item even, the burst damage is
like that. Yuck.
Yeah, and that's without even hitting the bubble. Is going to be Tien picking up the Dragon while they're doing this as well, so they're able to draw a lot of resources over to them, keep track of the members of Fnatic. So Top feeling very, very good about the game state right now. 4 Void Grubs, they got that extra Dragon.
Whoa.
Nice charm.
Really good charm. I think Humanoid kills, maybe he still does. Charms out, Spirit Rush there, Razork in to save the day again. Spirit Rush is about to time out though as Humanoid jumps on in. It's a flash, it's an attempted outplay. No flash, excuse me, just the ulti, but at the end of the day, Humanoid is still down fed, while the trade for Top Esports ends up being the mid turret.
Yeah, gonna be kind of a battle here. Can Jackie escape Humanoid when they try and bring the LeBlanc to kill him? Because Jackie, such a point of power here for Top Esports, pushing in. They finish up that mid turret. 369 and Oscar once again back at it, but that's gonna be the real focus of this game. Humanoid. Is this LeBlanc going to be able to get that 1 pop onto Jackie?
True.
Jackie with summoner spells available, and he finishes his rapid fire already too? This is the most painful point. When you have to play mid-game versus the Lucian with double charge items, and the Imperial Mandate has already been done for a while here on Mako. Now is the point where you get to see those very fun, from the Lucian side, dash in, huge burst damage, and culling moves to get such a big lead in health bars here. So Fnatic have to be very careful going anywhere around mid lane around that duo, unless you are humanoid and you have someone to help you, you know, put the pressure on Jackie, which it's very difficult because you need like, you know, Lulu Polymorph or something on him, then maybe they'll be able to pull it off. But side lane...
Humanoid, great damage, even under 369. He's only got the Iceborne, but it's enough. Damage from Razork as TP to help save 369's life. Sigil comes through, but it's a double TP. In fact, coming one from Fnatic. Cream to save the day for now. His Spirit Rush is available. They turn for Razork with the ult from Oscarinin. Just charged it down. 369 trying to buy time, but Humanoid is unstoppable at the moment. Top esports are always trading, but Humanoid is trying to get them through this mid game as best as possible.
Yeah, Fnatic, they're doing a good job forcing on the side lanes. They're trying to ignore the Jackie problem right now. They're like, if we don't go mid, then it won't be an issue. It
doesn't matter onto Cream landing everything. Marek Brasda, the savior of EU right now, is keeping it real.
Oh, the side lanes, the side lanes. Fnatic are like, fine. Lucian Nami, they can control mid. We keep attacking side lanes. They answered the extra teleport in defense with an offensive one of their own. They got their extra kill. Tien was trying to make an answer on topside turret as well. They barely chased them off. Honestly, if you can ever let secondary side turrets die to minions as well, if they're very low, it's actually quite good for you because then you deny the majority of the gold. The local gold is actually the really big part of side lane turrets. Then you only get that very small team gold spread. But that one on top side is very low and will be there for the taking for Top Esports.
Now, I didn't get to see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, but I'm assuming it went something like this. Jackie Love versus Humanoid, right? Because this game, as we move into the mid-game past the laning phase, that's what it feels like here with only a 1K gold lead for Top Esports.
And it's not just gold. If I had the Telestrator ability right now, I'd be circling this 10-stack Dark Seal for Humanoid. Honestly, I want to see him upgrade that to a Medjais.
God.
I say just go for it.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Carry this game. Upgrade that sucker. You've got massive burst damage on your 2-item power spike. He's got the 10 stacks Dark Seal. See if he can get that key kill. Cream, again, does not have his flash.
Alright, he's just going to walk up and take it, isn't he? Wait, 1, 2, 3, Cream! Spirit Rush away.
All right, okay, he can go. He's
out.
It's out. Okay. Mission accomplished. But yeah, like that, the local gold is so much of it here that he really invests a lot to go for it.
The two forces are about to meet. It's Humanoid versus Jackie Love. There's the damage from Jackie. Humanoid's rotation is everything, remember. He's got Mimic up and available, but no flash if he has to get out of dodge. Jackie Love has both summons available, plus the Ignite with his ulti up too, as Dragon is 45 seconds away, and there's only been one picked up by Top Esports, so looks like the stacking is starting to begin now here in the mid-game.
Oscar does not have his teleport, but he does have his Scion ultimate. Honestly, though, if you're looking at AD carry items, if you're a Top Esports fan, you should definitely zoom in. If you're a Fnatic fan, maybe like cut off the bottom of the screen.
Oh, the engage, there we go, but Humanoid gets bubbled! The culling, the wild growth gets him out if only just. Humanoid lucky to be alive with the full engage. Tien, wait, what is Tien doing? Heartbreaker! I told you they live or die by this jungler, as Humanoid is too low to get back in. He's got no TP, so he sits on the edge of the fight while Top Esports play front to back. 369 runs into the charge, and that's because Jackie Love's still alive after Fnatic tried to get their pick.
That was so clean from Razork there. Uses his Xin Zhao ultimate, goes for the split.
It's not over,
Wait,
though.
They step back up though. Gotta be, yeah, gotta be careful here. All right, top as it calms down. Dragon available, Fnatic forcing their way into the river. They don't have the vision coverage, so they just strong arm it. They force their way in, they're gonna burn it down. Tien's not here, he doesn't have flash. There's no way Cream would steal it with like a Q or anything. So Fnatic are able to force their way in and grab the objective.
But with no contest, the Dragon stacking stops. One thing good for Fnatic, but that mid lane play, it turns into 3K gold in the end. Yep. Not overall, but now that's the lead as we look here again as those two behemoths challenge each other.
Yeah, this is what we came for. This is what we want to see. Jackie versus Humanoid straight up, and Mako is the star. Mako with the bubble denial into the wave with the Ignite on him. Tien went for the flash. Man, Noah, it was a really good step there.
Yeah.
Good movement from Noah too. Tien, you know, like you're saying, like if he hits that stun,
he looks like a god. He didn't hit it, so he doesn't look very good.
Yeah, good movement from Noah.
Yep.
And they did get the punish on him.
Ghost Pop. There's a small summoner trade here for top side here for Razork. Now, what is up on the top side? You can see Baron 10 seconds away from spawning here, Kobe. But we're not going to be looking at that too soon. I think what we should be talking about is the fact that JackeyLove has 3 items, Noah has 1. So, that's a slight issue. Mid, though, there's also...
I like it. Just cruise on by that. I like that.
I mean, I'm going to talk about Humanoid because I know we've been sprinting down talking to him all game. 2.1k gold ahead. Small CS lead, plus he's got a Horizon focus. Cream has been somewhat useful, but I think Humanoid, as we've seen alongside Razork, this mid-jungle has been delivering results. And that's what made this so exciting coming in. We knew that this is going to be a tight matchup because Top Esports can be messy. They hit their face against the walls, but Fnatic do too. That's what we know through the LEC regular season. This team hits their face against a brick wall. You know the dono wall emote? Both these teams, I just imagine, are doing, you know, just talking into a wall. And we just waiting to see which one picks up.
So they're both talking into different walls?
Maybe it's the same wall.
Okay.
And then,
they're on either side of it?
Have you seen the dogs that bark at each other through the glass door? You open the door and they're like,
all right.
Okay, we're neutral.
Well, right now, Vision Control in the favor of top as Cream kind of lying in wait down there, but Fnatic don't go too deep on their attempts to retake control of their own jungle. Oftentimes it can be kind of dangerous on that retake, considering both teams have huge burst damage and pick potential, but it does make it a lot easier when you have those giant plants.
369 maybe with an angle. I mean, he's taking the damage, but he's not taking too much. Aqua Prison is good as well. The separation there, Decimating Smash doesn't connect. Mako's ulti does, though, as we got a bit of range, but Oscar goes to his death. They sidestep, Mako flashes away, and Oscar's isolating. Humanoid, though! Humanoid from the side as Cream has to Spirit Rush and flash over the wall, but the charm still connects, but he's in such a bad spot. Last of Spirit Rush out, as Humanoid is found out.
Jackie!
He jumps onto Tien. Jackie's there waiting, though. A shutdown given over. The behemoth finally dies.
Tien wants more, too. He picked up the LeBlanc body.
Not stopping as well. Heartbreaker in, not taking any damage just yet. Noah's scared to step up, and so he should be. Jackie is behind these two boys. And with that, I mean, maybe Humanoid because he has TP, Kobe. Maybe it's not a Baron angle, but gold is starting to shrink ahead.
That was massive. Humanoid went in for that kill onto Mako, but it cost them almost everything.
Yep.
I mean, that was a big shutdown that went into the hands of JackeyLove, but it also cut down those stacks on the Darksteel in half. So that was a huge, huge investment. Here's another look at it. 369 doing so much work in setting this one up. He knows with his K'Sante, he can just ult out to the side here, so he gets right back to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, when Oscar ults, that's a one-way ticket.
Yep.
And that is not a one-way ticket to a place you want to be. So Oscar down at the very beginning, Mako flashing over the wall, he does die to Humanoid, but then Humanoid coming in here, takes a couple of shots from the Baron, and when Tien's able to get over there, and Jackie just... Yeah, your mouth is open.
That sidestep was slick.
It was pretty clean. It's definitely going to be difficult to take down Jackie. He's got 700 gold bounty on his head.
Cream's got Spirit Rush. Wait, no way does he win the 1v1. The root comes through. Humanoid is back in charge, but really swift mechanics from Cream as well, who has been behind all game long.
Yeah, all right. This looks quite good for top now. Game state, they can push in all 3 lanes. So they've got full minion vision down all 3 lanes. Dragon arriving for them into easy control. So I don't think Fnatic should step up at all.
Okay.
This is just Dragon number 2.
Yep.
Not very impactful. Definitely need to get at least your IE finished on Noah. Even playing around at these fights is making me a little nervous here.
Okay.
I mean, Humanoid, I'd be okay with him poking around. Maybe he's able to do something, but
Razork caught out though. He's going to get wild growth, but he gets sent back in the hole of Top Esports. Crescent Guard comes out late. Tien gets a reset. Oscar Renan is going to death himself because Cream is there waiting. I mean, unstoppable onslaught, unstoppable no longer as 2 quick picks for Top Esports. Leads them into an open window Baron.
Yeah, see, that's why I was nervous, because now you're in a scenario where it's not just a secondary Dragon that goes down, it's a Baron that goes down, and Top Esports will use that to destroy your whole base.
It's a team that has waited to return to the international stage, and when their life is on the line, or rather their qualification, they're stepping up huge. Fnatic now going to at least deny the Dragon.
Yeah. I think maybe the idea from Fnatic was like, hey, maybe we can have our numbers advantage right now, because I believe they had the knowledge of Cream walking back from base. And so maybe that's the idea. They're trying to hopefully get something lucky there, because they know the game is going the wrong direction at the moment and they wanted to turn it. But Too bad. Just got accelerated even further in the favor of top. Here it is. As you can see, yeah, the Ahri is coming from base, so Ahri's not there, but it doesn't matter. 369 again. Such a good job. Pulls over the Xin Zhao to take him down, and once Oscar's trying to be in there again with him, frontlining, but absolutely annihilated here, and then it's going to be the Insta-Baron.
You know, this is why for Top Esports, the return of 369 with JackeyLove, the return of 369 away from JDG was such a big pickup. JDG fell as a third place team with Flandre top and Sheer on the wayside, but 369 carries team fights, carries laning phase. This guy is the best top laner, I'm telling you right now, we're sending from LPL. Because even though Bin's great, Bin's playing weak side. 369 is playing his side in the LPL, and here at MSI already is playing towards bot with the Baron, as you said. It's going from bad to worse for Fnatic as they struggle to deal with the push come through. Demolishes their Humanoid, gets sliced by JackeyLove's piercing light.
Yeah, Fnatic just, like, unless you polymorph, like, you don't have any point and click for Jack. It's just, like, so hard. This Lucian is just going to be untouchable. His flash now comes off cooldown, too. And Jackie, with Mako protecting him, look how, I mean, he's always confident, but being rich and having Mako here with him, and
he finally has a support.
He's not afraid.
This is what people forget. JackeyLove finally has a support, man. Yuyan Jia, Dwar, the years of sitting down in the bottom side and just waiting for magic to happen of his own accord. Mark runs into that list as well. Top Esports, they run through with the culling. The damage is insane. Unstoppable Onslaught comes through as JackeyLove gets targeted. He flashes actually a mega play here. Fnatic might have a chance, but JackeyLove kiting back needs to die. You need to kill JackeyLove, but they can't do it. He's too far away. Tien cleans up, gets a reset at 369. Is where he shouldn't be, but he doesn't mind that. JackeyLove unstoppable, of course. Humanoid with the saving grace. But
beautiful.
Jackie is taking no prisoners. Tien is taking no disrespect. And Top Esports came here to shed blood, and Fnatic in game one will do.
Oh my gosh, beautiful stuff here from Top Esports. They're gonna finish up these inhibs for sure. Baron buff allows an easy finish. There are 7 seconds on Razork and 7 on Jun. So it's gonna be delayed, yeah, it's gonna be delayed, and they actually, it is critical when you have the hopes of a comeback, which is obviously gonna be hard to do, but it's always so critical to keep one inhibitor alive. Once you lose all three, the compounding difference here is insane when you have the double stack super minions on all these lanes. It's just often becomes way too much, and you have a little spark of hope if you have one inhibitor alive. It is going to be a very difficult spark to keep
Draco's
alive.
come and talk to you in the replays or what?
It's going to be a very difficult one to keep alive, but we'll be there. So here's another look at what happened top. We didn't quite get full vision of that one.
That was clean. Humanoid has been really clean this game.
He definitely is very juiced too, because you can see the death cap was completed.
Nice.
Here's a look at the bottom side. Because they didn't have Humanoid with them for the engage on bottom side, though, even though Humanoid could get his kill on top side, they didn't have the damage to kill Jackie. When they got the engage on him, I was kind of looking around for where the follow-up damage was. If the LeBlanc wasn't killing Cream up on top side, then maybe, but...
Maybe it's over now, though. Tidal Wave comes through, culling as well. Cream's not even there yet. He Spirit Rushes. 369 gets the backline, and Noah can't play the game. They run on in as Jackie does the same, but he's still alive again! This guy's playing Terminator mode. Arnold Schwarzenegger walks onto the rift, and in 29 minutes says, I'll be back for game 2 with a driving force, but he shouldn't be allowed to play this Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just ban him out from every champion, and that would be a good strat. Jackie and Mako, though, they're going to be the ones in the picture here, finishing up these turns. They're going to wait for all their teammates, actually, to come join. Nice family picture here in front of the Nexus.
Oh, yeah.
Top Esports, baby.
How good are they? Man, this bottom lane deserves respect. Jackie and Mako coming into the tournament. We said, what an upgrade for JackeyLove. And there are the results.
Well, what an exciting one, though. You know, we got Humanoid getting a bunch of kills early. Fnatic with some options. Top Esports making it really fun right from level 1, though, fighting out the delayed Scion invade. Very, very exciting one. And Tian being able to go over, grab his red buff afterwards. You know, they got the Raptors, but Tian gets level 2 off the red and tries to finish off that one. Let's send it on over to the analyst desk, though, after game number 1.
Yo, you got to tell people, though, Kobe, because they got to log into LoL Esports using their right ID to earn exclusive MSI drops. How could you do that to people? We're going to throw Kobe to the wayside.
I was trying to keep all the drops to myself. What can I say?
Yeah, he's selfish, man. We're going to throw it to the desk and see what they think of that explosive start. Thanks, Kobe.
Kobe is the dragon of drops. If you're wondering why you're not getting them, it's because he sits on them like a little horde. He sleeps on piles of drops at night. If you're not getting them, you can bring it up with him or LCS Commissioner Mark Z.
Wow.
We can just take.
He also has Riot gun buddies, doesn't he?
He does also have gun buddies. Yes,
Yeah.
speak to Kobe. Kobe will get you a gun buddy. That's where you can find it. Of course, we, however, are covering MSI. And if you're wondering why we're off topic, it's because, honestly, as an EU pundit, that didn't feel like a dominating performance from JackeyLove. That felt like what might be considered an international incident. That was soul-crushing.
The best was when you looked at me and Rob and you were like, oh, is this what Lucian is supposed to do? Is this what Lucian does? In other regions, as we see JackeyLove's stats come through, him and Mako, as this comp was locked in, Rob was like, this is the quintessential TES comp, right? This is comfort across the board for every single member of Top Esports. And JackeyLove and Mako have been absolutely destroying people with this Lucian Nami. And I don't want to, obviously Jackie had an insane game. I don't want to discredit Mako here either at all, because on coming onto this team previously when he was on EDG, he was always expected to be their engage, right? Well, he doesn't necessarily have to be that on Top Esports as opposed to what his role was on EDG. So now he always had a stellar Nami, but now that his team is not relying on him to constantly be this engage force, it just makes this lane so much stronger.
Yeah, and I think the problem was the Fnatic wanted to get out of that strong lane, but they went for that invade in the early stages. It all fell apart, and then JackeyLove gets access onto the mid wave bot wave super early. He's pushing Noah off. Noah has to reset, and then we end up in this position where Top Esports are so incredibly good at playing off of Jackie's advantages into shove mid and then go for these plays hard into the enemy jungle, look for picks, look for opportunities, and Fnatic end up falling exactly for that as the rest of this play continues. But as we said, this is how Top Esports play. It's whether it's a Varus, whether it's a Lucian, whatever it might be, it's strengthen mid lane through JackeyLove, pushing sides for Top Esports, and then collapse into the enemy jungle and just play off of the strength that JackeyLove brings.
And this is why I do say that TES are such a smart team, right? Because you can see it when they lock in a composition like this. It's not just about bowling people over with that 2v2 lane. It's about where you are rotating the Lucian, how you are paying attention to your side lanes. And I think we saw that exactly here, even when Fnatic were able to get some skirmish advantages. You know, TES were taking mid tier 1, right? Like they're taking bot tier 1, like they're taking something else on the map at all times.
I think the silver lining on the Top Esports cloud that is hanging over Fnatic right now is Humanoid. Obviously set up for success on the back of that level 1, but when we take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay, you can see that he backed that up with an excellent mechanical performance on the LeBlanc, and I'm glad, frankly, to see it. It gives me a bit of hope for Game 2.
That's what I was going to say. It has to come back to Humanoid to be the man that's going to carry, and we get to see it here. The flash forward to keep the tether was really, really smooth from Humanoid. Predicting Cream was going to go for it, and I think that was the standout moment for Fnatic, which is getting Humanoid this early lead because of the early level 1 invade. Humanoid got to the lane first, Cream had to TP back in, and if Humanoid can get these leads on something that isn't a bit more, well, single target focused, I do fully believe Humanoid can try and carry a game. So I think coming into game number 2, it's going to be a focus on getting a different style of pick for Humanoid, but having the same carry performance from Humanoid.
Yeah, and I mean, I do like other things we saw from him too, right? We saw him rotating out of mid towards bot to try to help out his bot lane. I think he has such a strong understanding, again, of where he can spread his influence after he does get those lane advantages. And like we said at the top of day, and I think we saw it even in this game, where Fnatic can find a window to potentially cause an upset going forward is definitely through Humanoid and Razork.
And it's tough. I think as a Fnatic fan, as a pundit, you know, for the LEC, you want to be able to say that there are more angles to play through. You want to open more avenues of attack. But it is just that simple. Mid jungle all the way, Humanoid, Razork, and I think if you're an EU fan at this point, you're kind of just crossing your fingers, praying they can bring you home, praying you can get a bit of a better early game, and maybe a Lucian ban. Fnatic, of course, have selected blue side in the next one. Can set themselves up for a bit more success with that first pick.
Yeah, I think this is where you kind of need to try and get control. I wouldn't be surprised to see high priority on towards mid laners. Like, is here for Humanoid, something along the lines of Lorian. Even the Talia, I think, is an exceptionally strong pick for Fnatic. I think that's where we'll have the focus.
Need to see what their focus is going to be. Adaptations on the blue side are the expectation. Will it be enough for Fnatic to bring it back? The question on everybody's mind. We're going to head to a break, but as we go, take a look at some of the teams competing in MSI 2024 as they prepare for their games on stage, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their ninth title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
May. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm dark, don't speak up, dropped up, down, they need us. 台北台北 on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Crush. Liquid.
消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，猎枪没有被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没有的枪能刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。喂，没什么可骂些了，艺术文化都被商业化，可能有像那个创业家，也有繁忙的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表站在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up.Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Basta, pack it up.
We're running today.
Back to MSI for day number 3. Top Esports already picked up the first game against Fnatic, and we are hot dropping into Fnatic, who chose blue side here. Kalista B1 as well. The update is that Jekylov's going to swap around in the matchup and go to the Varus with the Xin Zhao this game too.
Yeah, I kind of like this idea from Fnatic, hard targeting JackeyLove here on blue side, because on blue side you get all these target bans, throw them down, and then you know that as long as you ban out his Draven and his Senna, then you can slam the Kalista yourself. Wow, they're even going to take up the Viego here
Bro,
and
they're
answer.
just copying their homework or what? I guess the Renata is outside that, as I need to say, Jun's Renata is insane. This guy has had some of his best performances this year on this pick, so I do like the aggression that Fnatic are trying to match, as Top Esports aren't shying away either with the one on top.
Flexible Rumble pick
I
here.
said top, you're right, it is flexible.
Every Rumble's flexible.
Yeah.
Some teams more than others, but every Rumble is flexible. Let's see about the bans to follow it up for protection here. Talia and maybe Orianna as well, I guess. I mean, Humanoid already showed the LeBlanc. Like, the Humanoid can go a lot of different directions.
I'm going to tell you that Cream here in his first international, the one thing that people said he can be exposed for is his shorter champion pool. It's Ahri, it's Azir, and then he starts going into like the melee assassins, the Akali Sylas, right? Orianna angle, yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did start to pick up a lot more of the control mages and stuff, even though historically the Akali Sylas, you know, still is most played. But, you know, him on the Hui and stuff too, definitely still very scary. But they already have a Rumble, so a lot of AP damage in that Rumble too, definitely remaining open. Let's see, Zac taking away one of the very, very flexible top laners. The powerful front line is definitely what Fnatic need to complement here, because they already have Viego jungle, so not going to get tank from the jungle.
Galio ban.
Galio, I've been waiting for this because Galio, spying on some of these players' solo queue accounts, has been played by top laners, support players, and mid lane players after the changes. Changes were really interesting and very helpful to Galio, adding the health scaling to his W, really opened him up. We don't get to see him, unfortunately, in this game, but keep that in mind as the tournament does progress with the Camille buffs as well. Definitely a possibility. But anyways, back to this draft with the hover over once again on the LeBlanc here.
A lot of burst. Resets as well set up for Razork. Right. Another strong mid jungle 2v2. It worked in game 1. Why can't it work again in game 2?
Why indeed. Wow. Wow. No front line. All damage. Okay. I like it. Let's go. Full firepower here if they lock this in. Do it. Do it. Do it. There's the Camille. Okay, so we don't get the full combo with the Galio Camille, but the Camille did also get buffs as well, which is why we're kind of highlighting that combo. The tactical sweep, full range, outside range damage, percent health damage increased, which is going to be really good versus the K'Sante matchup.
If we didn't already have if we had no mid lane here for Top Esports, I'd say, yo, what about Poppy in this draft? But for Top Esports, R5 is going to end up with Cream's
Ahri.
I guess.
All right.
Whatever's safe, and Cream's going to return to this pick. So
yeah, baby.
Still a lot of magic damage, as you said, but at least you got the Zins out to facilitate here in the early game for Tien.
All right, excited for this one. I mean, you have so much damage, so much pick potential. Fnatic's comp really built to play the map, to 1-3-1, to get those picks. You have Camille range and all burst damage on this team. And basically, if you do have to team fight, you're relying so heavily on Jun and on a good Renata to actually use that CC to create the structure that you're kind of missing without having a pure tank on your team. But I always love when you get full firepower like this, because it's definitely going to be explosive, definitely going to have a lot of kills here, and hopefully the action starts soon.
Throw more of the Hail Mary here. One step away at Top Esports, so T1 did it earlier. It was definitely a lot easier as they ran through FlyQuest in some record time in a BO3. Game 1 for Top Esports, a different beast. It was to and fro a lot. It was Humanoid carrying the weight of his team, thanks to Razork early as well. But JackeyLove was too much of a beast on this Lucian. This game he moves Savaris. This game, Noah and Jun have a very strong 2v2. And they're not sitting back and waiting for scaling with Aphelios Lulu. I like the adaptation here, Kobe. That Noah and Jun like, hey, we've been a strong 2v2 in the LEC. We've been strong coming through playoffs as well. Why can't we do that against JackeyLove and Mako? Why can't we throw a spanner into the works? And at least test their waters here. It feels like Fnatic are doing that all over the map, but I just love, again, this adaptation to push the tempo and really get this map moving early for Fnatic, even more so than Game 1.
Oh, let's get it. All right, we get some Camille onto the Rift with the buffs and in the hands of Oscar. Can they get some kills? Oftentimes, too, when you have a Camille option like this, you're also looking at possible pincer plays towards jungle. Xin Zhao is notorious for having a very good team fight because of the ultimate. But in skirmishes, definitely has some liabilities if you're looking at solo laners like Camille and LeBlanc with possibilities of picking them off, locking them down. So you have to be very careful with your positioning, especially when you're around the solo lanes at that point. Of course, he does have offensive solo lanes himself and offensive setups with both Cream and 369.
I want to point out, though, for 369, second game in a row here for the K'Sante. Oscar Renan, to use the word merchant, which has been thrown around.
Yeah, thanks. I guess Cadril gets most credit for that.
I feel like people in the 600s would get it because they were the merchants, you know? Like, people that buy and sell probably get full respect. But
is Cadril the merchant?
He could be the merchant.
Trying to sell merchants to us?
Taking away K'Sante from Oscar Renan, I mean, this guy played it consistently over and over. I think it's a really key takeaway that 369 is priority picking this. Instead of looking for a counter pick himself, he's happy to play a take matchup no matter what into. And Oscar Renan is forced on something that, again, can be a little bit more volatile. So,
yeah.
Kobe, we've got fun lanes to watch. Mid, top, like, even the 2v2.
I really am super excited to watch the top lane, so because we get to see some of this Camille and see those buffs in action.
That's right.
The W buff, the Q buff. See what Oscar can do, especially because coming into this series, I'd say most people were looking at top lane as one of the biggest mismatches here. With 369, a lot of people on that 369 train of best top laner in the world even.
Yeah.
And Oscar definitely having some matches where he was looking quite lost. 369 in his interview, he said after watching Fnatic's game, he hopes that Oscar's not afraid of him.
Okay.
If you're going to do the Camille pick, I think he's saying he's not afraid.
Feeling better. Yeah. Oscar struggled. Winter playoffs beyond. This guy really struggled in Fnatic, I think, being one of the weakest points, especially when the bottom lanes are leveling up so much in the mid jungle. Did what they did in game number 1, you could see. We'll have to see again, giving volatility to the match up top while Tien now going for an invade himself. He's cleared his camps. Razork is just doing a standard path down. And Kobe, Tien's going to get in his face.
He is. He is also going to walk over this ward, defensive ward here from Razork. So Razork is going to be able to pull back. Mini Krugs are very, very important. There's a lot of gold in those.
That's a red buff. He stacks up the Q, though, looking for a knock-up onto Razork.
Smite advantage, but what matters is bottom lanes.
Yep.
Looks like bottom lane for Fnatic calls it off. They say, hey, we're not going to be able to come over and support you, so just give it up. And Tien will successfully steal the red on the invade here. And Razork going to go try and trade and at least get his top Scuttle Crab, allowing Tien the bottom side of the map.
You know, I was talking about the strong 2v2 at Noah and Jun. Historically, what we've seen Kalista and Renata. But Kobe on the other side, JackeyLove and Mako are blitzing through this, through the range, through the early poke. Vara, something as well that JackeyLove's played time and time again, but Mako's flexibility on support once again coming in handy with such a powerful kill lane too.
Yeah, Rumble is such an interesting support because he is so powerful early on. It's incredibly fearsome. If the supports are good at managing their heat especially.
Yep.
These harpoons are so annoying early on. The poke damage, his shield is quite a low cooldown, so you'll see him using it to try and get in there for some of that harassment. And basically, when you have the harpoons plus the arrows from Varus, it's such a deadly combo, you know. The Comet comes through, you get your extra damage there, the Hail of Blades as well, so Jackie and Mako doing a good job using that very offensive combination on the bottom side of the map to get themselves the pressure and push up the mini wave into tower, but also allowing Tien the opportunity to, of course, go for that red buff steal that we saw.
Maybe even lead to something a little bit later as well. He's pathing topside for the time being as Top Esports feel comfortable. Maybe knowing a little bit too much information because Razork must have been spotted on his cross up top as Cream could be in trouble. There's a flash commit from Humanoid again on top of Cream, who has no ulti. His flash to be burned is a question mark because Razork right on top of him. Last couple of autos don't come through. The range is there. Humanoid needs one more and he finds it. First blood to Humanoid here again is a powerhouse move for Fnatic.
Nicely done. Those plays are exactly what we were talking about in game number 1 with
the flash handshake comes back. Jun, this is how he does it. Running forward, Noah's going to get a Ren. The trade comes first, but Jun, no reset on the bailout. Mako picks up the kill while Noah looks for the chase, but this is why his Renata is so damn good.
And that's what they were waiting for, the timing window. They were trying to wait on the Rend until the actual kill onto Jun came through so they could get the bailout.
Yep.
But then didn't quite have the timing there because Mako made a smart adaptation. So they desync it. So Top Esports still get 1 kill, but really good job there from Jun. You were hyping him up at the beginning. He was obviously insanely instrumental in getting Fnatic to this point. He goes for the flash handshake under tower while the minions are gone so that the tower shot's going to get him there. And then here, they're like, oh, so close.
A millisecond.
So close. They do not get the timing there to get the Rend after the bailout on and popped.
Yep.
And so the kill credit does go over.
The bright side is, with that kill credit, Noah is able to minimize some of that CS advantage that JackeyLove and Mako have found in the 2v2. Gold's only 200 towards JackeyLove, but it's a 20 CS advantage. First that kill leads up straight to Dirk. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, speaking of advantages, as the Charm not going to connect, but nor is Humanoid's chain. That could have been close to a kill yet again, or a ult pull out. This mid lane's going well for Humanoid once more as junglers fight it out over the grubs. What is what we like to see too, as Razork is just winning this out, and he's got help. Tien sitting there accepting he's going to die, gives another kill over to Humanoid.
Yeah, there we go. LeBlanc on the board, ready to go again. They did the pre-level 6 gank to get the first kill. Instrumental, you know, before, of course, Ahri has the ultimate for escape, like we were talking about. And then they get the follow-up bonus one on Tien off of Void Grubs. TS do have the 3 Void Grubs again this game, but it's so big to be able to get early kills into Humanoid, as we saw obviously in the last game. But you know, he already has his Dark Seal completed. He's got his Sork Shoes. Oscar's going for the ulti trade.
Hextech Ultimatum, yeah, it is just a trade as you say. Nothing more happens from it. 369 looks for a pivot and an angle. Remember, he's got the all-out. He actually pops it. There's no Hextech Ultimatum as we just saw. So 369 spaces. No. Hookshot, walkshot actually gets the max range. The flip. Almost there. Oscarinen. That precision protocol was closed as Razork, a dirty ulti. Finish him. He's out. 369 is dead. And we go back towards mid. Ball fighting. Charm doesn't connect, but Mako does. Jumps in. Cream gets it and gets the shutdown. Finally an edge in this matchup over 2 games.
Big roam here from Mako on the support. Rumble comes up to bail him out. That is so big for Cream to be able to get that one. Cut down on those Dark Seal stacks. Stop that LeBlanc from snowballing. That big win con for Fnatic. Really good roam here from Mako. And he even had Tien behind him as well, but then they make the call. Tien's like, you got this, buddy. Nice job. The harpoon hitting. Finishes it in there. Yeah, you get the shutdown money onto Cream where they want it.
You said something early on which really resonated with me. It's about heat management and how well Mako can play this game on the Rumble support. Heat management there was exceptional. Overheating after the full rotation was out. He's got Sork Shoes now as well, by the way, so this Rumble ain't playing around. However, with the top-sided play, Oscarinen able to get something in this matchup, which we know is going to get better and better for the Camille. at least something here for what was the weakest player in the regular season and even in playoffs for Fnatic.
And he almost got the solo kill there.
Yeah.
Get a tiny bit more damage on the Q. We'll trade.
Chains come out. Green just takes a big hit as well. Least he's now fighting back here, this rookie mid laner coming into MSI.
So Fnatic have the small leads in their top half of the map. Look at Jun. Jun is making a roam here too. He's first. Mako's following.
Again with the Crescent Guard, has to flash away. Again, caught out once more is this jungler from TES as Cream and Mako sync up once again. Why is the rumble always here? Humanoid must start getting annoyed. At least Jun here with the handshake though brings it back, and Humanoid with the counter, man!
Jun is insane!
Jun is insane, exactly right.
Jun is insane! Another handshake from him!
Speaking of
no
insanity, he flashed for this. Onto Tien, he has no ulti. He follows the blast going. Tien is next up. Razork not missing as the all-out though brings Oscar in and under turret. He's out with the flash himself before he can get caught a second time. But man, Fnatic are matching pound for pound.
Meanwhile, bottom side, Jackie Love, the hope for top again.
Holy crap.
Jackie Love, Jackie Love. It's the name of the team at this point. Trying to do his work. He's trying to focus on his lane.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, not paying attention to anything happening up on that top half. I'm going to keep getting my plates. I'm going to keep getting my money. That CS advantage is massive, of course, down there. Oscar, nice little sidestep here as Razork comes around.
Surfer strikes now down. Mako, though, comes in with the equalizer. We already talked about the advantage in this lane, and Mako's just going to seal the deal. Tries to get out, though, for the bailout, and does the face call. Sends Jun in with a good handshake, though. Hostile takeover zones out as Jackie Love kites down, but Cream's here with the Spirit Rush. Jackie trying to buy time for his mid laner, and he's done so successfully. Gets traded off in the end, but Jun, as he stands here, just has to watch Cream battle him down. Mako's coming in with another rotation as well, and Jun is sure to die eventually. A good charm, an Orb of Deception, a couple more autos, a Spirit Rush out, Mako still dies. We're getting clumsy here as Top Esports continue to play out, and Cream finally gets the TP come through as well. And here we go, round 17 in the series. Humanoid with a chain out, Tien with a Crescent Guard, but inside the LeBlanc, the damage is already done. Noah tries to follow this out as another TP from Oscar and brings it in, and Tien is now dead. What we expected as Cream runs through his life, well, Humanoid once more.
Might be one of those Tien moments you were talking about where I was warning against with these types of mid laners. If you don't have flash on Xin Zhao, you are a liability to get picked up. The blood continues.
Mako just shredded down. Humanoid again, man. I tell you what, a shrine for Marek Brazda. People that are LEC fans, start building it now.
Thank you, Freak, for the LeBlanc buffs on the patch.
He wants the West to succeed.
Back in action here. Let's take a look. This is the kind of the beginning of the reel. Mako and Jackie Love doing everything they can to carry this game. They're the only part of top that was ahead, and then they get a little bit deep here, and Humanoid's able to get the shutdown on Jackie Love. As Humanoid dies, he does get the last hit there and takes him down. So even though Cream came through and they're able to get this last one, there's a little bit of a blunder later on. We'll see as Mako picks the tower aggro back up. Let's see about it. It's right here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Just as he walked right back in, it reacquired right on the reacquiring timer.
Scorch, you reckon?
Yeah, I have to look at it again slowly to see what was the tick.
Still
but it must have been.
I mean, look, Fnatic this early game looking pretty good. Oscar going to get zoned out topside as, again, we just revisit the same amount of speed. But let's take stock. It's a Dragon for Top Esports in the early game. They're behind 2,000 gold, but 30 seconds until we see what happens through that bottom side. And for Fnatic, it seems like right now they have a lot of setup here with pings getting spammed down and Razork now moving into position.
And they want this pace. The Fnatic comp, with all of this damage, they want to start cracking these side lanes so they can get some more room to play with too, so they can make the most of their picks. This team is just all about these picks, you know, the Camille, the LeBlanc, the Viego here. So let's see. Dragon coming up soon. They should be able to calm it down and take that objective first. Then you will have an even split on those 3-3 Void Grubs and an even split on the 1-1 Dragons as well. Humanoid, though, once again, the point of power for Fnatic.
Yeah. Oscar in it, though, is he in trouble? The flip back. Hexagon made him bubbles as though the all out to the edge here is Cassante doing Cassante things until Oscar in it hits back again. There's really good buffers in the matchup as the spacing is beautiful. 3-6-9 with the flip. Oscar predicts. He walks up, he walks away, and he survives here in the all-outers. 369's trading, gets a little bit deep, a little bit frisky, and Oscar trying to pace it for this flash. That's up in about 3-4 seconds.
And look at minimap. We're even having an invade on the bottom half of the map while the exciting 1v1's going on. Tien and Mako invaded the jungle, and you're actually going to get safe recalls from both Fnatic members. So Fnatic respecting the jungle invade from Top Esports. They back off from the bottom lane, and they're not going to give over any more kills to it. Look at the rotation here. They send Humanoid up to top side in the long lane while they rotate over that bottom lane. We just talked about recalling from that bottom lane. They just say, hey, we're going to give up the tower. We'll concede. You've got the jungle rotation, and you have JackeyLove pushing, so they get that outer.
Guess what's in the script again?
JackeyLove versus Humanoid?
Yeah, round 2. Just quietly this time for JackeyLove as he gets that turret in the air, but Cream's just taking a blast going right into Fnatic. Now Spirit rushes for the turn. He dodges Razork's stun, but Charm is also out of range. Jun here with a hostile takeover, and as it rolls through, 369's also out of range. Mako's here, but TP brings in the fire. In fact, Mako does as well. Oscar in his angle is beautiful. The level 11 Camille. Oscar cuts. Cream's down. Now 369's down as well. They're in front of the whole enemy team at Top Esports running into their jungle, and Fnatic are unyielding.
Yeah, everybody's got eyeballs on Humanoid because of last game, but Oscar, this young top laner, they put the faith in him with the Camille pick, with the buffs on the patch, and he's actually got the biggest lane advantage with his Trinity Force damage finished. He teleports in, he makes sure with the flash they finish off the kill, and they finish off both objectives, Rift Herald and top tower taken in the aftermath. Fnatic snowballing.
So much gold, 4,000 just about, and Oscar Renan is having his such an impactful game here at MSI.
Isn't this so much more fun than seeing lane swaps? Having the top laners have those types of battles throughout this one. That Charm barely not having the length to touch Humanoid there, doesn't get that pick, and then they pull the teleport from Oscar. He lands the stun over, he goes, finishes, makes sure that they get the kill with the full Q. They pick up both of them here, and then they can get the objectives in the aftermath. Nice aggressive play, overloading top side of the map. Bottom side's been bleeding this whole time for Fnatic, but they don't care. They're top focused, the entire top side of the map. Massive leads.
Jun's still doing a lot of work with the skirmishing as well. Don't forget that this Renata, there's a reason we gave it respect. Humanoid's ahead. We've got Razork in a position of power on this Viego, which is Tien's pick of choice, by the way. Whenever he can play Viego in a meta,
yeah, second most played champion, I believe, of all time. His win rate on Viego is almost 75%. It was like 74 something.
It's great. I mean, this is why against these two. Jungle Pool is always going to be interesting as Herald over the wall. Oscar Renan with Trinity Force is going to help this push come through. More standing gold down over to Fnatic. A minute 45 to Dragon as well. And Oscar has very long lanes to play through.
This is the map state they're looking for. Leads on their LeBlanc and their Camille, their split pushers. All outer towers gone. It makes it so dangerous. All these patches of Fog of War. Cream setting up his own though. Waits for the W timer. There's the ulti.
To clear the wave. The chain is down as well. Orbit Deception doesn't connect. The Charm doesn't connect. Cream needs to land this. Otherwise Humanoid just walks away scot-free.
Humanoid shrugs him off. Able to finish up his top side push. Anytime you glance down at the minimap, again, it's going to be blue minions pushed up further with the advantages of these split pushers, and it makes it so much easier for Fnatic to gain control of the jungle.
Yep.
Look at this blue mountain that has occurred. Fnatic do not want to let this one go quietly in 2 games. They want to push us to game number 3. They're in the position to do it, and they're all going to collapse on mid.
A final outer finally flying down. Oscar Renan is swinging the legs. Just like in Kingsman. You know, are you seeing it, Kobe?
I haven't actually seen it.
Well, that's a shame. Everyone else out there, you know who I'm talking about.
I'm with you.
She slices people in half for Samuel Jackson. And I'm telling you right now, Oscar Renan is slicing people in half for Razork and Humanoid, who've already had a great start to the early game as well. Now, let's take stock again as we get towards this Baron side in a minute 50 and Dragon comes up in 15 seconds.
Cream's got to be careful. The reason he's not being careful is because he has the rest of his team coming.
Okay.
But if it's the 1v1, that is 2 item LeBlanc versus 1 item.
Mako flashed. Maybe Mako has to be careful again. Razork almost finding a pick here on the bottom lane. Bottom lane.
Everybody, you can tell there's so much damage there.
Yep.
A little bit itchy with it. I think that Dragon just has to be forfeit for sure. Top Esports. JackeyLove again is the hope, but he's on Varus this time around. You cannot you cannot be as aggressive as you can on Lucian. Varus's, poke damage, his lethality is a much slower moving champion. You don't get to move up and kind of assert your will.
Without an enchanter as well. Mako's on the damage threat in the Rumble, so.
Literally, Jackie against Fnatic, and Fnatic right now, Humanoid.
Going for a dive, Equalizer comes down, Humanoid's playing with him though, he jumps in, almost takes out Cream, and now he's out himself. Under turret, Mako's gonna die second time this game, as Tien is isolated. They use everything on Marek Brasna, and they fail.
Yeah, he lives, and Tien flashed for it to get that W on him. Didn't have enough damage.
Jun touching blood in the water.
Jun.
Cream is out.
He was looking at his screen. That's good for Cream. He was looking at the screen, walks away, sees the Renata coming. But it's still going to be such an advantage here for Fnatic as they can push again all sides of the map. Oscar finishes up top side. All right, let's take another look at how it started out though. Hex flash over from Mako, try and grab him under turret. They do get it during the knockup with the ulti and with the ignite on him, but Jun is there and they get the shield. Mako, thankfully for top, was not hit by the LeBlanc, so ended up being an execute, but they also got the extra flash out here. Oof. Action-packed.
It is. It's so great for Fnatic. I mean, more of what we saw in the first game. Kobe, you were admiring their draft coming into the second game, like throwing a spanner into the works, throwing pace in. We know these kind of comps are rare and hardly ever seen. 1-3-1 setup that looks so successful with an almost 3-item LeBlanc here for Humanoid.
Yeah.
2 items now for Oscar and think about his trading in lane with Ravenous. 369 is going to start struggling more and more, and for Oscar Rinnan, he's done so well at mitigating any pressure that's come his way this game as well.
Yeah, and especially if like Jackie is kind of the hero of top esports, Fnatic are built with so many threats for a low mobility carry like that. But
all in comes through, hostile takeover. Razork might be caught out, the bailout is there, but they need to find TM. Razork won't get the reset. Oscar Rinnan goes deep as well. Fnatic, what are you doing? They've flashed on away. Oscar Rinnan tries to shut down. When EU has hope, when it starts with success, it may still end in failure.
All right, Jackie gets the shutdown. Top esports answering that bit of aggression, defending their own jungle. I want to see the beginning of it again and how Razork actually gets kind of locked down there. Let's see, because, I mean, I guess then you're kind of accelerating towards the Muramana for Jackie. They popped his shield off. Then he went for the stun. The flash of Jackie. Yeah, Razork ulted in, but Jackie had already flashed to gain the distance. And then they got the pincer here. Tien immediately went in. He survives because he has the Xin Zhao ultimate. Yeah, nice teleport reaction there from 369 too. Top, as soon as you give them that opportunity, they turn around and they do punish you. So as much of a lead as Fnatic were building, as much momentum as they were building, they do have to be fairly careful here.
And this is why, again, to quote what Emily's been talking about, the mid-game macro, if you look at only finals alone from top esports, you wouldn't think them a very intelligent team, but you start seeing plays a bit like this game. Their counter punches and how they can react to pressure. For top esports, it's things like those TP plays from 369 that make him so good at skirmishing and team fighting along with his original organization.
And also, Fnatic has gotten a lot of leads that have gotten away from them, so...
it's a bit of column A, column B.
They definitely get brimming with confidence at points, so we'll see about some stabilization here.
You reckon it was the Shocks clip that put it down here?
I don't know, maybe you who just brought it up?
Well,
you literally said the line.
Yeah, but it was already said on
a minute
broadcast.
ago. Yeah.
Surely, if I jinx it, then that has got to unjinx it, right?
All right, well, let's see, because Jackie close to transforming for Muramana to have his true 3-item power spike. On the top side, Tien and 369 fishing around, but Oscar easily able to evade. Not going to step up too far. And basically top are still looking for, you defend your jungle and you try and wait for another one of these opportunities where someone steps a little bit too far forward because they have the lead, then you punish. So if you can close the door, if you can punish on someone who oversteps, then you can kind of work your way back into it. But they don't really get to be the ones being the first movers because Fnatic still retains such a good split pushing advantage here. And they can get the move first again. Whenever you push up on a side lane like this, like the pseudo vision of the minions. I mean, it's not even pseudo; it's real vision until the minions die. But them pushing up in the lanes and your enemies having to go catch those is kind of like them dealing with housework while you get to go have fun and set up for your objective first.
Even you minions were just like, I don't know, servants. It's rough. That's a reality of what they do. Humanoid peeking around. Reality of his damage shown there as well. Proof in the pudding while 369 comes on in. I mean,
got
setting
full
up
vision.
this dragon.
All right, Fnatic, full vision. They've got the poke. Humanoid.
Jumps in, does good damage, does double sigil though, so Mirage is down for a little bit here as JackeyLove runs in with the rest of the team. The hostile takeover though, John! Again, this man on this pick is huge, but they haven't done the damage. Equalizer out while 369 gets to the back line, but enables a reset for Razork. Step 1 is down. Step 2 comes with Oscarina, who almost overchases. The top esports are zoned off this dragon, and John's ultis are a thing to be admired.
And Champ Select, when we were saying, oh, if they team fight, then it's going to all rely on the CC from Renata, from Jun. Kind of imagining that dream giant ulti, that wave that just crashes over the entirety of TES. And you could see Hysterics in the aftermath, the couple of seconds after it, the kind of desync in TES, because then you have 369 goes in and the Rumble ult goes down, but the rest of the team kind of backing up. Look at this. Humanoid backed out of the brush, Jun stays in, he gets a massive one. And then even with Tien popping up his ulti there and them trying to go backwards, 369 in, so they get over the other side of the Rumble ultimate, and Fnatic with that kill, grab the dragon. That will be soul point for them.
Oh, doesn't see them. Sneaky movement from top esports. They move up, so Jun thinks he's safe. He's walking in. He's going to be targeted out. He flashes away. The handshake's good, but JackeyLove now frontlining. Heals away too, but the all-in from Razork is going to find him. Jackie's down. It's a reverse of game 1 as Humanoid gets to play the cleanup duty. EU believes, and in game 2, top esports are faltering.
Jun is crazy, man. He's okay. Oscar gonna finish.
He's also crazy as well, it seems. Jumping on the Cream, it's another kill, and now Baron is as easy as that.
It's like, you know what? We've got no real tank face checkers on our team. I've got Flash, and I've got the support shield item. I'll just do it myself. He's got his finger on the Flash, ready, knowing that there's a huge possibility there in the brush. He does flash back. He hits the handshake on the exit, allows Fnatic the chase downs. They get the Baron afterwards. Now Humanoid goes down to collect bottom side. That one's going to be the game breaker. Now it's really just going to explode here. With Baron buff for the 1-3-1 split push team, Fnatic have so much power right now to push us to a game 3. Jun knows. He's kind of expecting it. He hits it. Oh my, it's just so good. He popping the spell shield, landing the handshake as he exits with the rest of the Fnatic there to immediately teleport on his play. Humanoid follows it up. They got the chain, they got the chase down. This series is really delivering.
It really is. Fnatic moving into their own element. Even Oscar in it here with a nice pick to set up for Razork. Like, mid-jungle has been insane, but then Jun as well stepping up to the spotlight. Noah's had a bit of a quiet one because of the laning phase, but you've still got that Renata, and the value's there. So much more over Mako's Rumble that is 2 levels behind it.
Yeah, it's okay for right now, because like you're saying, Jun, Humanoid, Oscar, stepping up huge, Razork as well. Now all that's left with this Baron buff to close in on all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
Humanoid working the last minion wave towards mid, while this 3 squad down here with the double stacked up cannons doesn't have to get anything risky. They don't have to get fancy at all.
As you said, but Mako's going to make it a little bit fancy in the top side with the all-out being burned as well. But Oscar in it may be able to 1v2 this. He's got 3 items, Sterix Gate, and the uppercut makes it big again. The Sterix shield comes through, and down goes the damage. Like I said, Oscar Rinnan with double solo kills. He's back.
That's 3 item Camille, baby. Sterix Gage popped. He knew, I've got the extra safety, goes back in. 1v2 for Oscar, and they're not done.
It doesn't end there with Jun almost finding Cream. The Berserk ends up hitting on the tippy-tip as Cream jumps on in. The end of the Spirit Rush doing nothing though, and Noah finally having some action, flashes and finds it. Everyone with individual outplays as Jackie is left isolated, and it's another kill going over to Oscar. 22-7, 28 minutes, and just like game 1 but in reverse, Fnatic condition all back. You want to play fast, you want to play bloody League of Legends, Fnatic have been doing that all year, and when this team comes to the table with Jun taking control, look at what they achieved. A double knockup with a phase call, a double, triple setup here for the Camille yet again. 369 to drop one down, a Bear Nexus, and a game 3 to qualify for the main stage. Fnatic have earned their right.
Oh, this game 3 is going to be a treat.
Oh, yeah.
Play-ins of MSI 2024 already looking hype. Top Esports and Fnatic going the distance here. This is for promotion. You win this for either team, you're through to the main stage.
Easy.
And you will have so much confidence too. Oscar ends the game, fully stacked bounty on his head, 8-1-6 on the Camille pick. They had the confidence in him to do it. You know, people have been playing the Camille in solo queue ever since the buffs. You know, people getting ready for it, but they pull it out in an elimination game, and he performs on it. Of course, you know, Humanoid, they were already confident in him on the LeBlanc, and he gets another one.
But the extra layer, right? It's insane. Yeah. We're going to throw it over the analyst desk, though, because that is one hell of a game to break down.
It's not a game, Asterix. It's a gift to all the Fnatic fans, to all the people who predicted them, as crazy as they might seem. What a banger, baby! If I can't get my LEC bias in on the, you know, the analysis desk, I can't put it on the caster desk, so it's got to go somewhere. I'm sorry. You have to bear with me. But an incredible comeback from Fnatic after what was a super shaky game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is obviously we're gonna talk about the other individual pieces, but Jun on something with not necessarily engage, but just like so much playmaking power. And then the other surprise for me is Oscar Renin locking in the Camille, Fnatic saying like, we believe in you to be able to pilot this. This is something that we've seen in solo queue. It's something that's been rumored to be seen in scrims, actually in tandem with the Galio at points for obvious reasons. And I think Oscar was a really big surprise in the series.
Yeah, I think the big one for me, though, was Humanoid. This guy was an absolute beast in the mid lane. Again, getting that help coming through from Razork, the early aggression on towards Cream, getting those early kills. And even, like, we were looking at in the draft going, I think I would have preferred to see the Ahri taken over the LeBlanc in this side of the matchup, but with the amount of presence they were able to put in towards the mid lane, the fact that, I mean, it's Humanoid piloting LeBlanc, this guy has always been so good in this champion, and finding these picks, setting up the success that Fnatic needed through that mid lane, gave them the control in the 1-3-1, and by the time we got to the end of it, Fnatic were just destroying top esports and side lanes.
Yeah, here's another little shining moment for Oscar, but I think the other thing about that is it was Razork coming in, recognizing that obviously Humanoid didn't have the same kind of, you know, leads that he did with Cream coming in after that level 1 in game 1. So I thought that was a really, really smart early gank as well from Razork to be like, okay, we're going to set you up for success. They get the kill onto Cream. They're able to snowball from there.
And I just think, obviously, Humanoid, some incredible, pretty gross stats you can see there at the bottom of your screen. But ultimately, the fact that this game wasn't just Humanoid. Yes, it's been Humanoid in both game 1 and in game 2, but the fact that all of Fnatic, it felt like, showed up in a big way was massive. Because, yes, Jun had some highlight plays, Oscar had some highlight plays, but the fact that everybody was able to rally is big for the confidence of this team, a team that we know to be pretty emotional based on how they performed domestically heading into this deciding game 3.
I think it's also just how good they were playing through those side lanes, because we've seen mistakes from Fnatic in the past where they will overextend that a little bit too far, they won't get their waves in the correct state, and top esports tried to find windows to punish that, where we saw them, you know, overload on the top side to try and pick off Humanoid, but Fnatic, Jun, Razork in particular were there to consistently respond to any sort of weak point in the map, make sure there was no real foothold for top esports to come into it. And even though at times there may have been one or two, you know, overcompensations, it didn't matter. They just knew, look, we need to hold on to these side lanes and we're going to be in a good spot. We can let the Camille and LeBlanc do their things. And by the time we got to that later portion of the game, there was nothing top esports could do.
Yeah, and even when, like, top esports were able to find some windows, as you can see, Fnatic did a much better job with objective control in this game as well. And there were points at time where we saw some kind of classic top esports moments, right? Where, like, we talked about their mistake yesterday in that game against Loud when they were swapping back in the lane swap, and then the 2v2 just makes a mistake, right? Because they think, oh, we have control here, Tien's at Grubs, we're good. In this game, we saw that again up on top side early. We saw it again on bot side early, where they just really, really over-pushed what they thought was an advantage, and Fnatic were able to come in and collapse. And I also think that's where Jun's Renata pick was so crucial, right? Because there were so many times where TES were trying to get onto a member, and Jun immediately is either handshaking a member of TES and then in tandem getting the bailout, and it was like stellar to watch from him.
But that's the thing, with Top Esports taking blue side now, you have the opportunity to try and take that away, right? You can first pick the Kalista, try and take the Renata for yourself even if you want to, or even ban away the Renata, because there's things like the Volibear that they end up banning away that are kind of nothing bans in my opinion in a lot of situations. So I would much rather see them get Jun off of this pick, because, well, Jun has just been so incredibly strong on this. The guy has been an absolute beast all throughout LEC playoffs on it. You have to respect him on this pick, and we got to see it there. So I feel like Top Esports coming into this, get rid of that and then see if they can set up for a better bot lane. So I think now the attention has to be, can we continue to get Humanoid that presence in the mid lane, but also feed that into the bot lane as well to try and help out on that bot side.
All right, analysts, I need a dose of what might hurt, and that might be realism here. Was this a flash in the pan for Fnatic? Is this replicatable? Can they do this again? Do you think this was more on the mistakes of Top Esports? Do you think it's more about one or two individual picks that can be banned away? Or are Fnatic favored heading into Game 3 after a performance like this?
I think it's disrespectful to say that that is a flash in the pan, because I definitely think Fnatic played incredibly well. They played through the strengths. They drafted well. They got everything that they could want to. But I do think there was a little bit of disrespect on Top Esports side, as Emily kind of alluded to, with them over-aggressing in matchups. I think this now just becomes a significantly more even best of one that we have to look forward to.
Yeah, I was going to say, and when we say disrespect, I don't think it's disrespect to Fnatic. I think TES do this. Like, they do this in season. They did this in season. For every, like, good map play I talked about, there is a play like this in a Top Esports series. So I think the other thing is, like, going into this with Top Esports on blue side, I am curious to see how draft plays out. But I think it is about as even of a series as like we expected. Like, I did give the edge to Top in 2-1. But the other thing I will say is that these are two, in my opinion, volatile and emotional teams as well.
Yeah.
And so I'll be curious to see how the momentum for Fnatic coming out as winners of Game 2 will affect Game 3.
Rob, final chance. Raz isn't here. He is the king of waffling, but you have a chance to waffle.
I've already doubled down on Twitter. I can't go back. It's too late for me. I'm sorry.
I'm shocked that you're not.
Shout out to the MasterCard fan predictions, though. They were appropriately close.
Oh, okay,
You're not flip-flopping? All right. Well,
I am like famous for never. I'm like, I will hold my L's. I will always hold my L's.
Well, I hope you get ready to hold this one. LEC fans, last time LPL was taken down by an LPL team, Worlds 2018, G2 versus RNG, Fnatic versus EDG. Maybe they can replicate some of that magic on the Fnatic side today. TES might still be favored, though, when it comes to the analysis desk. Let's see what happens in Game 3 as we head to a quick break.
I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time we lost promises. They make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises promise there'll be no more promises.
Well, it is the final game in what can only be described as a barnyard banger. Game 2, Fnatic.
It can be described as other things.
No, nothing but a barnyard banger. Fnatic took him out. I don't know where this is going.
Yeah, they set it on fire.
Put
The
them
barn is
grazing
burning.
and said, just eat. We'll
Honestly,
take care of the rest.
Honestly, I think actually there is way more pressure on Top Esports now, too.
Agreed.
Fnatic are feeling great right now. Fnatic are brimming with confidence. Top Esports, they are on home soil right now. The entire fan base is unamused with the last game. There is so much pressure on Top Esports right now, especially Tien and Cream. Tien and Cream definitely have to clean it up here if they want to come back in this series.
Cream is getting gapped today, I think.
Cream is getting omega gapped. Humanoid really is his father.
And I think we can say the same. Razork is also gapping. The early game was insane. The setup for this top lane was insane. And now that Top Esports with the loss have opted in for blue side, we have to see what's worth first picking, because so far it's these constant bans towards Jackie Love that are taken away, but it's also the respect I see for Top Esports that they're given towards Humanoid after 2 great games of LeBlanc.
Yeah, because Jackie is carrying this team, trying to carry this Top Esports team.
Yep.
So Fnatic, everything is pointed at him. All the laser sights are pointed at Jackie. Again, he's going to draw that triple ban. Adding the Lucian from the first game. So yeah, steal away the Varus. I like that.
Yep. But what else? I was going to ask you, what's responsive for Fnatic? Because a lot of 80 carries now taken off the board.
Well, you could like take away the Nautilus if you think they're going to go with the classic, the Nautilus Varus, and try and go kill lane into him. Also, it's always nice to have Nautilus if like Jackie is the only carry on the enemy team you have to worry about. To have that Nautilus ultimate, the point and click. Is definitely a useful tool if your opponents are only relying on a single one.
Zyra Khan lane.
That is a very diverse opening because you can deal with a lot of things basically. It's a good lane. It has really good engage. Also has very good disengage. So I always like this kind of flexible duo opening from a red side. Red side Zyra Khan, definitely a big fan. Oh, they want to go back to Cream's Tristana. Okay, they're going to bring back Cream's Tristana. You were talking previously about Cream's champ pool when they slammed the Maokai Tristana in their time of need. All right, if Cream doesn't start performing now, then they're really, really going to be going to have long-standing issues.
Oh yeah.
Humanoid not going to go for LeBlanc, obviously, this time around. Into the Tristana, Talia, always nice. The Rockfield ensures that you don't have to worry about the those jump all-ins. Make sure you've got some answer there.
True.
Let's
now
see.
We're going to see what comes through from Razork, right? Maokai's already picked up. They're starting to get rid of some of the solutions here for Fnatic that has given Razork this early game power. We've seen so far, there's been a bit of a priority on getting the Viego. Razork last game, game 1 for Tien. We have to see if that gets taken away as well as engage options for Fnatic of what they're currently fearing.
Yeah.
Rumble.
All right, the Rumble, Mako's Rumble was incredibly good. You know, the only like the moments of hope there for TS in the last game were Jackie and Mako's plays. So taking out the Rumble as well, I like that. Now let's see, the last jungler, Lee Sin is still available. Viego still available.
We've worked out Volibear. I think a lot of people have walked away from it. Viego's now banned.
Yeah, okay, so they go for the Viego side of it again. Or in reaction to the last one, because that was the last one he went with.
Edge.
Seji, just get the tank.
Okay.
Yeah, he's done enough. Just get the tank now. And honestly, put some more faith into Oscar. Oscar deserves your respect after that Camille game. He gets 5 pick with a Sejuani. I am kind of fearful, actually. Like, Sejuani plus some aggressive, like, top lane melee champ here to get those quick Sejuani stuns. 369. Definitely an extremely good individual player, but let's see what he's going to blind into him. Some sort of tank of... Oh,
369,
no.
this is a classic, though.
Is he dare? Well, the Camille's not banned, right? Camille's good into Aatrox. Okay.
I was like,
whoa, okay. Yeah, that would be something there. Renekton, I think, much more universally safe.
Good takeaway with the Sejuani as well, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do you pick? You go safe tank. I mean, last game, you definitely don't take Camille into Renekton, especially not 369's Renekton. But it is going to be a tank matchup this time. Okay, so we don't get the carry pants out of Oscar like last game, but we do get a bit more setup added to Fnatic's draft.
Okay. This one, a much more straightforward composition from Fnatic very clearly. As long as they do their swap. we get Razork.
Like Rakan jungle?
We get them trading. Okay, what's the timer on the swaps? How long?
Right.
That would be so funny if like there was something went up and they passed the timer and they're like, oh no,
we're stuck with it.
Can't swap those. Yeah, you're stuck with it. Not gonna be the case though. Okay, so much more straightforward here though. Massive beefy front line for Fnatic this time around, front to back. This one, they definitely do need Jun and Noah to actually have a good phase here for Noah to have some money, because the Xayah is going to have to put in a lot more work this game than he had to put in the last one. But we are in a very, very tense one right now, Hysterics. Do you believe? Are you on Draco's team now?
I don't know whose team I'm on. I'm conflicted.
Because Draco's, he had a 2-1 prediction. He could be spot on here.
Yeah, but he looks like Eminem, so I don't know if I trust that.
I'm on board. I'm on Team Dracos.
He's shouting across the wayside.
You know what? I'm on. I'm in there. I believe with the way that Humanoid has been gapping Cream. And Tien, I don't know if Tien pulls it back. Maybe it's like, oh, he had bad games, so now like the randomness factor or something. He's gonna have good ones now.
I'm gonna like it, but I mean, in your home court, you're here in Chengdu, and especially when you have Cream, who was an OMG mainstay for quite a while. OMG's home base was in Chengdu. They've got the audience behind them. They've got the Gyos, as you'll hear momentarily. Top esports to see if they can pull it back. And he looks like they're going to start the lane swap.
He definitely is super comfortable on the Tristana. So let's see if TS can pull it off here with the change. They do have themselves a little bit of a lane swap going on, as you see a Zachary in bottom lane as well. So nobody, I don't believe anybody got any intel yet though, right? None of these wards have seen anyone. So it is going to be the grouping here for Fnatic for the delayed invade. Okay. They have no sweeper for it.
Tian moving into position. I mean, he could get caught out here. In fact, his timing could not be worse. Jun, remember, flash W. See if they can get anything out of Tian. Bramble Smash starts it off. The invade continues up as Fnatic aren't walking away from this, but Top Esports are collapsing.
Okay, it's going to be all 5 for them, too.
I mean, this could be game-breaking. This could be series-breaking. This could be a main bracket decider, and onto Cream. Jun sets it up again. The flash commit, the permafrost. Cream gets autoed, and he's dead.
In a 4v5! In a 4v5! Fnatic take down Cream! In the critical moments, hysteric. Jun interrupts the rocket jump. He doesn't get the right timing. He flashes afterwards. Cream down again.
Jun is the saving grace of the LEC and continues to step up. Mako and JackeyLove
Jun is my god now.
Into bot. He should be. I said pray to him outside of Humanoid, and as they walk through, Razork has skirted vision. Will be starting on this bottom side Krugs, and he's unknown right now as well, as JackeyLove and Mako try to find something in this bottom lane, but Kobe, there's a follow-on play to this. Mako took a turret shot. That's horrible. They know Tien's here as well. They've got all the information.
And he walks off the ward. Razork going to be able to finish up his Krugs, get his level 2. Behind the bottom lane. Now, Jackie and Mako do have summoner spell advantage here, so I think, yeah, just go back to your own side here right now. Right. Noah and Jun, you know, sustaining the poke damage, but also using their flashes to get the first blood means it'll be way too dangerous, knowing that Tien is trailing there. So they just have Razork go over to Gromp.
I just can't believe it's such a mega play for Fnatic. Are they in Top Esports heads? Well, for Tien going into this deep invade, we're about to find out. Tries to spot out. No one at Gromp. Instead, Razork going to be spotted out here thanks to the power of Ashe. And
Look at Talia. Look at Talia as well. Humanoid was hovering the roam over.
Bramble Q gets it. Okay. Level 3 now picked up onto Razork. Twisted Van's going to be pulled out as well. Razork has to be careful here because he can die. The Bramble Smash again, the sapling out, and with red buff too, Razork gets forced out of his own jungle. Wolf's now here for the taking.
Yeah, big stuff from Tien. Because he was able to get the blue buff inside the brush, even though Razork goes for the W there for Sejuani, Tien's got the smite secure inside the brush. Able to get the blue buff, which translates into a wolf steal as well. Now let's see if he can cross as well. Because right now, Tien still hovering around mid, and he's going to go over a ward on his exit. I guess maybe just crabbing back. Razork here, trade on the other side for top grab.
The 369 giving information away on the red buff as well. Razork, as you said, on that scuttle. I just want to remind everyone something Draco said so important, especially with Fnatic getting that first blood. The last win for the LEC at an international best of was Worlds 2018. It was G2 RNG in quarters that stopped the Golden Road. Yeah, very fun saying. And Fnatic EDG against Mako, by the way, that did the same thing. It'd be so huge if they could do it here today, but it is still only the early game as Slingshot going to be used. 369 though going to be brought back in. Oscar having a bit of a field day. 369 flashed on. Oscar's one hit away, and 369 lucky to be alive, but Oscar is feeling it all of a sudden.
Oscar, my man, I'm sorry. I was not familiar with your game. The carry Camille and the carry Zach too. All right, flash for flash though. Doesn't quite squeeze out the damage to get the solo bolo, but does establish dominance.
That's what matters, especially against 369. That's what matters. Heal though from Jun, tries to get the engage, but fails. Was an inch away from maybe finding something on JackeyLove. That could have been a flash.
Okay, JackeyLove and Mako. They have been the consistent ones for Top Esports. They have been the hope for Top Esports. They are certainly that right now. Bottom side has plenty of defensive wards as well, so they're quite safe while they're pushing up. Even though Razork brings his own control ward and drops it here, bottom lane will know. He's looping all the way around though, and that's not going to see him. That's not going to see him either.
Again, if they can shut down bot, the most successful part of Top Esports, Fnatic will have such a big gameplay.
They've got sums.
Game plan, as you said, the summoner's still up. I guess the early trade with losing summoners has hurt Fnatic in the long run, considering nothing else has come of it.
And this is something Jackie and Mako do a lot too. They have so much confidence to outplay 3v2s when they do have summoner spell advantages. They always try and do as much as they can for their team, and it's definitely going to be necessary. Void Grubs are up now though, because we passed the 6-minute mark, but
Jungler's still very much attracted to the bottom side of the map. He jumps in over the rocks.
Good trade here from Cream as well. Yes. Humanoid walking back in, trying to get something here.
Now still gets the good trade.
Tien, is he too deep? I mean, he's gone in real heavy here. Permafrost is out. He gets rooted up. Tien, is it a bait? I don't know, because the Weaver's Wall from Humanoid follows up, but he's on the wrong side of it. JackeyLove now looking for a 2v4 in the enemy jungle. Jackie does it again onto Tien. Humanoid tries to outplay, but when you take on Jackie and Mako, you're taking on the world.
Jackie and Mako, all of China behind them right now, cheering them on. What gods! It looked like Fnatic were about to pinch Tien and try and punish him there, but they just don't have quite enough damage. Even with Humanoid ulting in on the Taliyah, Tien escapes over the wall. He's able to heal up with the passive as well. He survives, and they get the kills. JackeyLove and Mako each grabbing one. Tien getting that one over the side as well. And that is exactly what Top Esports needed.
That was huge. Tien now, I mean, trying to force Razork out from the grubs. 369 has push in topside as well. He's got Dominus available. And you can see Razork doesn't even finish a single grub. Tien just bramble smashes and takes them all away, while Razork has to play the slower game. I mean, this early game looks so good for Fnatic, but off that bot-sided play,
massive.
It's huge for the game's sake.
Yeah, and especially because the pressure from bot side had been relentless from Jackie and Mako. Yep. Look at the CS that discrepancy that has emerged. Everything Fnatic have, they got to throw it at him. They're trying. Humanoid with a little pass here as well.
Green moving down as well.
1,000 gold lead already for Jackie.
Here's that replay. Let's watch again, because it's essentially a 4v2 by the end that Tien got out of.
Yeah. So Tien trying to play around his strong bottom lane, but still was so freaking close here. It's insane. And Humanoid actually jumps up on the top side there. Doesn't get the kill on him, and Jackie arrow through them all. Flash to get the other. And then when Humanoid flashes over the wall, Tien also has the W into the heel.
Yo, they are stressing. Top Esports coaching staff are stressing in this series. That's what Fnatic has made them do.
Yeah, that was a frown during that.
Maybe not.
They're like, okay, yeah, they know. They're not out of the hot water yet.
Yeah.
You got to finish the game. Lead, definitely a very, very, very nice lead for Top Esports in the early game, though. Very necessary.
Remember, even last game there was a bit of a lead as 369 goes for the turret plating here. There's no threat of a solo kill anymore, as close as it was pre-6. Now has shifted gears a little bit here with an Executioner's Calling nice and early for 369. Adaptation to stop Oscarinin from healing so much in the trade itself. But Kobe, look at bot onto Mako. They look for the engage, the quickness out on JackeyLove as well. This time in the 3v2, it works out well. Jackie still sits though with the Nature's Grasp following through and the zoning coming through from this virus. The feathers fly through. JackeyLove is out of range. Tien is in a bit of trouble, but he hits through the little gap. And Jackie survives here to push out the wave, still being the behemoth of the bottom lane.
Yeah, smart stuff here from Fnatic, actually, though. They go straight for... Oh, never mind.
All in comes through, and here's the Weaver's Wall as it interrupted. Humanoid halfway through. But he's okay. Not enough damage yet there from Cream, but at least a better look here in the 1v1, as apart from the rest of the series.
Yeah, out from the top side. But really good, target selection, obviously, from Fnatic. They know JackeyLove has Cleanse, so Razork goes straight for Mako instead, and they grab the kill on the Cleanseless Ashe. No summoner spells were available for him. And Top Esports, after the reset, though, they still get the objective. You mentioned how, Jackie was able to push out afterwards. They also got the reset. They also got the dragon. So Top Esports not too worried about that one. But here's a look at it. So Razork knows Mako's our target from the get-go.
Yep.
While Jun goes to lock up JackeyLove, he then can easily pass over to Mako after the Sejuani stun wears off, lands the charm, and they get the kill there. Then blocks for Noah, and Noah's going to ult as well, as you know, but we'll get right back to live to continue.
Do you know what the difference is, though, this time? The concern for Fnatic. Bot has been ahead all 3 games for JackeyLove and Mako. The difference is that Humanoid has been ahead as well on things like the LeBlanc with Razork facilitating.
Yeah.
This game, Humanoid only 100 gold ahead. Cream's doing fine in the matchup, and Razork is not on something like the Viego or the Xin Zhao that can fight early. It's a slower pace of game for Fnatic here, Kobe, and that's the concern I have running into this 11-12 minute mark. Arrow comes through, hits Jun as well. As we said, Chain of Corruption not going to hit. I don't know if he has Mercs Lamont, but it feels like for Fnatic, Jun is saved by timing.
Yeah, especially timing you're mentioning. Just now, this second, Tien's ulti came off, so that Maokai ultimate was not available for that play.
Yep.
They had a couple more seconds waiting on it, so they didn't have the perfect actual setup, and nice little escape from Jun and Noah, and now they're going to go for Tien.
Tien has to go in, Twisted Advances there, but the Glacial Prison comes through. Flash from Humanoid to get the seismic shove. Good pace from Noah to help pick up the kill with the rest of Fnatic moving in.
And Tien, they can't bail him out of that one. Maokai down, Fnatic gets some cash back, and now, bigger than the cash back that you get.
Quickness though, flash away, mate goes out of there immediately. JackeyLove burnt the flash as well, that's double summoner. Thanks to Jun, they're getting something out of this bottom lane when it didn't feel possible as the all-in from Cream comes through and onto Humanoid. It's going to be a burst of a trade here. Double rocket jump, Cream runs in with the ulti. He's got a reset too and he doesn't need it. Cream with the solo kill, and he finally shows face in this 1v1.
He's back, baby. He's on his Tristana, and he's confident to jump right into those rocks. Gets the kill onto Humanoid. Bottom lane is confident. Mid lane is confident. Top esports surging.
Their early game leads to a 2K gold lead. It's been a bit back and forth. Fnatic have tried to be resilient through this bottom side, but just when you close your eyes and say it's all resolved with Noah and Jun, you look towards mid, and that happens.
All right, Razork finds 369, or should I say 369 finds Razork.
Does indeed. Jun in trouble, that's what I want to know. Mako's damage coming through, and it's quite sweet as it looks like Humanoid's walking in. Nature's Grass, this turns to a dive, but how long can Fnatic survive? The feathers can come out, and a cleanse as well. They buy time. Here's Humanoid, but he jumps in the back line as Tien looks at this engage, a wall in his way, but as he flashes through, Jun hits him on the edge, but JackeyLove and Mako coming in, the arrow through the goalpost. Noah and Jun get out, and they all disengage.
Slippery stuff there from Jun, able to avoid the Ash arrow coming through. That would have been the last of it. That timing as well would have meant if they kept him in combat, then Cream could have kept on pushing mid lane and got a lot more. But because Fnatic are able to escape just in time, Humanoid at least is able to get over there and clear up the minion wave as it is right up next to the tower. But here's another look at the solo bolo.
Right timing.
Yeah, exactly. So again, when he goes for the seismic shove, Cream's confident, it's fine. I'll get stunned when I jump over your E rocks, but I don't care as long as I get my rocket jump onto you. And then he has the damage calculation perfectly done with his ultimate plus the auto there, gets the kill.
Everybody loves it when it's a Krispy Kreme, don't they? I mean, this guy has finally made internationals, had a long time on OMG, had some suspicious plays on OMG as well. LPL goats know what I'm talking about. Let's remember the Kai'Sa game. But here, as he moves to top side, maybe it's a little bit early to talk about, but he seems okay for the time being. Just launched on, again, by Oscarinin, who's absorbing pressure, while this Tristana, with already 3 grubs, is trying to push down these side lanes.
Yeah, I kind of like these assignments as, 369 on Renekton should finish up on bottom tower. Tristana easily push in over on top side, while they have a pretty safe mid lane. Bit of control here as I say it. Razork.
A pick onto Mako, but there's no damage here. Noah doesn't want to walk in. The counter engage so much bigger. It's arrow, it's Twisted Advance, it's every CC in the kitchen sink thrown at Razork for the kill over to Jackie.
Yeah, they were pretty confident there, top.
Well, this is going to be a 1v1, isn't it? I mean, top esports are finding it everywhere through mid, through bot. Now the flash forward. Humanoid is going to get sliced, diced, and everything. Nice. 369 does it. Cream does it. JackeyLove does it. Fnatic are crumbling as top esports bring out the big guns.
Oh, they surely do. All across the map, top esports coming out on top. They grab the Rift Herald, they grab the kill in mid lane, countering Razork as he queued in over the wall. Then they get the solo bolo for 369. Flash invested, knowing that Humanoid did not have his flash, jumping right on top of them. Let's see, with this giant lead as well, already you see the objective bounties popping up on the map. Sometimes those are demoralizing for your team, but they also are that little bit of hope here for Fnatic. If they can, make some sort of concentrated play, then grab an objective bounty or something and get back into it. But it's just so nice because he gets his W stun off as the seismic is going. So even though you're getting seismic into the rocks, your W stun is going off anyway.
Hang on, counter engage. Patara goes down for top esports. Are they caught out is the question. Jun goes into the engage in quickness, but there's no damage from Fnatic. They try so hard to get a little bit of a pick here as Razork didn't commit the ult, but they try to commit the counter punch. Here's the poke again from JackeyLove as top esports now group up as a 5-man. around this next dragon. They got mid push as well.
Yep, just go mid. Minion wave already up there. And Fnatic can try and pincer here. Let's see. Sejuani in 3 seconds has ult.
Trying to clear the wave. Good timer on that. Razork, though, swinging a miss. Cream with good timing himself. And Top Esports just getting damage on the inner. Is still a win.
Yeah, no Sejuani ultimate. I think Fnatic have to be really safe now. You got to be way more careful.
Oscar caught out. I want to see. He's got flash available, but doesn't burn it in the end. Again, the range starting to become an issue as Top Esports are just coming for the next wave with inner about to fall down. How do you defend this, Kobe?
I think you got to give it up. I don't think you defend it. That's too dangerous. That could be like self-bait. All right. Now, mid tower taken. Easy pickup on Dragon number 2. It should be for Top Esports as they send Cream topside. Teleport is ready. All right, Humanoid now does have his flash, but he's at a 2-level disadvantage to Cream in topside.
Yep.
Just now ticks over to level 11, so evens that one out to just a single level advantage, but still going to be pretty difficult. Dragon picked up, as we said, though.
We've come so far in this series, though. I mean, it's a 6K gold lead just about. It's crazy how now one-sided this game feels after the back and forth. Both compositions of the games. Noah not going to get dove by 369 here as the arrow goes and swing and a miss, but Top Esports have come back in this final game of the series in a very convincing way. Remember, even though we're setting up for Fnatic to make history in the past 6 years against the LPL in Best of an International, they still have another chance if they can't get it across the line here. If they do end up getting destroyed in the next 5-10 minutes with the way the gold's going, Fnatic will have to run through either Loud or GAM. One of them will still be a qualification match, and remember, they already beat GAM, and for Loud, they lost pretty convincingly against Top Esports as well in the Bloodbath, so they still will have another chance. It is not over Red Rover for the LEC. As we said the same thing about FlyQuest earlier as T1. Yeah.
Yep, definitely true. Meanwhile, they still have hopes in this game. Look at this movement down towards bottom tower. Rotate through jungle.
Okay, a play. Razork, though, swing and a miss, but it's 369 who sidesteps in the dominance. He absorbs all the pressure. He takes a while to die, slice and dice, eventually does, though, with a big shutdown. Fnatic never saying die, but JackeyLove, as he moves on in, needs to be dealt with. He gets kissed together, and maybe it's okay, but JackeyLove, as he flushes away, starts free-firing, auto-attacking from over the wall, and Mako now joins in as well. This Ashe is taking on the Taliyah mid. Mako in a 1v1 flashes a seismic shove. Mako's back, baby. I don't care that he dies. The fact that he takes that shows you how Top Esports are playing with their wallets.
And Cream is collecting in this one. Got his reset there. Now he's got a bounty on top of his head. Top Esports should be able to push out both mid and bottom in the aftermath of that one, but it's still getting fun, still getting aggressive. Fnatic, even when they're down, they still try and force these plays. They go for the side lane pick. They try and burst down the Renekton. It takes them a while, though, and Cream's able to teleport in. Then between the towers, you just get kind of sandwiched in. So Cream sections off Noah. He gets the kill over there. He gets the reset. He jumps over the wall. They finish off the other one. And then you see Mako, as you were mentioning, heading down here with his Ashe, going toe-to-toe with a Humanoid. If it wasn't for the Seraph's Embrace shield pop, would have had the damage finished off, but then Cream comes over, he's like, all right, thank you for the hard work, I will collect the money.
Seems like a carrier moment, to be quite honest. Mako again, back. An international is nice to see, especially with JackeyLove. This bottom lane was all the rage talking about today. Against Fnatic, this bottom lane has made Fnatic rage. This 2v2, and especially JackeyLove has been so consistent here in this series. Never thought you'd hear me say that, would you? As Cream just auto-attacks Oscarinin down. Look at this Tristana. Oscarinin almost dies. It's just pure auto damage with the Q buff up. He has to slingshot out of there, and Top Esports get a free turret of Vosco trying to get a counter-engage.
Yeah, Cream is fed now after that last one. Really have to give respect to the Trist. Range increasing every single level, closing in on his quick blades. Let's see here though, for Fnatic. Trying to defend. They lost control of both sides of jungle though. Yep. 369 on bottom side as well. So Top gonna be able to push in all lanes and get their easy reset. They leave behind plenty of wards in the red quadrant of the jungle leading up to Baron. So they can just look over towards Baron after the reset. There are those quick blades now. Shiny and new.
Oh yeah.
Freshly purchased by Cream. And they can just head on over to the Baron bait. They've got Tien's ultimate. They will have to wait on Mako's again here. You really want the Ashe Arrow plus the Maokai to be able to have a really good turn off Baron.
That's Humanoid getting caught out. That's why it is on cooldown, as we saw on the bottom right-hand side of our screen.
But thankfully, the Ashe ultimate, very short cooldown.
Yeah, Mako's safe. Maybe not for Fanatics. I have to say.
Definitely, but it depends on perspective.
It does.
You're right.
It does. And, you know, also you'd be upset if you're a Fnatic fan seeing that it is an Ocean Dragon here for on-hit Varus and Tristana. Especially with Maokai renekted. It seems kind of unfair when we've had a couple of Chemtech souls so far in this series. But now for Fnatic, all hope, right? Again, you talked about Baron before Kobe. Maybe on a team fight here. Weaver's Wall comes out early before the objective. Humanoid seeing what he can find, or maybe just had to get away. But either way, that ulti being down, another thing that is not going in Fnatic's favor.
Yeah, it's looking pretty hard to fight right now. I mean, you have to get through all this vision and Maokai saplings and stuff anyway, so probably just give it. It is just Dragon number 3. It is the soul points. Try and draw your line in the sand at a bigger objective. Top are probably going to start trying to bait you around Baron.
Okay.
We mentioned how dangerous the CC turn options for top are off of this Baron.
Yep.
Ashe, Varus, and Maokai. But maybe Fnatic got to get real crafty here.
I hear you contemplating, thinking
And
how they can get
trying to whip up something here. It's so hard, especially if you're behind a team that has Hawkshot and Maokai saplings. Yep. Those two champions provide so much extra vision on top of all your wards and your gold advantage. But Fnatic have crept in.
And they've got none themselves, though. Further to your point, it looks rough here to walk on in themselves. And even Mako's poke is enough here as JackeyLove just goes back to clearing mid. They're in no rush in this game. Top Esports holding all the control of the waters. The arrow comes out as well with the re-engage on the Cream. Interrupted. Oscar in, very nice here. He gets ulted away himself, but Razork comes in to save the counterpunch. And Cream flashes in the end. Fnatic with a big shutdown in that TP. Maybe egregious, but wait, did it get cancelled?
Yeah, Humanoid.
It did. 369 cancelled by Humanoid. I think that was a mistake. Oh! I think Humanoid wanted him to go, because now he dies and the side lane is open.
Yeah, Humanoid goes down. He went for the interrupt on the teleport instead of trying to match the teleport and teleport up to his team.
Oh, that when Humanoid's been playing well all series, I mean, we'll have to break it down with a replay, but
yeah, we'll have to look at the replay to look at where the spots were, but if he matched the teleport and teleported to Fnatic, who are in a pretty concentrated spot after killing Cream off of this, another time, of interrupting the rocket jump. So let's take a look here. They got their kill on Cream. They had some time. Oh, yeah. It's really hard in the moment.
It is true, very true.
To make that decision of going like, oh yeah, channel instead or go for the interrupt, but he went for the interrupt.
And you're right, it is really hard in the moment, you know. You always think TP plays, interrupt is huge.
Your comms at that moment, everyone's getting hyped up. Yep. You know, you have a window of a comeback where you just killed this Tristana.
And at least killing the Tristana is the big point, right? I believe the gold went over to Noah, from what I could see, or Humanoid, one of the two. But gold on very important targets, as I think he also had a shutdown. So more gold back over to Fnatic. It's still a 7K gold lead just about, but at least it's been minimized a little bit as Razork here getting spotted out while Top Esports look for a play in the enemy jungle.
All right, Tien is here. Tien is in.
To advance, it's Noah immediately. The arrow doesn't get cleansed away. It's Oscar who hits it up. The Nature's Grasp biggest 369. Look at him on Humanoid again. He's taken the whole of Fnatic on. He says, come at me. Crocodile Fever again. He survives and gets on out as Razork is maybe not so lucky. The piercing arrow comes out of the quiver as Oscar and doesn't re-engage. Top Esports, remember, base Ocean Soul stats, or rather, Ocean Dragon. Gonna heal them up a little bit. Now to look at the Baron.
Yeah, look how much damage they have. Even though they didn't kill Razork, they know he was down to 10% and he would have to go back to Fountain to heal. So they're trying to burn through it with the double AD carry.
You need a miracle still here, Oscar, and maybe if you can jump on in, but against the Smite, how hard is it? With Bramble Smash as well, they jump over instead onto Mako. Baron goes down, and Top Esports hopes are being restored in the series as 369 runs on in, sacrifices his life. Noah and Jun, lucky to be alive too, as Oscar in the same. He won't jump back on in as Cream is getting resets and feeling spicy. He wants revenge for the topside play, and now with Tien jumping into the backside, Top Esports are close to giving to him, with all 4 members left alive holding the Baron.
Big stuff here for Top Esports. Baron acquired. They can get their resets off, go spend their cash first, and then get
both of these outer towers that are still standing, so much extra gold still on the map. And we're well ahead of the next dragon, so plenty of time there. Here's another look at it. As the Baron burn comes through, they go for the engage. They get that knockup, trying to burn down 369, and they barely burst it, but too much damage sustained by the Fnatic backline that they won't be able to follow up on the fight.
Looking worse than before. It's looking hard. Fnatic found a couple of picks, but now that Baron's down, now that Dragon's coming up in 35 seconds, is this the next Hail Mary pass that Fnatic need to catch?
I think so. I mean, it's a Dragon Soul here. You kind of, you hate to give it up, but I mean, you have no vision. You have Sapling's advantage. You have these hawk shots. Like, it's so annoying. The approaches to the objectives,
rough, right?
Are very difficult. Sometimes, though, you just got to brute force your way in. A Dragon Soul would be a lot of power, and they're going to go.
Be a miracle. Tien starts off the engage. JackeyLove those caught out. He has to flash away. Nature's Grasp is helping out as the Weaver's Wall brings on Humanoid, but that wall needs to go down. They're boxed. They're isolated. Trapped like rats. Fnatic need to get out of there now. The series hangs in the balance, and so does the promotion to the main stage. And Top Esports, knowing it, are going to cleave it for themselves. A double over to Jackie, who got caught out at the start of the play. But like all LPL AD carries, with summoners, there's always hope.
Top Esports, they solidify their victory with that one. Here they come to finish the job. Baron buff will make it easy.
T1 earlier today slapped LCS. The LEC fought back here against the LPL, but in game number 3, Top Esports rose in Chengdu once more. They will not be defeated in front of a home crowd. They will not be defeated by Fnatic. They hold their number just like they did at 2020 Worlds. The Nexus is now down, and Top Esports take their rightful place in the main stage.
Fun series, really fun series there. For sure, player of the series, I'm voting JackeyLove, JackeyLove. Top Esports bottom lane, even in the loss, so good.
Yeah.
Man, heroic stuff though from Fnatic, from Oscar with his carry Camille, from Jun, massive Renata plays. Humanoid on the back-to-back LeBlanc games. But Top Esports, they stand tall, they rise back up, they make a slight adjustment here in game number 3, and they start performing.
Man, for TES, they got pushed though, and this is what Fnatic can do. I mean, I like that you're bringing up some highlights through the series in both game 1 and game 2. It was so nice to see Fnatic step up to the challenge. They couldn't get it over the line in the end, but still, they'll have another chance of qualification. As we're going to head over to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Okay. All right. You know, you got to take them as they come. And JackeyLove, I mean, he's a world-class AD carry. If you got to lose to anybody, JackeyLove and Mako, not going to feel that bad. I got to say, like, incredible turnaround from TES. We talk about both these teams being emotional. The fact that TES hit the ground running, clearly started knocking Fnatic down a peg in that last game. Nice stuff from them to turn the series back.
Yeah, I mean, you're up against some world champions, right? Like, this is a very, very strong bot lane, and it felt, again, like Fnatic were trying to force the lane swap. You could see it with the Zac where he's hovering down on bot side, but with the level 1 going the way it did, Top Esports were able to match then in the bottom side, and that was where they managed to get the double AD carry that they wanted, lane that they wanted. So it was just too much for the bot lane for Fnatic to handle.
Yeah, and once again, to reiterate, like, Mako coming over from EDG, his home for so many years, partnering with JackeyLove, becoming one of the most formidable LPL bot lanes. It's just so great to see these two players playing side by side, and again, really showcasing the flexibility that Mako can have that I felt like he wasn't always able to show when he was on EDG, because he was expected to be such an engaged force for them. And JackeyLove just had such a stellar performance. You joked about it, Dracos, with the, is that what Lucian is supposed to do?
I've learned.
They come out with the double AD carry bot lane in game 3.
I've learned what Lucian is supposed to look like, as well as what Nami's supposed to look like. And Mako might have done a lot of the setup, but ultimately the man who gets to take home the prestige is JackeyLove. He is our Oppo player of the series. Look, like, incredible work from him in this game. A lot of those early fights, the way he played around that initial ulti from Humanoid, so many great moments.
I think that's the thing, is that JackeyLove is so good at finding these moments to put the pressure on, but he's become significantly more consistent when it comes to how aggressive he is in lane, so he's not getting caught into a bunch of like early jungle pressure and these kind of things. So by the time you get to the mid game, when he's taking these leads that he's got from lane, he becomes absolutely unstoppable in these fights. And look, yes, he's still got 1 or 2 missteps, but this is a different level of JackeyLove, and one that it's so difficult to play against.
This is such a great team for him too, right? We see in a lot of these fights, like 369's frontlining, even Tien, who I still don't think had a good series. We're gonna be looking at TES going forward in this tournament, being like, this is gonna be kind of shaky, but the rest of the team is there to protect JackeyLove, so even when he does get caught out, they're able to kite back, they're able to pull off these team fights, and I think JackeyLove gets, I think he's a very popular player here in China, obviously, but he's a popular player internationally because of his aggression, right? But then people say, oh, it's a trade-off. He'll have the moments like in LPL finals where Senna wanders into the bush and he just dies. But I want, if I want anyone to like take away stuff about JackeyLove from this series, it is how he manages to find those advantages. It is how his aggression is not mindless.
Yeah, and I mean, if Tien is being mindless and going over aggressive, but then all the focus is on Tien, so JackeyLove just gets to play his game, right? So that works out great.
He's Maokai.
Look, TES obviously our second team from the first stage to qualify to the bracket stage, and that's great from them. But there are some concerns, right? It wasn't quite start to finish dominance like we saw from T1 earlier in the day. TES are clearly valuable, and Tien, I think, a player who has come under a lot of scrutiny this year and is probably going to continue to based on the performance we saw today.
Yeah, and he's been kind of upfront in the past on teams where they did have kind of a mental collapse of him, you know, struggling with nerve issues a lot of these times. So hopefully he can get over it, because I think when we see Tien be good, he is so good. He is World's Finals MVP good, right? Which that's why it's so sad to see him have some like series like this today. So hopefully going forward, I also do think you've seen a lot of TES. This is exactly what I expected. I did say the 2-1 because you saw the. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Just you know, Kat, just by the way.
I don't usually get to brag
Emily,
about predictions.
completely correct on her prediction. If you missed it.
But I
think Rob, wrong. Idiots. Emily, genius.
No,
you are. You're smart. You called it.
But I think TES have very obvious strengths and obvious weaknesses, and we saw that in this series. We even saw it in the Loud series. So going forward, this is why when people, myself included, are looking at this TES team, we are putting them behind the likes of BLG and T1 and Gen G, right? Because they are, I think, distinctively behind those 3 teams.
Yeah, and while TES ultimately won the day, it's time to check in on the loser's side. It was close for Fnatic. Lore is standing by with Oscar in to get his perspective on that match.
Oscar, thank you so much for joining me after this series, a roller coaster of a series, if I may say. Before we talk about everything that happened in game, I want you to tell me about the preparation coming into Top Esports. What was your understanding of the team, and what did you have in store for them?
I would say the team is like really bot-centric. I think they play really aggressive bot side. They just want to fight with Braven, Kalistas, like really aggressive bot lane. So we wanted to match that on bot side and fight in general, I would say. Yeah, that's it.
I think European fans were really looking forward to this matchup because of the memes and obviously what happened in the past. But what were you looking forward to the most when it comes to facing Top Esports?
I mean, I just want to play against the best top laners in the world, right? And I think 369 is one of them. So I think it's really nice to play against someone like him. And a team like Top Esports, I think playing against Asian teams is really fun because they push you to the limits. So yeah, like it's fun to play against them, not so fun to lose.
Yeah, of course, but I feel like there's a lot of learnings from this series. What are going to be the main takeaways for you yourself and also for Fnatic for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, I think we were not calm enough in the series. I think like yesterday we were more calm and everything. I guess it's because one team was GAM, one team is Top Esports, and like we want to win against Top Esports, right? Like we should be looking for that. And I think I also was a bit more nervous than usual. Like, for example, I should have killed level 3 or 4 on top, and I completely failed. So yeah, I think we have to be calm. But I think if we play as we know, like, we kind of showed that we can fight against anyone.
You telling me that you were nervous is actually a big surprise given the way you played today, Oscar. You're going to discover everything on social media, but people think that you really popped off, whether it's in lane or in team fights. You actually had, for me, an amazing series, I felt. How would you rate your performance today? And how do you think you did against 369, actually?
I mean, I think it depends a bit on the game. I think first game I did not do that well. But I think second game and third I played pretty decently. I think I didn't feel like he was like better. I felt like playing someone at my level, you know. So it was pretty nice. And yeah, I think I played pretty well. Like I was not fully nervous, you know, but a little more than usual. So I didn't do the play I would, or I wouldn't play it like I would if I was calm, you know.
Hopefully you're going to learn something moving forward from this series. Actually, who do you think you're going to face off against in the next one? Because Gam and Loud are going to play each other. Who do you expect to play, and how do you think it's going to go?
I think Loud should win. I think Loud should be like not way better, but decently better, and it should be a 2-0 in my opinion. So yeah, let's say a series. But
all right, about you. Last question here. I remember that at Worlds you were recovering from a wrist injury. I feel like it's been long enough now that you're in perfect shape. Tell me about this time compared to when you were playing at Worlds, when it comes to confidence, level of play, and everything.
Honestly, like when I was in Worlds, I felt a bit insecure, I would say, because like I felt like I was coming from a really good level to Worlds, and then that happened, and like then I had to play for 2 weeks before Worlds only, and it was a bit weird for me, and I was not feeling as good playing because I had like a month of break, so it was a bit hard for me. But now I'm coming like with good preparation and everything, so I'm feeling way better, and I think I'm playing pretty decently. So yeah,
you've been playing really well. Actually, looking forward to seeing what you can showcase here at MSI. Oscar, thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, it feels like Oscar Erdin has to beat a lot of his demons coming out into this international event, but also feels like Fnatic kind of have to do the same, right? Because you've got to look at, hey, you've got to face off against, well, top esports in the reverse sweep. You got to face off now against potentially GAM or potentially the CB LOL and Loud. It is an absolute mess of a history for Fnatic that they have to go up against here to try and beat.
Certainly is. I mean, a tricky thing to overcome, no doubt. Good to hear that Oscar felt good about performance. I feel like this is a guy who undersells himself a little bit, talks about 369, international top laner, and is like, yeah, you know, I did all right. I didn't feel like he was that much over his level. Had a fantastic game, too. Yeah. Obviously, Game 3, much more of a struggle for Fnatic, but I think this is a performance he can be proud of, and for EU fans and Fnatic fans who are very skeptical of the level that Oscar would bring, this is a positive sign of things as we kind of look ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and in particular, in Game 2, I really did love that Camille pick, right? I thought it was really important. I thought he performed very, very well on that pick, and I liked that the team trusted him enough as well to be like, you know, that wasn't something I was expecting to see out of Fnatic based on their domestic play, and I'm really glad that they not only tried it out, but that Oscar was really successful on it.
And it felt like it was going back to the Oscar Erdin that we saw in the EMEA Masters, the guy who was willing to play the Jaxes and the Camilleos and be the big carry, and we never really got to see it a huge amount of Fnatic. Like the first couple of weeks when he joined the LEC, he tried to play Jax, got put in his place and kind of just foregone that playstyle, but now we're getting to see a resurge, and he looks absolutely fantastic on it. So this could be a breakout tournament for Oscar Erdin if he gets to play those champions. But as you can see from the players bracket on your screen, this is not going to be an easy one. They still have to go up against Loud, they still have to go up against GAM, and this is only the beginning if they want to try and make it in towards the next stage and move on to some of the best teams in the world.
This is just the step to qualify to the stage where all the big scary boys are waiting. It's definitely going to be a bit of a longer journey for Fnatic. We're not able to clutch it out, but it was a similar story, of course, early in the day for FlyQuest. We did get a chance to talk to Masu, and I'd love to jump to that interview now to get his reflections on how that series went for them.
Masu, thank you so very much for joining me after this series. Obviously, I'm really sorry things didn't go your way today, but I do feel like playing against the world champions, you have to learn something. There's a lot of takeaways from this series, obviously.
There's like a few personal ones, and then there's like a few ones that I noticed from them. Of course, I think they play as a team like very well. They are very synced up in what they do. The way they control the map is like not something that I've gone against so far. And then for myself, I think I just didn't play how I wanted to or how I usually do, just because, you know, I was pretty nervous, so it wasn't that easy to do what I wanted to. But yeah, it was just really impressive how, especially like their bot lane, I think once they get a winning position, they kind of don't let go. They keep like ramming their head into you. So yeah.
Still lasted longer than Mad Lion, so I guess we're gonna take this one. But I know that you are really much looking forward to playing against Gumayusi, especially you look up to him so much. Tell me about playing against your idol. You mentioned the nerves, but matching up against him on the Rift, how was it?
It was really fun. I think he's super good. He's very aggressive and cocky, so it's like exactly how I remember him when I watched him. So it was nice.
Can you tell me more about his playstyle specifically and what you like the most about this?
I think he's very in your face most of the time, kind of ADC, especially in lane. A lot of the times I was surprised that he walked up when he did. And then, you know, he got the better trade, so I was confused how that happened. So yeah, just like his aggression, I think is really good. I think he's very disciplined. Like, he doesn't throw the lead that he gets. He doesn't run it down. So yeah.
A bit more about you. This is your rookie season. First time international events on your rookie season, actually, which is quite impressive. I told you how impressed I was with the way you played during your first series. What are you looking to prove here at MSI?
I'm not looking to prove as much as I am looking to improve, I guess. I just want to play like against these really good teams like T1 and just like learn as much as possible from them and just take away as much as I can. Then when I go back to NA, you know, I could come back here again and I guess make myself known internationally. So.
For sure. And focusing on the next series you're going to have, either a rematch against PSG or facing off against Astral. Who do you think you're going to face off against? And if it ends up being PSG, any improvements from the last series you played against them?
I do think PSG is more likely to win. I think they're just more cohesive as a team and they have like scarier carry threats. Improvements like for me or for them?
From you, maybe making things easier even though things went well the first time.
I think after this loss we probably have a lot to look at, so I think we'll come back playing a lot more confident and more sure of the mistakes we made.
Looking forward to your next time on stage, Masu. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
The thing that's really impressed me about Masu since coming from NACL to the LCS has been, as you heard in that interview, just a very level-headed approach and a very fierce desire to improve. I think a lot of times North American teams don't necessarily believe in their players, which is very frustrating. And I've really been impressed just with his poise across the board, even when he's been criticized by the community. And I think he's obviously coming out of a series where they got absolutely rolled. And to have that kind of level-headedness and be like, this is what I saw. I was not expecting this. I'm going to try to take away and improve. I've just really, really appreciated his attitude towards improvement overall, just generally.
I think it's also just a fantastic contrast in the style of interview you get from a Bwipo or Inspired versus a Masu.
Yeah.
They're all, I think, you know, earnest in their own way. It just comes out very, very differently.
I did a content piece where they're all like commenting on their best and worst plays, and it was very hilarious to see the discrepancy between the top side of the map and the bot lane.
Yeah. Of course, we've had a very, I think, LEC, LCS focus thus far in the day, but I do want to call out that Lord did a fantastic interview with Zeus earlier in the day, which we will be able to hear a little bit later in the tournament. But overall, as we take a look at the schedule coming up tomorrow, we're going to have to wait to see FlyQuest play again. We're going to have to wait to see Fnatic play again. Tomorrow will be all about deciding their opponents, their opposition. Clear predictions for both sides. PSG and Loud from the interviews we got expected to go through, but maybe some room for upsets. What are the initial thoughts here from the desk?
I think it is going to be tough. I think, unfortunately for Astro, they didn't really get to show their stuff. They went up against T1, made it very, very difficult, but PSG Talon definitely an easier than T1 opponent, but I think the main question is, can you try and get that control that you had with Cody and try and play out your style again? Because they did look like they were trying to make that happen against T1. It's just a case of, with the opponents being PSG Talon, can they find that success through Cody again?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you're looking at Cody, you're looking at Jose Deodo, and you're also looking at, they did respond to the lane swap really, really well. PSG did not respond to it well at all. And so, like, I think in both of those cases, that was be the window where I'd be looking at Estral, but I also agree that it will be PSG and Loud going through.
As long as it's a bloody series, I'll be happy. Frankly, that's, you know, that's all I think we can ask for. That's all I want. I want explosive action. Today's games were absolute bangers. That's going to be it for us here at the desk. We're going to be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time. 4 a.m. EDT.
They're trolling me.
With EST versus PSG. After that will be Loud versus GAM. Tune in for that. You might see more lane swaps. You might see more skepticism from me about how exciting they truly are. But either way, be here tomorrow for day 4 of MSI 2024.
So many people came to see T1 lose today. Like, that's crazy, yeah. It's kind of funny. It's kind of crazy, yeah.
No level 6 for Bwipo either. And here comes Call the Forge God. No cell division either. He's going to get double knocked up. Bellows Breath clapped down. Shoot, shoot. T1's top. Owner with a reset now. The flying through. Owner gets another. And another's coming up. And we're set up for Owner's Viego. We're set up for an early game of the gods. And you can laugh at Mad Lions. But let's be real, Kobe. FlyQuest ain't far off.
Holy we got 17 minutes. Wow. Quick 17-minute game.
Busio's up next. He dredge lines out, but Keria gets the flash, has his own, matches him. Keria has demolished. Wait, Guma just silences him, flashes. They are making fun of North America. These guys are going to the main stage.
Maybe. Aris level 5, okay? Aris level 5. Shift it. Nice.
Nice. Go mid, then it won't be an issue. Onto Cream landing everything. Marek Bresta, the saver of EU. Reese Trunk gets the backline and Noah can't play the game. They run on in as Jackie does the same, but he's still alive again.
I have you now. Oh my god. I don't get it. Oh, get back. Nice. Oh, look at yeah, I can ult it. Nice.
Oh, this game 3 is going to be a treat. Now looking for a Jackie ball in the enemy jungle. Jackie does onto the end. Humanoid tries to outplay. But when you take on Jackie and Mako, you're taking on the world. Fnatic need to get out of there now. The series hangs in the balance, and so does the promotion to the main stage. And Top Esports, knowing it, are going to cleave it for themselves. Top Esports, they solidify their victory with that one.